Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Deku's quirk turned him into a rabbit girl. Here is short summary. During the entrance exam, Izuku discovers that he does have a quirk. One that turns him into a rabbit girl. How will this affect his hero career? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. It was the end of Izuku's first week in UA and he couldn't be happier. As he laid in bed, enjoying his free time after a long day of school, that and an annoying inter-class meeting with the representatives of other classes of the freshman year. Still, he was in a good mood. Life was good, after all. He had friends, he hanged around a cute girl, he was actually respected by his peers, and he had a quirk, not to mention he was part of the renowned UA hero course. Hell, Izuku even sparred with a cute girl. Embarrassing at first, Izuku never thought he could ever find a close friend to actually train and practice with. It was all Izuku dreamed he could have been with Bakugo and more. What else could he ask for? As if summoned by all of his positivity, her phone buzzed and vibrated. Izuku took one glance at it, before groaning. There was one message of Mina Ashido, yet it was enough to bring down his good mood. Movie night and sleepover to celebrate, 1A girls. Why did Ashido insist on sleepovers? Izuku wouldn't never know, but the last one had been awkward enough for him and he sure wasn't going to repeat the experience. He grimaced as he thought of Ochako. She had actually had fun last time. Soon after, Izuku ignored his phone as it kept vibrating, the girls responding to Ashido. After a few moments, he peeked for the responses and his heart fell. Apparently, all girls were looking forward to a night of celebration. It was, after all, the end of their first week. Movie suggestions were being thrown around, from a cheesy romance Izuku had heard about to another of werewolf cyborgs that fought armies of zombie vampires he had no idea that existed. I am not going, Izuku decided. I'll make some excuse like being tired or something. He couldn't do it. Just the thought of building trust with the girls only to reveal he had been a boy all along, he couldn't bring himself to betray them in such a way. Still, at this pace I might never have to reveal my true, Izuku reasoned, looking at his scarred arm. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Why did he have to live between two personalities? Right, because he chose to. Still, why wasn't he allowed to just change when needed? He could have even been part of the general studies and also partake in heroic stuff. Well, no, that would have been unfair to a student, taking two positions in both departments like that. Additionally, he had already been extended unique choices. He couldn't demand more special privileges. The question remained, though, how was Izuku even supposed to improve his control over One for All if he couldn't actually train with it? He spent all of his time doing homework and hanging around Ochako, either at the gym or sparring, after all. Could Nezu have predicted as much? Could he have wanted for Izuku to focus on the likeliest form to master One for All? Perhaps Nezu had a bias for furry students. Izuku rather believed not, but all was possible, wasn't it? His phone vibrated for the umpteenth time and Izuku, despondent, checked the new messages. He grimaced as he saw a message from Ochako. You are going to the sleepover, right? The brunette asked. Izuku scowled. This will help with your shyness around us, added a second message. The green-haired boy felt a knot on his gut as he saw that Ochako was still typing. Please, please, it won't be fun without you. Izuku took a deep breath and studied the message. He had to make a decision and respond. He raised his phone and, with a determined face, sent a message of his own. Of course I will go. Izuku groaned, smacking a hand over his face. I'm pathetic, he mentally whined. Sadly, he couldn't bring himself to say no to Ochako. Hence, it was no surprise when Izumi left her room a couple of hours later in casual clothes. She had a simple pair of pants and shirt, but even so Izumi felt embarrassed about it. Just remembering the process of acquiring female clothes, with her mother no less, made her blush. When Izumi walked out into the ground floor, she discovered that everyone was already there. All the girls, apparently, would be attending. Not only that, but they all seemed excited about it. There were still arguments about the movie they were supposed to watch, however. "Hey, Izumi," Ochako called, rushing towards her friend. "Hey, Ochako, what's up?" replied Izumi with a grin. It had gotten much easier to smile confidently around people, but Ochako's presence made it particularly easier. "Sorry for pushing you to come," apologetically mumbled the brunette. "I know you are really shy when it comes to more private stuff. I shouldn't have been insistent." Although Izumi was curious behind Ochako's reasons, Izumi decided to just chuckle. "It's fine," said Izumi. "And, really, it is for the best. We are all going to be heroes one day and, who knows? Maybe we'll need to work together. We might as well be friends, right?" Ochako just nodded, a happy smile in place. "Yay, Izumi is joining us," squealed Hagakure, wrapping her arms all around Izumi. Izumi squawked, especially when she felt a cushy pair of things pressed against her back. Ochako's smile, in turn, turned strained. "Ha, and here I thought we'd had to sneak into your room and drag you here," said Ashido. On second thought, coming willingly was a good idea, Izumi thought. "Mina, we would never do that," Yaoyorozu gasped. "Not you, but I'd definitely do it," said Ashido. "We believe you," laughed Jiro. "Leave our class representative alone, Toru. She doesn't like being treated like a pet." "Sorry," said Hagakure, letting go of a catatonic Izumi. "I just can't help myself." "I don't know about that, Kyoka," said Asui. "Izumi doesn't appear to mind much, especially when Ochako treats her like a plushie, ribbit." "Hey, I want to have her as hugging pillow." Ashido pouted. "Can I, Izumi? Can I, please pretty please? Can't you respect her personal space?" huffed an indignant Yaoyorozu. All girls looked at Yaoyorozu, who averted her eyes even when her face lit up. "Please, Momo, you're the one who wants to keep Izumi all snuggled up from all of us," laughed Jiro. "You didn't seem to mind Izumi's personal space when you were chosen representatives, or the day after, or today, ribbit," bluntly added Asui. Yaoyorozu was blushing furiously at that, hands on her cheeks and her eyes sparkling. I can't stop myself. Izumi is so fluffy and cute," dreamily said Yaoyorozu. "Please, don't use that word," grumbled Izumi. The Izuku in her really resented being called that, after all. Fluffy or cute? "Because, sister, you sure are both," Ashido pointed out. "Call me, adorable, or fluffy," reluctantly conceded Izumi. She had to give them something and she had seen herself on the mirror. Just, not cute, alright. Izumi, or rather Izuku, still had nightmares about being called cute or cutesy, especially by his former classmates. It was a phobia, irrational as any other, but still Izumi was uncomfortable with that word. "Sorry, I didn't mean to," Yaoyorozu respectfully said, bowing at Izumi. Her eyes, though, regained its previous shining. "Could I apologize with a hug?" "Really, Momo," huffed Jiro. "Well, I tried at least," pouted Yaoyorozu. Luckily, Izumi managed to hang with the girls without being treated like a plushie. First they had dinner with the girls of 1B, which so happened to be pizza. For over an hour, Izumi forgot all about her problems, and enjoyed the moment, and there sure was a lot to enjoy. The girls talked about this or that teacher, with both classes trying to determine which homeroom teacher was better, Aizawa or Kan. From the stories they had to tell of each, no one was sure. Sekijiro Kan didn't look like a tired mess or was as sadistic as Aizawa, but he was more of a boot camp sergeant from what Kendo and the others of 1B could say. By the end of the discussion, each class rather have the homeroom teacher of the other class. Izumi, on her part, didn't say much. She just listened at the girls talking, enjoying pizza and making use of her keen ears to keep up with all the ongoing conversations. Truly, it was a bizarre experience, and rather new for Izumi. Regardless, she enjoyed it. She was curious, however, whether she would find the same enjoyment if she had been forced to the boys' dorm as Izuku. Would the boys respect Izuku as the girls did Izumi? Would Izuku be included in conversations as Izumi was? What else could be different or the same? It was hard to tell, and at the moment Izumi rather not delve on that. At last, dinner was over. Izumi and another girl decided to take over the dishwashing duty while the rest went over to the living room. Thankfully, there wasn't much to wash. It did give Izumi enough time to enjoy some peace with a belly full of pizza. Truly, she hadn't known how nice it was to have pizza with pleasant company. A few minutes later, Izumi was marching inside the living room, or was it living hall? The girls were already arranging themselves around the large television. Pillows had been brought to sit while others made use of the 3 available couches. Izumi found a reserved spot between Ochako and Asui. I really have to ask, why did you want to organize a movie night? Asked a girl from 1B, Setsuna Tokage, if Izumi recalled correctly. I thought if the boys were having a movie night, we might as well have one of our own, right? Ashido said. I heard they are planning a Hero Street Fighter tournament afterwards, grumbled Jiro. And you wanted to be invited, Ribbit? Asked Asui. Who wouldn't? I would love to trash them. Grunted Jiro. But girls aren't allowed in their dorms. And boys aren't allowed in ours, pointed out Yaoyorozu. It is for the best. Speak for yourselves, harumphed a grumpy Ashido. I wish I could bring boys to have fun. It isn't proper for heroes in making to indulge in such sinful behavior, said a certain vine-haired Abara Shiozaki. I was talking about watching movies and playing games, Mina said, a devious smirk crawling on her face. Did you think about something else I wanted boys for, Abara? Something more sinful and carnal. That made the girls laugh and a red-faced Abara to splutter incoherently. All right everyone, Kendo called, stepping next to the television. Enough for that, are we ready for the movie? Everyone nodded or said that, indeed, they were more than prepared. Without further ado, the movie night began. The chosen movie was an old police flick no one had watched, and perhaps for good reason. Its plot was the basic unlikely duo solving a mystery, with a few twists and turns sprinkled at the end. The special effects were decent and the action bearable. All in all, a passable movie for a movie night. It was as she watched that Izumi found the entire situation rather alien once again. If having pizza with classmates was weird, being in a dark room watching a movie together was even more so. Then again, Izumi never thought she would ever share a hall filled with relatively attractive young women her age, or well, be an anthropomorphic rabbit girl, truth to told. Life sure had its own plot twists. At last, the movie ended and there was a common agreement that the flick hadn't been bad, or rather it was classified as meh by an ever-eloquent Jiro. After that, the large contingent of girls broke apart. The girls of 1B went to their rooms or away to do their own thing. The girls of 1A, on their part, went to their rooms to prepare for the sleepover. When Izumi entered into her bedroom, she locked the door behind her and changed into Izuku, shaking his head. What's with Ashido and sleepovers? Mentally groaned a tired Izuku. Wasn't one enough? He stretched a bit in his male form before moving to wardrobe to pick his female pajamas. It was a good thing his mother had thought about getting him such sleepwear. However, as he found the pajamas, he grimaced. The girls would definitely make comments about it. Izuku sighed, shaking his head, only to smile fondly. Being a girl isn't as bad as I thought, he mused. In fact, he could say he was getting used to it. Perhaps he had been too quick to judge what having a changing quirk would be like. Still, Izuku would have appreciated if the principal and his parents had been a bit more understanding when they encouraged him to take the role of a girl. Perhaps they had assumed he hadn't been uncomfortable as a girl. Then again, Nezu did see Izumi spend 10 minutes in public without signs of discomfort, or maybe they hoped to be accepting and encouraging. Izuku might never know. Just as Izuku was about to revert to Izumi in order to change into her pajamas, he heard something. Confused, he turned towards the windows. Slowly, he approached the curtains and peeked outside. Everything was dark, without movement or silhouette on the moan below. Izuku boldly pulled the curtains apart and tried to see what had made that noise. However, the noise never came again, and Izuku couldn't tell what had made such sound. A bug, the wind maybe, Izuku hummed, looking around. In the end, Izuku shrugged, pulled the curtains closed and transformed into Izumi. Once she had her sleepwear on, the rabbit girl hopped to the door and, before unlocking it, gave one last glance at the window. Hopefully she had just imagined the sound. Izumi reached her destination quickly enough, given how Ishido's room was on her floor. However, she lingered outside, a large pillow in her hands. Izumi glanced down at herself and sighed. I better get used to be called cute and adorable, mentally grumbled Izumi. With a weary sigh, she took a deep breath, puffed up her chest and pulled a confident grin. Izumi was not the sort of rabbit to back down or quit. Thus, she knocked on the door and waited with a bated breath. Oh, there you are, said Ishido. Izumi felt an eyebrow twitch at the spreading smile on Ishido's face. Carrots, huh, said the pink-skinned demon as she studied her pajamas. Well, I happen to like them, huffed Izumi. Of course you do, you adorable ball of fluff, giggled Ishido. Without another word, Ishido opened the door and pulled Izumi inside. The rest of the girls were already there. Luckily, none made comments on Izumi's pajamas, although she could have sworn she saw Yaoyorozu trying not to squeal with delight and call her cute. Ishido's room was, in Izumi's humble opinion, a crime against humanity. The mere quantity of pink shining on every square inch of the gossip monger was unbearable. Thankfully, Ishido covered most of her wall with posters of music bands and even a couple of heroes. Somehow, Izumi ignored the room's color and went to lay next to a cheerful Ochako, who had apparently saved a spot for her. All right girls, so we of the Fairer have finally assembled, Ishido proclaimed with her usual flair for dramatics. Now, it is time to pass judgment. Judgment? Izumi asked, confused. However, it looked like the rest of the girls either knew where Ishido was headed or had a strong feeling about it, for they all groaned and muttered in protest. Boys, Izumi, Ishido squealed with delight. Suddenly, Izumi felt dread cling to her very essence. Really, boys? Kyoka, who was clad in a simple black sweatshirt and black airy shorts, grunted. Of all the things you want to talk about, you want to talk boys. What's there to talk about, Ribbit? Asked Asui. We barely know them, even after a week. It's tradition, you know, to mark each other's prey and avoid territorial conflicts, Ishido cackled. Geez, girl, slow down, huffed Hagakure. And seriously, you would date someone from the same school. Should you even date? Yaoyorozu added, shaking her head. Heroics itself will be hard enough without mentioning what it will be like once we graduate. We should concentrate on our careers. Well, I for one wouldn't mind dating one of the boys, huffed an indignant Ishido. Well, if you don't want to talk about boys, then you come up with a topic. Izumi tried not to look too relieved about the change of topics. However, she couldn't deny a part of her was intrigued about the prospect of getting the girls' opinions on boys. Maybe it would be useful for the future. Well, how about why we want to be heroes? Proposed Jiro. We didn't come up with that last week, did we? I suppose because we all wish for the same thing, Momo remarked. We all wish to serve and save people, don't we? Yep, Ishido said. I always enjoyed helping people, so, you know, hero was a no-brainer. Really? You actually helped people, teased Jiro. And here I thought you were the gossipy popular sort of girl. PFF'd. I was liked but I wasn't popular, scoffed an amused Ishido. Boys in particular found me intimidating. For good reason, thought Izumi. The rabbit girl didn't think Ishido had a bad personality. It just so happened that Ishido's spirited behavior could be overwhelming for most boys. She just had so much life and energy, no boy Izumi had known would ever manage to keep up. You mean by the acid quirk, right? Jiro guessed. Of course, why else? Ishido said. Izumi quirked an eyebrow at that but didn't say anything. Knowing boys, they probably worried you would dissolve their dicks or something, Jiro harumphed. Kyoka, gasped a shocked Yaoyorozu. There's no need to be so crass. What? Jiro said with an amused grin. Come on, Momo, it's what everyone call them. She's not wrong, sheepishly chuckled Ishido. Trust me, when they all learned I could burn anything to a crisp, they all kept their distance. It wasn't always that bad but, she trailed off. Suddenly, Izumi and the girls saw another side of the pink-skinned girl. She no longer seemed all smiles and all too lively. In fact, She looked rather subdued. I did have a couple of nasty accidents, sighed Ashido. When I get really angry I can sure produce one hell of an acid slime. Izumi, and probably the rest, could easily connect the dots and imagine that there had been a couple of times when Ashido accidentally produced powerful acid and might have hurt someone or destroyed something. It wasn't surprising. Many quirks were linked to emotions, and Ashido's quirk was particularly dangerous if not taken care of. Is that why she is always in a good mood? Izumi wondered, floored by the realization. Is she trying to avoid losing control of her quirk and harm someone? Then again, maybe Izumi was reading too much into it. What about the girls, Ribbit? Asked Asui. I presume they picked on you. Ashido blinked at the frog girl, surprised. How did you know? Wondered the pink-skinned girl. It is a good guess if you have a mutant quirk, Ribbit, calmly stated Asui. There was an awkward silence after that statement. But, Mina, you don't look too, different. Hagakure said, only to immediately turn to Izumi and Asui. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It's fine. Replied Izumi, unsure how to respond. It wasn't like the invisible girl wanted to be hurtful, after all, so why was Hagakure so distraught? Asui, likewise, merely shrugged. Well, you are right about that. I did have friends back in middle school, the best friends anyone can ask for, but there are always those jealous types that latch onto anything. Seriously, there are some bitches out there that can give villains a run for their money. In their case it was all about my pink skin. Like, seriously, what do you want to do? Paint my skin, harumphed Ashido. It was so strange to hear about other people getting bullied, Izumi found it strangely confusing. The fact that quirked people had also faced similar situations to him was quite a new thing for him. Had any of his classmates endured insults like Izumi, or had Izumi pretty much managed to spare many of the others from the attention of bullies? Ashido, apparently, was well over the bullying she received, if the wide smile on her face was anything to go by. What about Sue? Any assholes picking on your lovely froggy looks? Asked Ashido. Just gives us the names and we'll think of somewhere to hide the body. While I appreciate the sentiment, I don't believe that would be wise, Ribbit. It wasn't bad, actually, and nobody really minded my looks. I think it was my bluntness and tone, said Asui. Many classmates found it creepy or off-putting, Ribbit. Luckily, everyone at my class tried not to be rude and I was never outright bullied or picked on, at least not in school. There was also a passing jerk that would throw a colorful comment whenever I was at the park with my siblings, Ribbit. Then again, my school was small and our teachers kept it mostly bully-free. That's good to hear, said Hagakure. That wasn't like in my school. It was huge and there were tons of other students, so of course there was that special bastard that really likes to bully someone in particular. You know the type. Bakugo immediately flashed across Izumi's mind. There was this girl, just think about it makes me want to punch something. Hagakure said, visibly flailing her arms. She kept harassing me and telling me there was no way I could make it to Ua. Izumi felt her chest constrict and her breath go hoarse. She got flashbacks of his own classmates, how they would all laugh at her, or rather Izuku. She could remember when they were supposed to discuss their future careers, and everyone mocked her desire to be a hero. Bakugo also came back to mind, making Izumi feel even worse as she remembered all the harsh words the explosive blonde sent her way. Unbeknownst to Izumi, Ochako had noticed the shift of her friend and looked worried at the rabbit girl. The rest of the class, heck even the school, really couldn't care less. But no, that damn girl just couldn't leave me alone, muttered Hagakure, furious. Seriously, Izumi had never heard the invisible girl grow so heated and angry, but at the moment Izumi was lost in her past, haunted by the taunting ghosts of her childhood. Oh, what are you going to do? Stand naked? Hagakure mockingly repeated what must have been one of her arch-nemesis taunts. Seriously, that girl had real issues. Izumi remembered like it was yesterday when her own classmates threw similar taunts. What a creep. What were you expecting, Midoriya? To suddenly develop a quirk at the last minute? I bet he was expecting the school to take into account his stupid nerd notes. Ochako looked at her friend, unsure how to help, all while Izumi was lost on those horrible moments. I bet you really loved it when you made it to Ua, said an amused Jiro. You bet, laughed Hagakure, back to her amicable self. That girl could not believe it. Kept insisting I cheated or that I slept with someone. Seriously, some people need a good punch, muttered Jiro. Hey, are you alright, Izumi? Ochako asked. Broken out of her thoughts, Izumi looked up, only to realize everyone was looking at her. When she turned to Ochako, Izumi felt terrible for making her friend worry in such a manner. Just remembering stuff, she managed to say in a low whisper. That bad, huh? Ashido sympathetically said. Izumi was at a loss what to say. It wasn't actually Izumi who got picked on, but rather Izuku, the plain quirkless boy, who had been bullied. Oh, you mean that guy Bakugo was mad about, Ochako said. Izumi mentally swore. Bakugo was a bully. Go figure, sarcastically scoffed Jiro. Seriously, that asshole has a few screws loose. He's loud, brash and too overly aggressive, muttered Yaoyorozu. Why would the school allow such behavior? It's the Quirk they are after, sighed a despondent Ashido. Like, seriously girls, explosions. I hate to admit it, but Bakugo won't have that much of a problem climbing up the ranks. He doesn't even need a good personality. Just look at Endeavor, Ribbit, added Asui. She turned to Izumi, tilting her head with curiosity. So Bakugo bullied people back at your school? Well, I wouldn't call it my school, Izumi slowly said. In theory, Izumi Midoriya had never attended Aldera, right? So it wasn't a lie. What to say? Izumi really wasn't sure how to proceed. She really didn't want to talk about her other self, especially if she planned to one day come out as Izuku to the class. At the same time, a part of Izumi felt the urge to share her suffering. A hand wrapped around her hand and Izumi looked at the source. Unsurprising, with a reassuring smile, was Ochako squeezing her hand. Izumi smiled back and came to a decision. Perhaps not the wisest one, but Izumi couldn't contain herself any longer. There was this boy, Izuku, he was quirkless, you see, Izumi started. The girls all took sharp intakes of breath. Izumi was actually surprised by the reaction. Could they already tell what the story would entail? Probably. Still, she was surprised. And he wanted to be a hero, attend Ua even, said Izumi with a sad smile. I don't think I like where this is going, admitted a morose Jiro. Bakugo, well, he didn't like that Izuku wanted to be a hero, sighed Izumi. As he retold her tale, she couldn't help but ponder, why? Why had Bakugo been so fixated on picking on his dreams? Had Izuku been such a creep or annoying? Was it because he had been rather nerdy? Or was it just too tempting to belittle the quirkless hopeless dreamer attached to an impossible dream? Izuku was, well, he wasn't popular. He is reserved and shy, Izumi smiled, amused by the fact she was talking about another facet of hers. And, well, he had this hobby of his. Izumi took a moment to study the girls. She was taken aback by how interested they all looked at her, leaning forward. Even the stoic Asui seemed eager to learn more about poor Izuku's fate. He really liked to study heroes. He had these notebooks in which he would write details about heroes, like their quirks, moves and talents, retold Izumi. He was trying to learn from them, you see, even named the notebooks. Izumi felt her tongue get tied at that. Should she say it? They would all laugh at poor Izuku's hobby, even consider that Izuku got what he deserved. Somehow, Izumi managed to continue, perhaps out of curiosity to see if Ochako, and the other girls, could really be as mean as her classmates. Let's see if it is really worth it ever showing them my other form, thought Izumi. Hero analysis for the future, Izumi said. Here it comes, Izumi mentally braced herself for the comments. Oh, that's so dorky, chuckled Ashido. So he was a fanboy. I knew worse, commented a smiling Jiro. The other girls found it equally amusing. Izumi had to take a few moments, blinking dumbfounded. At least he wasn't a pervert for the likes of MT. Lady, was he? Asui asked. Oh no, of course not. Izumi said, perhaps a bit too hastily and embarrassed. Ooh, so you knew this boy well, huh? Teased Ashido. How close exactly? Mina, the girls said in unison. Oh, how did Ashido? Fine, fine, a question for another time. Bakugo didn't like Izuku's hobby, did he? Said a wincing Yaoyorozu. The tall girl clearly could envision the scenarios well. It wasn't hard to, after all. Bakugo's temperament hadn't lessened after entering UA. Izumi felt her chest lighten, knots entangling and her breath coming easier. Did they all empathize with her, or rather Izuku? Izumi suddenly felt emboldened. Well, Bakugo didn't like it. In fact, none of Izuku's classmates liked his hobby. They all called him different things, like creep, although Bakugo was the worst. He would go out of his way to taunt Izuku. There was this time. Izumi wasn't sure, but she felt possessed, as if a pressure deep within could no longer be contained, that she needed to release more of Izuku's past. Izumi deep down knew that perhaps she had to shut up before she carried out and said something truly damning, but she couldn't help it. With a support Ochako listening attentively and nice girls all around, she felt as if she had to. No, like she could, as if she could finally share what had been haunting her for so long. He actually took one of Izuku's notebooks and scorched it before Izuku's very eyes. Then, he threw the notebook out the window all while challenging Izuku to try and get it back, said Izumi. What an asshole, muttered Ochako. The girls nodded in agreement. Yaoyorozu, though, looked pained, as if she could guess what was going to happen next. Izumi knew she had to close her mouth right then and there, but she couldn't. For the first time in her life, Izumi felt something akin to vindictiveness. Why was she covering up for Bakugo, after all? The girls deserved to hear about just how cruel Bakugo could be, right? Then, just when he was done, taunting a scared Izuku while burning his shoulder, he decided he needed to say more, Izumi retold. He said, you know, there is a way in which you can get a quirk. Here it goes, Izumi thought with trepidation. This was crossing a threshold that there would be no going back from. She knew that once she told the full story, the girls would never see Bakugo in the same light. If Izumi narrated what Bakugo had said next, odds were she would be forever cutting all possible avenues for friendship from the explosive blonde. Was it wrong for Izumi not care at all? You can jump off the window and pray you'll get a quirk on your next life, said Izumi. The girls all stared, gobsmacked. He didn't, said Ashido, in disbelief. By the looks of it, the rest of the girls shared the same level of disbelief, or anger. I can't believe it, whispered Jiro, shaking her head. I knew he was a type of asshole, but really. Telling a quirkless boy to kill himself. And for what? Because that boy wanted to be a hero. That jerk really missed his bus to villain school, huh? Commented Hagakure. Izumi felt like maybe the girls were getting carried away a bit. In fact, Izumi felt a bit of guilt. It wasn't like Bakugo really meant it, right? Yes, it was the worst thing Izumi or Izuku had heard, but it wasn't that bad. It was standard bullying, right? What happened to that Izuku guy? Yaoyorozu asked. Well, Izumi said, shocked. And what the hell am I supposed to say now? Oh, that guy, he's me, actually, Izumi thought. Oh god, don't tell me actually killed himself. Gasped Yaoyorozu. No, he's alive, Izumi said. She blinked, an idea popping in her mind, working to make it to a hero school. Knowing him, I am sure he will make it. Oh, that's so sweet. Cooed Ashido. Is he your childhood sweetheart or what? No, exclaimed a horrified Izumi. Come on, tell us. Ashido pleaded. No, nothing like that. He's like family, Izumi said. She immediately felt like slapping herself. Really, Izuku is family. Ah, so he's in the brother zone, said Ashido. I hope that guy makes it, said Asui. Yeah, I'd love to see Bakugo's face when that happens, snickered Jiro. It will be priceless. Maybe you could give him a call and hang around with us. Proposed Hagakure. Maybe, said Izumi. Well, reactions were far more possible than I could have ever hoped for, she thought. She still felt a sense of dread imagining what coming out with her true form would be like. I don't get it, though, Ochako, face scrunched in confusion, said. Why did you call Bakugo Kachan and act like, I don't know, friendly towards him. She did, wondered a baffled Yaoyorozu. But you just said. As if she had swallowed a stone, Izumi felt like something heavy was pushing her entrails down. However, differently from Toher times, Izumi wasn't rendered speechless. Denial. Izumi said. Believe it or not, I looked up to Bakugo. Seriously girl, Hagakure said, beyond confused. That jerk constantly bullies a quirkless boy and you admire him. I know, sighed Izumi, nodding. Looking back to it, Izuku should have known better than cling to the impossible. Thankfully, his stubbornness regarding his hero dreams had been rewarded. The one regarding Bakugo. Maybe I didn't want to see it, you know. Contemplatively said Izumi. Bakugo is driven, strong, but I apparently didn't want to admit he was a real jerk. Repeat after me. He's a goddamn great asshole, stated Jiro. Oh, you had a crush on Bakugo. Damn, that's sad girl, Ashido sagely hummed. I didn't have a crush on Kachan. Squawked Izumi, indignant. Kachan, chorused the girls. Izumi immediately dug her face on her pillow. Next to her, Ochako didn't look all that amused. I didn't and I don't, insisted Izumi. I just was a fool. Whatever I thought of him, it is over. Izumi glared at her hands. Bakugo doesn't deserve it, she stated. And with that, Izumi felt a part of her truly believe that, as if the last vestiges of that impossible dream were finally falling apart. It was for the best, after all. So, Yao Momo, why did you want to be a hero? Izumi asked, trying to drive the conversation elsewhere. You are kind of, you know. A really loaded princess, teased Jiro. And with that, the topic at hand returned to their motivations for hero work. Ochako remained elusive, but they all shared the same reason, most being between the lines of, I wanted to save people, or, it sounds like a great profession. On and on went the sleepover, with the girls talking and talking. Throughout it, Izumi found her eyelids weighing more and more. She was already tired from all the day's work, and her story had left her emotionally exhausted. Thus, at some point during the night, Izumi dozed off into sweet slumber. Then, she woke up. Izumi slowly opened her eyes, only to freeze. Right in front of her was Ochako. No, not just in front of her. Her face was mere inches from hers. Her arms were wrapped around her and Izumi discovered that her small body was pressed against the brunette's ample chest. However, that was not the end of her horror. A rabbit ear perked up at the sound of whispers and giggles and, slowly, Izumi turned her head around. Her heart dropped. There, hovering over them with teasing grins and smiles, were none other than a blushing cooing Yaoyorozu and a devious Ashido. Izumi did not appreciate Ashido's face of delight. However, Izumi was much more worried about the cell phone on Ashido's hand, aimed at Izumi and Ochako. Next to her, Izumi felt Ochako wake up, only to feel the brunette's body tensing up. When Izumi turned to look at her, Ochako's face promised to burst from blood overflow, not that Izumi was faring much better. And this is why I love sleepovers, cackled Ashido, taking yet more pictures. Inko Midoriya knew she would be lonely when her son decided to attend UA, but she hadn't known just how bad it would get. An entire week had gone by, and it was the longest time mother and son had been separated. Truly, it was hard to adapt. There was no one else to cook, no one to share a meal or talk in the evening. Thankfully, Inko had managed to fend off the agonizing loneliness and heart-wrenching separation from her son, at least partially. She had dived straight into her new mission, to find out where in the world did Izuku's quirk come from. The mystery itself had taken most of Inko's time and attention, but even after a week, there was little progress done. It wasn't that entirely new quirks couldn't appear down a bloodline, but generally there was at least a hint or two of their ancestry. Only those with quirkless ancestry could still show up with brand new powers. There were still weird cases, but could Izuku truly be such unlikely scenario? To solve the mystery of her son's quirk, Inko had decided to build a family tree for her son. Having nothing else to do that Saturday morning, Inko busied herself with that, the kitchen table filled with pictures and papers. Izuku's father, Hisashi, had a fire breath quirk, not much to say about it, which had been passed down in his family twice over, by Hisashi's mother and then Hisashi's grandfather. Hisashi's father had the quirk Bright Sweat, self-explanatory quirk inherited from Hisashi's grandfather. The rest of the quirks in Hisashi's family were completely unrelated, being a quirk that allowed Hisashi's paternal grandmother to produce sounds by just thinking about them. Lastly, Hisashi's grandmother from his mother's side had smoke breath as a quirk. The truth of the matter was that Inko had little doubts about her husband's side of the family. They were all hard-working, rather average people who had spent their lives without much excitement. Her side of the family, on the other hand, Inko's side, hiding her face. The rabbit quirk must come from there, Inko knew. Why? Well, that was simple. Her parents had been very, very adventurous in their youth. So adventurous, Inko was hesitant to ask them anything regarding their past. For all she knew, her parents would regale her with their misadventures, and that was something she did not want to hear about. Additionally, Inko wasn't sure if she wanted to suddenly learn her parentage was not as set in stone as she had believed. Worse, though, was that Inko would have to inform Izuku about that side of his family at some point. Her parents had only visited Izuku when he was very young, and hadn't showed up ever since, and tracking them down was a quest of its own. She timidly looked at that side of Izuku's family tree. Inko had developed telekinetic attraction, a derivate from her father's mother telekinetic touch. It had skipped over her father, who had the quirk called phased hermaphrodite. Her mother, on the other hand, had the quirk plasticity, which pretty much allowed to change her body as if she was made of clay whenever she wanted. She could mold her nose, torso, eyes, any body part she wanted. Mom and Dad always bragged about their more open relationship, Inko slowly said. However, even when they had boasted about being rather free-spirited, as they liked to consider themselves, they had always been monogamous and loving parents as far as she could remember. They never married and ranted about so-called heteronormative whenever they could, but, as far as Inko remembered, they acted no differently from the married couples at Inko's school. Perhaps age had calmed them, or maybe their first child had finally matured the couple. In any case, Inko cringed as she recalled what her days dating Hisashi had been like. Her parents had made it a point to embarrass her, sometimes on purpose and sometimes unconsciously. The wedding itself had been rather fun, if only her parents had been a bit less rowdy. Inko might have been accepted and even cared for by Hisashi's parents, but her own parents. Geez, the less was said about both sides of the family, the better. What if the rabbit form is a result of Mom's quirk? Inko pondered, scratching her chin. Maybe it is a mixture with Dad's quirk. In any case, Inko could have to hunt down her parents and get answers, if only it was so easy. Hey, Inko, you there? Inko jumped on her seat, before looking towards the entrance hallway. Calming her breath and her beating heart, she got up. Now that she thought about it, both Izuku and she had always been rather jittery and jumpy. Could that be something inherited from their rabbit quirk ancestry? The earlier she forced answers out of her parents, the better. Still, the mere thought of confronting them and learning dark secrets and forgotten truths. For Izuku, Inko, do it for your son. She berated herself. See coming. Inko got up and rushed to the door. There, waiting for her, was a grinning disheveled Mitsuki. Given her wide smile and cheerful demeanor, Inko had a strong feeling Mitsuki had just been with Masaru. Speaking of adventurous parents. Mitsuki, good to see you. And indeed, Inko was happy to see her friend. The explosive blonde didn't even hesitate. She stepped forward, smothered Inko with a hug and guided her friend inside her own apartment. It's been a while, hasn't it, girl? Laughed Mitsuki. You should visit more often, you know. Katsuki would rather die than admit it, but he misses you. Oh, maybe I will, stammered Inko with a chuckle. So what brings you around here? You know, same old. Masaru and I went to Koba Beach today. Really romantic and all. Found a few spots too, Mitsuki excitedly recounted. I rather not know. Squeaked a red-faced Inko. Oh come on, girl, and here I wanted to share all the juicy bits. Laughed Mitsuki. Seriously though, I am amazed with what the mayor achieved. That place was a dump, and now it is all clear and beautiful. Wait, did you say Takoba? Wondered Inko. Yep, remember that old dump? It's now a gorgeous beach, said Mitsuki. Inko opened her mouth to tell Mitsuki that, no, the local government hadn't lifted a single finger to clean the beach. Instead, it had been Izuku with his personal trainer, Mr. Toshinori Yagi. However, she stopped herself. Should she say anything? Should she keep quiet? Inko wasn't sure if Izuku's year-long work was part of the secret identity program. Still, just to be safe, she decided to keep it a secret. Maybe I should visit the place, mumbled Inko. Definitely, Mitsuki said. The two went to the living room and sat on the sofa. So where's little Izu-kun? Mitsuki asked, looking around. Stuck in his room watching hero fighting and whatnot. Oh no, he's away. Away. Don't tell anyone, but he is on Island, Inko said conspiratorially with a smile. At least, that had been the cover story decided with Principal Nezu and Mr. Yagi. How they had managed to get David Shield, one of if not the most important engineer of their era, to sign all the necessary papers was a mystery to her. Really? Damn. Good for Izuku, cheered Mitsuki. I was really worried that he would be depressed, not making it to UA and all that crap. He always clung to that impossible dream. I know, sighed Inko, feeling extremely guilty. At times Inko felt awful for being so passive regarding her son's dreams. However, what was she supposed to do? On the one hand, she could have been supportive, but she knew deep down that there was no way Izuku could make it to UA. She wanted to share Izuku's enthusiasm, to be able to tell herself that he could make it, but she couldn't. On the other hand, Inko couldn't bring herself to dissuade Izuku. He held on to that dream of his so tightly that Inko feared that something awful would happen if he was ever pried from it. A smile stretched across Inko's face. Things, though, had changed. Izuku had manifested a quirk worthy of a hero and was on his way to becoming a great hero. Moreover, it was a fresh start for all of them. When Izuku returned from his exam, Inko was ready to comfort him any way she could. She had prepared all of Izuku's favorite All Might movies, Izuku's favorite food, and even talked to Hisashi to put aside some money to buy Izuku any of his usual hero stuff, perhaps something exclusive and flashy. Imagine her surprise when Izuku revealed he had manifested a quirk. Inko knew right then and there that she could not repeat her previous passiveness and, instead, did her best to support Izuku. Inko's first fear had been Izuku feeling awkward around changing his, but with her own experience around her father, Inko felt she knew what she had to do. She made sure to make Izuku feel comfortable with changing into his other form if he felt like it, and even encouraged it. His own father had always admitted the most difficult part had been the first years, until he finally got used to it. Things only got better from there. Well, there were high and lows, like discovering her son had yet another power, one capable of trashing her baby's arm. Of course she was going to go along the principal's plan if it meant it would reduce the chance of her baby ever returning home with a limb in such a sorry state. That and Inko had long decided to support Izuku's hero dream, now that it was more than achievable. Hello, Inko, you there? Mitsuki asked, waving a hand in front of her friend's face. Oh, sorry, just lost in thought, Inko mumbled. Hey, girl, it isn't your fault, Mitsuki reassured Inko. Really, I blame this freaking society that is obsessed with heroes. Right, Inko nodded. How is Katsuki? Ha, the little idiot is making a mess. Mitsuki huffed, exasperated, leaning back. As all things related to her son, Inko could feel a special Mitsuki rant coming a mile away. Seriously, I tell him to tone down the attitude, to try and for the love of God make friends, and what does he do? He sticks up his nose and keeps on being a real ass. Mitsuki groaned, hands hiding her face. What am I supposed to do with that brat? He's as stubborn as Masaru. Yes, right, Masaru is the stubborn one, Inko sarcastically thought while she rolled her eyes with a smile. Both Inko and Masaru knew who Katsuki was more alike to. I blame that stupid school, Aldera. Should have taken him out of that shitty school, muttered Mitsuki. They just fanned the flames of his goddamned ego. It can't be helped, Inko said. It felt as if the tables had turned regarding the conversation. With a quirk like his, it was bound to go to his head. Yes, his head, but what about everyone else? The psychopaths that hanged with him sure didn't help. Seriously, if it hadn't been that Izuku went to Aldera, I would have dragged Katsuki away from that school, muttered Mitsuki. I am sure Izuku appreciated having a friend with him. It was already difficult for him as it was, being picked on by his peers for being quirkless, Inko said. You should have asked for names, Inko, Mitsuki told her. Seriously, whoever bullied Izuku needs a good beat down. Just who goes around picking on a quirkless kid? Insecure little shits, that's who. Mitsuki, Inko said, unable to fight a smile. Her friend really cared for her son. What? It's the truth. Izuku's entire class was made of weak pathetic quirks. I don't remember their names, but there were some really freaky ones, Mitsuki huffed. Oh yes, there were quite a few odd ones. Remember the one that could pull his eyes from its sockets? Inko chuckled. Ha, I do, laughed Mitsuki. Or the one that would stretch his neck. The two mothers shared a good laugh at the ridiculous abilities. To think such people would then proceed and pick on Izuku of all things was both infuriating and hilarious. For a while, they spent their time trading memories about the days when their sons were in middle school. Inko made tea for the two and allowed mostly for Mitsuki to go on and on about this kid's quirk or that other kid's quirk. Differently from Inko, Mitsuki had gotten to know some of the other mothers, and almost came to blows with a few of them. Oh right, forgot to tell you, Mitsuki said. So Katsuki is in the hero course, right? In 1A. Inko's eyes widened and her smile stretched. She nodded. Well, apparently there's this rabbit girl in Katsuki's class, Mitsuki started, only to pause in order to giggle. A rabbit girl. Inko found herself grinning and slowly nodding. Oh, maybe Izuku and Katsuki can finally achieve their dreams together, like when they were little, Inko thought, taking a sip of her tea. Really, his son's quirk had been kind of a godsend, a new opportunity to start all over. Yep, and I think little Katsuki has a crush on her. Laughed Mitsuki. Inko spewed her tea, wide-eyed and shocked, before violently coughing. Wow, easy there, exclaimed a surprised Mitsuki. Geez, easy does it. The blonde helped her friend, patting her on the back. Yeah, I know, shocking am I right? Katsuki finally discovering the wonderful world of women. Mitsuki laughed. Inko wasn't sure how to feel about that. She had a strong feeling that while Izuku might eventually get used to changing forms, Izuku was not exactly ready to deal with such things as dating boys. That's a surprise, slowly replied Inko, clearing her throat. Are you sure you aren't reading too much into things? Katsuki has always been a bit more passionate about becoming a hero. Ma, it's inevitable. Kid might be as stubborn as Masaru, but he still has hormones and red blood in his veins. Wait and see. I am going to get Katsuki to ask the little rabbit girl out, promised Mitsuki. Inko had a bad feeling about that. She made a mental note to tell Izuku about it once they talked later that evening. Hopefully she wouldn't forget. Why, you shouldn't pressure him, Inko said. You are right, hummed Mitsuki, stroking her chin in thought. If I tell him to do something, he'll do the complete opposite. Mitsuki's eyes widened and a devious grin stretched on her face. Inko gulped. Whatever Mitsuki is thinking, it can't be good, Inko thought. Izuku felt ready to die. He laid on his bed, glumly staring at the ceiling, and feeling like his stomach was tied with the most gut-wrenching knots he had ever felt. Over and over, there was only one thing he could think about. Why did he end up clinging to Ochako while he slept? Why? What had possessed him to be in such a compromising position? The embarrassment of it all was gnawing at him, just as much as the memories. Feeling herself safely wrapped in Ochako's arms, feeling her body pressed against his, it had been such a bliss, and Izuku, as much as he hated to admit it, wanted to repeat the experience. Yep, he was crushing on Ochako and hard. Was it surprising? He was a hormonal teenager, damn it, and he had never been so close or intimate with anyone else. Ochako was the first girl to ever smile at him, heck, to even enjoy hanging out with him. Forgive Izuku's naive heart for crushing on such a girl. Thus, Izuku did the only thing he knew what to do, wallow in self-pity and mutter to himself. Midnight, who somehow got wind of the sleepover, had thankfully found the whole thing amusing, but she did land a few threats not to do any exploring, or the kind. The school had a very stringent policy to discourage any nightly activities. After all, no matter the Izumi nor Ochako had remained beet red during the whole thing. It sure didn't help that throughout the whole dressing down the other girls kept shooting glances at them with knowing smiles. After that, Izumi and Ochako had to hide in their bedrooms. How could they not? Everyone in the dorms would give them teasing looks. None of the girls meant to bother them or was mean-spirited, but Izumi was dying of embarrassment as it was without others reminding her of that morning's little event. Oh man, how could I be so stupid? Beeped Izuku for the umpteenth time. Everything was going fine and I just had to go and ruin my friendship with Ochako. But was their friendship really ruined? Ochako hadn't appeared to protest. In fact, if Izuku wasn't imagining things, she seemed just as flustered by it all as he was. Could that mean? No, why would Ochako feeling anything other than friendship towards me? Izuku morosely thought. A little voice in his head, however, reminded him that although Ochako might not have feelings towards Izuku, she might towards Izumi. But as Izumi, I'm a girl, a goddamn rabbit girl at that, thought Izuku with frown. What are the odds that Ochako is into girls and animal people? The pessimist in Izuku could only believe one truth. Ochako would never, ever have feelings towards Izumi other than those of friendship, much less Izuku. Izuku was already used to failure in regards to the opposite. But what if I have better luck as Izumi? I'm better liked as Izumi, after all, so maybe, Izuku thought with a hopeful pang. His hopes were dashed away, replaced by Izuku's usual cynicism. Again, Izumi is a rabbit girl. What manner of person has a crush on a talking rabbit? He grimly thought. Still, didn't Ochako like to hang out with Izumi? Wasn't the petite brunette bubbly and cheerful around Izumi? Maybe Izumi did stand a chance. Until she learns the truth, Izuku groaned. He rolled on his bed from side to side, all while muttering about how stupid he had been and how he would never be accepted now if he didn't tell Ochako the truth. If Ochako did have feelings for Izumi, there was no way then that she would feel comfortable with a human boy as well. That was leaving aside that Ochako might feel betrayed when she learned that Izumi hadn't always been what she was. People, after all, didn't like being lied to, secret identity program or not. Go figure that the first person who might have feelings for me does so to my rabbit form, muttered Izuku. Will anyone ever like me in this form? He looked down at himself and, sadly, even he felt disappointed by what he saw. Did anyone actually want or liked Izuku? Even his parents seemed far happier about Izumi, the rabbit girl, than the plain human Izuku. It wasn't really their fault, was it? Izuku was pathetic and useless, while Izumi was a small ball of fluff and cuteness. Izuku slapped his cheeks and dismissed such horrid thoughts. His parents did care for him, in both his forms, right? They were just a bit more enthusiastic about Izuku having a quirk. That's all, right? Unable to dismiss his unease, Izuku reached for his cell phone on the bedside table. He checked the time and sighed. He got out of bed and prepared to leave the bedroom. He grimaced at the thought of enduring his dorm mates, especially Ashido. However, he had an important meeting he needed to attend, and he had enough wallowing in pity. He put a change of clothes for his human form, meant for training, into a bag before changing forms. As Izumi, she grinned and puffed up her chest. She was going to act as if she wasn't at all affected by the morning's mishap. No sir, Izumi could handle the pressure. At least, Izuku hoped she could. Without thinking about it, Izumi marched out of her room and into the corridor. Her heart raced as she kept her smile and composure. A swift glance around told her she was alone. Regardless, she kept her happy demeanor and went to the elevator. Once inside, Izumi started to fret a bit. There were bound to be people at the lobby, weren't there? At last, Izumi reached the entrance hall, her bag a bit oversized for her rabbit form. She heard voices, but she ignored them entirely. The first girls who saw her glanced her way but didn't comment or do anything. Instead, they went back to whatever they were doing, be it homework, playing card or, in one case, reading a book. Izumi's spirit rose. Perhaps she had overestimated and taken the whole snuggling into Ochako out of proportion. Heck, in hindsight, maybe she had. As she neared the door, Izumi frowned and stopped dead on her feet. Her ears perked up, searching for a sound. Why did she feel like she was suddenly in danger and needed to flee? I really need to work out all this sensory input and instincts, mentally muttered Izumi. There couldn't possibly be any danger inside a dorm, could there? That was when a pair of arms wrapped around her and Izumi felt herself being pulled into a rather ample bosom, one she was starting to get familiar with. Yaoyorozu, squeaked Izumi, her head buried in the girl's chest. Izumi, squealed Yaoyorozu. Momo, let go of the poor rabbit girl, Jiro snickered. She isn't a plushie, remember. So only Ochako gets to hug her, said a pouting Yaoyorozu. Thankfully, she decided to release Izumi and offer an apologetic bow. Sorry, Izumi, but you are so adorable. I can't help myself. I'd lock my door if I were you, Izumi, teased Jiro. Some people, she glanced at a flustered Yaoyorozu, might want to have their own rabbit to snuggle with. I'd never, gasped a scandalized Yaoyorozu. Jiro merely hummed, clearly not believing the tall girl. Hey, Izumi, I don't know if you were told, but by any chance did you hear anything weird last night? Jiro asked. Izumi blinked, dumbfounded by the question. Apparently, Mineta heard about the girl's sleepover and sneaked out of the boys' dorm last night, sighed Yaoyorozu, shaking her head. We all suspect he tried to spy on us or do something perverted, but thus far no one noticed anything suspicious or weird last night. Are you sure he did anything? Izumi asked. Mineta, hear about a sleepover and try not to be a creep about it. Ha, in your dreams, scoffed Jiro. Hiroshima told Mina this morning that Mineta gave the boys the slip for an hour and when he showed up he was acting weird. Weird, Izumi wondered. Apparently, from what Iida informed me, Mineta has been acting suspicious, Momo said. He hasn't confessed to anything, yet. Sadly, we have no evidence of wrongdoing. Yet, huffed Jiro. Izumi scratched her head, before checking her cell phone. Oh, sorry but I am running out of time. I've got somewhere to go, Izumi said. Really? Momo and Jiro chorused, surprised. Yes, the school arranged for a video call with my family. You know, secret identity program and all that, Izumi explained. Jiro and Yaoyorozu glanced at the bag hanging from Izumi's shoulder. If they were curious about it, they apparently decided to respect the rabbit girl's privacy. Oh, right, that, Jiro grumbled. Sorry for bothering you then, Yaoyorozu said with a guilty face. All right, see you, Izumi said, hopping away. She was near the exit, right by the door and straight towards her freedom, when the rabbit girl was called by her classmates behind her. Hey, Izumi, called Jiro. Izumi paused by the door and turned to Jiro and Yaoyorozu. Sorry if we teased you a bit much, Jiro said, only to smirk. You just make it too easy. Yes, I also want to apologize for being improper around you, reluctantly mumbled a guilty Yaoyorozu. However, I do demand at least one night of snuggling. Momo, chastised Jiro. Yaoyorozu, on her part, remained unrepentant, with her chin raised high and exuding rich girl vibes. Izumi decided it was best to leave. Once outside, Izumi tried to process what had just happened. From the revelation that Mineta had run amok the night before to the fact Yaoyorozu insisted on invading her personal space, not that Izumi minded the latter that much. Call her a pervert, but Izumi was starting to enjoy the attention and physical contact. She wouldn't treat me like that if she knew that I can turn into a boy, Izumi thought. They wouldn't find me that adorable if they knew, now would they? Izumi sighed. Considering what the girls had said the night before, perhaps it was for the best to come clean, at least with them. They deserved to know the truth. Another part of her, however, remained reluctant. She really didn't want to change the way she was treated. She kind of, well, liked it. Was it wrong? Maybe. The rabbit girl hopped out of the dorms and towards the main building of UA. She saw other people, all of different courses and grades, going on about their own business. A few glanced their way, intrigued, others ignored her entirely. All in all, Izumi was just another student at the campus. Perhaps I should just stick to being Izumi, like All Might, suddenly thought the rabbit girl. Izumi stopped walking. Where did that idea come from? She wondered, only to frown. As much as she hated to admit it, there was some merit to it. For starters, she no longer found her female form that uncomfortable. In fact, Izumi was starting to like it. Secondly, if she stuck to her Izumi form, she really wouldn't need to confess anything to the other girls. Thirdly, Izumi could focus on training that form and forget all about using the human one. Last but not least, hadn't All Might done the same? Maybe it was for the best. It wasn't like anyone will miss Izuku, morosely thought Izumi. The thought alone hurt a lot, mostly because she knew it was true. Who actually wanted Izuku around? It was with those thoughts that Izumi met with Midnight, who guided her to a special communications room. There, Izumi was greeted with a comfy chair and a large screen. She sat down and awkwardly waited. The call started, the screen revealing a blipping phone, as it tried to establish the connection. Then, Izumi saw only blackness before a face appeared. Izumi's spirits rose and she grinned. "Mom," Izumi called. "Izuku. I mean, Izumi," replied a cheerful Inko Midoriya. To Izumi's horror, Inko started sniffing and looking tearful. "I missed you so much. My baby," and just like that, Inko needed a few tissues. "I missed you too," said Izumi. She glanced down at her arms. She wished she could have changed to Izuku to talk to her mother. So, how is it going? Are you adapting? Are you eating well? You aren't hungry, are you?" Inko worriedly asked. "I'm fine, Mom, really," sighed Izumi with a small smile. "What about you? How are things over there?" "Quite, and lonely," sniffed Inko. "I have busied myself with the little project of ours, to find the root of your quirk." "If it has any," pointed out Izumi. "Right, that," Inko chuckled. I just need to contact my parents, find them at least, and I think the mystery will be solved." She sighed, grimacing. I was planning on meeting them tomorrow. I will take a bus tonight. With any luck I'll be able to track them down and speak with them." "Why are Grandpa and Gramda so hard to find?" wondered Izumi. "You probably don't remember them but, well, they don't like sticking around one place for long," Inko said with a strained smile. "And now that they are both retired, they've decided to run around the country before, and I quote, they are too old and crippled to move. I believe they don't really wish to bother me." "Bother you?" Izumi asked, wide-eyed. "I am a grown-up, and in their eyes they are more nuisances to me than anything," sighed Inko. That's their excuse to visit as little as possible. Do you think there really is someone in the family with something similar to my rabbit form?" Izumi asked. Izumi was starting to believe she was one of those extremely weird cases that a quirk was completely unrelated to the rest of her family. "I don't really know," Inko said, shoulders slumped. "Maybe. I have a hunch this visit to your grandparents will tell us for sure." The two remained quiet, unsure what else to say. "So how is it going with Izumi?" happily asked her mother. "Oh, fine," she said. Would she ask Izuku? Wondered the rabbit girl. "Really? And are the girls giving you a hard time?" Inko wondered. "I bet they love your fluffy form, right? You can be really adorable, especially with those pretty violet eyes." Izumi made it a point to avoid mentioning those classmates that actually wanted to either pet her or snuggle with her as some sort of pet. "Oh yes, they like Izumi all right. I even made a friend," said Izumi. "That's great. See, I told you. And you were worried," chuckled her mother. "Seriously, with that form of yours you never had a thing to worry about." "I wasn't worried," Izumi thought. "I just didn't want to be someone else." "You are working hard, aren't you?" "Oh Izumi, with a quirk like yours, and your spirit, I am sure you'll be great. I can't wait to see you at the sports festival," happily said Inko. Izumi smiled, even though inside she felt fury swell in her chest. Why was her mother more supportive of her stupid rabbit form than any time when she was younger? Because her mother preferred Izumi. Right, why not? Izumi was better at everything. She was cuter too. What was Izuku instead? Plain, pathetic, a creep. Izumi's heart ached and his anger was replaced by a deep sense of resignation. Her shoulders slumped as he unconsciously admitted defeat. Not even mom likes Izuku, she despondently thought. She probably is just happy she can have a daughter, a better child, than Izuku. Izumi, are you alright? Asked her mother. Perhaps it was how practiced she was, but somehow Izumi managed to pull a smile and nod. Yeah, just tired, she lied. I'm pathetic, Izumi told herself. She couldn't even confront her own mother for the truth. You sure? Inko insisted. Because your ears are droopy. Why yeah, Izumi insisted, forcing her false smile to stretch wider. Come on, just ask her. You deserve to know, she screamed in his mind. But no matter how much she insisted, Izumi couldn't bring herself to utter the question. She just couldn't. A part of her wanted to believe that she'd rather not make her mother break into tears, but the truth was that Izumi understood all too well. Maybe being Izumi from now on won't be that bad, Izumi grimly thought with an air of defeat. They managed to talk a bit longer. Izumi just wanted to leave and return to her room, before burrowing into her bed and hide from the world. She felt more than depressed. Yet, she soldiered on, keeping a happy smile and nodding energetically while her mother kept asking about this and that, always about Izumi and never about Izuku. Finally, the chat was over and, with the pitch-black screen in front, Izumi allowed for her expression to drop. She could make out her reflection opposite her, amethyst eyes dull and emotionless. No, not emotionless. She was ridden with a deep sense of hopelessness. Izumi sat there, staring at her depressed reflection. What's the point? A dismal Izumi thought. You know why nobody likes your real form, because it is plain and pathetic, because you can't speak straight, because you mutter creepily under your breath, because you are weak. She looked at her hands. Why do I even bother with the human form? I could be like All Might and just be Izumi all the time. Really, why do I cling to that pathetic self? She wondered. She knew, however, that Izumi wouldn't just dismiss a part of him. She wasn't All Might. As much as she learned to enjoy being Izumi, the green-haired boy part of her being would, and could not, be dismissed. With a weary sigh, Izumi stood up, grabbed her bag and headed out. Speaking of All Might, she had a meeting with him. The room was undoubtedly large. Had Izuku been in his rabbit form, he was certain everything would look even bigger. For a dueling area, Izuku was surprised by just how big the place was. He stood awkwardly by his side, right next to the padded area meant for one-on-one fights. Izuku understood the point of a padded floor, but why were the walls and ceiling covered in blue padding too? Alright, kid, you ready for some training? All Might, or rather Toshinori Yagi, asked. Training? Asked Izuku, confused. Yes. Didn't you want to get that form into shape? Toshinori asked with a smile. I don't know, sighed Izuku with a shy smile. Maybe I should just forget about being Izuku and stick to Izumi. He looked down, hiding his saddened face. He knew what All Might would say. He could already predict All Might giving a laugh and agreeing. He would then say, "Nonsense, kid," laughed the husk of the number one hero, patting Izuku on the back. You get to be Izumi most of the week. I think it is time you trained as Izuku. Izuku blinked, confused. He snapped his head at the number one hero, baffled. But what's the point? He said. I will never master one for all in this form. Izumi is light years more advanced in its mastery. I would just be wasting my time. True. In fact, I would sleep much easier knowing you have mastered one for all with one of your forms. It is of the essence that you control your new quirk as soon as possible, said All Might. That being said, All Might placed a comforting hand over Izuku, who stared at the number one hero, or at least the skeletal shell of that hero. I remember offering a young man named Izuku to be my successor, he said with a kind smile. Izuku opened his mouth and closed it. He felt tears prickling on his eyes and a myriad of emotions threatening to make his chest burst. All Might, being his usual oblivious self, chuckled and patted Izuku. Worry not. Now, let's work on your Izuku form so that you might one day be able to use it as well, or wasn't that what you wanted? All Might asked, frowning. Izuku felt happy and, yet, he still couldn't believe it. Why you sure you rather I train this form? I am, pathetic in comparison to Izumi, Izuku tentatively asked. He needed to know. He had to. Did All Might really think Izuku was as worthy as Izumi? Ha, yes, you are quite pathetic. Boisterously said All Might. Izuku's shoulders slumped and he grimaced. He knew it. There was no way. And yet, it was in that very pathetic form that you boldly tried to save your friend. Against impossible odds, even with most of the world telling you against it, you dived into danger. Even when All Might paused, a grimace of his own in his face, even when I told you to forget it, you tried to save someone and be a hero. Izuku now couldn't stop tears from streaming down his cheeks. Be it a plain-looking boy or a tiny fluffy bunny, there's a great hero in there, All Might said, placing both hands on his shoulders. I am sure, no, I am 100% certain, that you will be an exceptional symbol of peace. Izuku, being Izuku, could only do one thing. He burst out crying. Wow, careful with the waterworks, and alarmed and panicking All Might exclaimed. Did I say something wrong? I apologize, young Midoriya. I didn't mean to offend you if that is what I did. Izuku, even with his face wet with tears, laughed at All Might's obliviousness. Sorry, All Might, I just needed to hear that, he sniffed. Well, let's go, kid, Toshinori said. We are wasting sunlight. And with a genuine smile and newfound determination, Izuku nodded. However, before that, poof, announcements, proclaimed All Might, in all of his glory, exclaimed. Izuku frowned, staring at the muscular form of the number one hero. Was it necessary for him to waste time like that? Because of the difference in your two forms, I've decided that you needed another teacher better suited for Izumi, All Might proclaimed. You see, I am far more of a puncher than a kicker, and I've always relied on my strength, on brawn, than speed. As if to make a point, All Might flexed his admittedly massive arms. There is much I could teach you as Izumi, but I think I am better suited for your current form. Izuku nodded. That made sense and he kind of agreed. So, in a moment of enlightenment, I've decided that we'll organize our training in this manner. All Might said, all smiles and energy. You and I will work on improving your control of One for All in your human form, you know, trying to draw the power and moderate the influx that goes across your body. It will help both your forms, after all, since mastering control in your human form will translate better on Izumi. Other than that, we'll work on your punches and upper body strength. Huh, All Might really put thought into the training, thought Izuku. Then again, for all his goofiness, he isn't that bad a personal teacher. He did come up with the, what was it called? Right, that American dream plan of his. On Sundays, you'll work with your new teacher solely as Izumi. You'll train on speed, reflexes, and the such, All Might said. Right, Izuku nodded, only to frown. Who's this new teacher, by the way? And where's the surprise in telling? Worry not, young Midoriya, you'll meet that individual tomorrow, chuckled All Might. Really, he isn't even telling me if it is a he or a she. Thought Izuku. He sighed but smiled nonetheless. Leave it to All Might to try and be overly dramatic about introducing a hero. This new teacher has no knowledge on One for All, so be careful what you say, young Midoriya, All Might said. There was a poof and the muscular symbol of peace was replaced by a coughing Toshinori Yagi. Shouldn't overwork myself like that, coughed Toshinori. How long will I be training? Wondered Izuku. Tomorrow. From 5 in the morning to midday, said Toshinori. F5. On Sunday. Izuku's eyes widened. Yes, your teacher. Well, Toshinori chuckled, uneasy. Let's just say this person can be a bit extreme. Worry not. You won't be having this new teacher for long. I won't, asked Izuku. Indeed, for I am planning on including a second teacher along the way. Am I not great? Toshinori laughed at that, while Izuku's eyes widened. Of course, that will require getting in contact with that person. Izuku's jaw dropped as All Might started shuddering. Just who was that second guy he mentioned? And more importantly, was All Might trying to kill him or what? No. Izuku clenched his fists and frowned with determination. This was it, the price of having an amazing power such as One for All. If he wanted to be the next All Might, he was going to need all the guidance he could get. And after that teacher, there is a third person I want you to train with, Toshinori continued. But that will be better suited for next year, after you have a better grasp of One for All. Izuku's determination flew out the window at that. Just how many personal teachers was he going to get? See, can't I get a name? A hint at least, spluttered a worried Izuku. A hint. Toshinori smirked as he hummed in thought. All right, one of your future teachers is a master strategist and really clever, more so than powerful. Another of your future teachers is a fearsome individual, and lastly the third person is absolutely insane. You call those hints? Izuku mumbled. Toshinori just laughed, probably enjoying the look on Izuku's face. What is it, kid? Afraid? Toshinori asked. Izuku scowled and shook his head. With a smile of defiance, Izuku smirked at his mentor. No matter what you throw at me, I will grow stronger. I will muster this quirk and become the next symbol of peace, Izuku promised. Once again, lost in his antics, All Might burst into a cloud of smoke and flashed his trademark grin in his muscular form. That's the spirit, young Midoriya, exclaimed All Might. Now let's get this training started. There's no time to waste. Evil doesn't wait, and neither do we. All right, said Izuku. And so, Izuku started what would be his first gruesome training with All Might. He had hoped it would be better than Takoba Beach, but apparently, All Might had other thoughts. Izuku was starting to fear what the future had in store for him, especially those new teachers All Might wanted for him. Above all, Izuku was curious to know just who had All Might contacted to train him in his rabbit form. Guess I'll know tomorrow, he thought. First, though, he had to survive All Might. Ochako felt utterly lost. No, not lost but rather conflicted. For starters, Ochako felt bad for ignoring Izumi after what had happened early in the morning. Sadly, Ochako was too embarrassed, especially with so many feelings and emotions in her gut. She needed space to process it all. Sadly, now that Izumi was out on her own, doing God knows what, Ochako felt terrible. Was Izumi sad about Ochako ignoring her? Finally, Ochako felt lost, given how she still had to understand what exactly was wrong with her emotions. Locked in her room, Ochako tried, and failed, to get her homework done. She sat there, facing a paper and with a pen in one hand, ready to get the task done, yet she hadn't managed to make one single exercise. Thoughts of Izumi plagued her mind and the turmoil of emotions hadn't subdued in her chest. If anything, the storm was only growing stronger within. Izumi's eyes, in particular, couldn't stop flashing across her mind, conjuring all sorts of emotions in her gut. Those damned eyes of hers, the shade and the intensity, there was something about them that Ochako found mesmerizing. However, thinking about them brought about an entire series of questions to her mind. There was one memory that still confused her. Her eye color changed during the battle trial, Ochako recalled. What the brunette found stranger still, though, was the fact that Izumi's eyes changed into a beautiful emerald color, one that Ochako remembered seeing somewhere. The question was where, that and when had Ochako seen such eyes before? Ochako knew she would remember someone with those eyes. In the end, Ochako sighed. Come on, Ochako, it was just an accident, she told herself. With a grin, she nodded to herself and tried to focus on the empty page in front of her. How silly me. Just because I woke up hugging a friend doesn't mean there's more to it, right? All friends can accidentally want to hug someone, and hold them close to them and Ochako trailed off, only to frown. Much to her dismay, Ochako forgot all about her assignment, dropped the pen and leaned back. Then, she hid her face behind her palms, embarrassed. It wasn't the fact that she had woken up to Izumi that had been troubling her, it was the whole experience. Feeling the soft gray fur in her hands, the warmth of the tiny rabbit girl pressed against her, the intimacy of the moment, even Izumi's smell, it all made Ochako's heart flutter. The memory alone conjured weird sensations in her gut. Makes sense, right? This never happened with my friends back home, so maybe it's because it is all new. Ochako proposed, as if trying to convince herself. Sadly, she was failing to agree with herself. Nah, I can't possibly be falling for Izumi, she told herself. Ochako closed her eyes, smiling as she reassured herself of the fact. She relaxed for a brief moment. She's a girl, What is weird enough, but she looks too much of a rabbit. She chuckled. I mean, what does it make me if I fall for what could very well be a talking rabbit? She immediately panicked, correcting herself. There's nothing wrong with lesbians. Of course not, she said, as if worried someone was listening to her. It's just, I am not into girls. She grimaced. Much less animal girls, she mumbled half-heartedly. The problem remained. A part of her mind gnawed at her, taunting her with one simple question: what if? What if Ochako was falling for Izumi? She stared at the ceiling, troubled by her thoughts. It couldn't be right. Ochako knew herself enough to know she wasn't falling for Izumi. Then again, she had never actually had a crush on anyone before, be it a guy or a girl. Tentatively, Ochako slowly reached for her cell phone and stared at the screen. An internal battle raged in her, visible in her eyes, before she hesitantly started typing. How do you know if you are falling for your best friend? UA was one of the most famous institutions of Japan, thanks mainly to the myriad of heroes it had produced. All Might alone might have launched the school to fame, but the fact it had also been the school of other high-ranking heroes, such as the number 2 hero Endeavor or the number 3 best genist, made the institution more than just renowned. It was a place of excellence, and thus somewhere many news networks kept a good eye on. It was thus to be expected they hired John Kent to snoop around. It was the first time he walked the hallways of UA and the fourth time John traversed the land of the rising sun. Next to him, Principal Nezu droned on and on about this or that, all while John took notes. They had been at it for almost the entire day, moving across every inch of the school and receiving what felt like the entire history of each speckle of dust. Nezu might have allowed a journalist inside his school, but he sure was not about to make it a pleasurable experience. What could have taken 3 hours had extended over 10. That goddamn sadist principal. But John Kent wasn't going to quit. He was promised one hell of a pay if he delivered, and by God above he was going to fulfill his mission. And that is why I had to insist on doing the wall over again, concluded Nezu after one of his long tedious stories. I suppose that would be it, wouldn't it? John blinked, staring at Nezu with his pearl blue eyes. He ignored the annoying feeling of his contact lens. He needed them to keep his cover, after all. Sorry, John asked, baffled. The tour around the school proper, Nezu stated matter-of-factly. My, you sure are a persistent one. I didn't expect you to last this long. I bloody knew it, mentally swore John. Well, I am a professional, boasted John. And I was warned beforehand, he finished in his head. That you are, Mr. Wayne, Nezu said. He tilted his head, keeping that creepy smile of his in place, if that actually is your name. Sorry, but secrecy comes with the profession, John rebutted with a shrug. It felt good to have something over the principal. If you wish, we could go over my credentials, for the 7th time. The two stared at each other. John could see the intelligence shining in those black beady eyes of the principal. God knows what raced across his mind. I suppose this is the part we actually meet the students now. John said with a smirk. That was the arrangement with my employers, wasn't it? Nezu showed no signs of being annoyed, but John suspected that he would need to change his identity and make a run for the airport as soon as he was done there. John was by no means paranoid, but he did not like to stay within the area of influence of a creature so smart that he could easily plan a hit on anyone and make it look like an accident, or worse, actually cause a believable accident on someone. Better not to antagonize him further. Look, sir, I am just doing my job, John said. Yes, your job, just as the other journalists that trespassed a few days ago, hummed Nezu. John eagerly searched back in his notes. The Wednesday event were of interest to John's employers, as well as a few other things. Nezu had already gone over that event, and in detail, at the start of their tour. The principal had made it a point to make John suffer the explanation right before going into the school proper. Speaking of which, sir, I forgot to ask, more like Nezu left little chance for John to even make questions, have you found any suspects on whoever disintegrated your entrance wall? Not yet. But the investigation is still ongoing, replied Nezu. I am surprised you know about the disintegration of the gate. Neither the police or anyone in my staff mentioned it. My employers have their means, said John. I suspected as much, Nezu chuckled. And it is safe to assume your employers want to know if perhaps it wasn't a villain with a vendetta against All Might. Leave it to the smartest creature around to figure that one out, thought John. You know it, John couldn't help but smile. Why, to be truthful, I do believe that it was a message against both the school and All Might. However, I do not know whether it was done at a whim or with prior thought. I am led to believe it was more out of impulse, explained Nezu. Finally, something that he had been paid to learn. John happily wrote down on his little notebook. It does sound stupid to just destroy stuff of the people you hate, doesn't it? Especially with such a quirk. A smart man would use the element of surprise, John commented offhandedly. Unless the destruction of said stuff was necessary, remarked Nezu. John frowned, confused. Nezu didn't elaborate, instead giving a damn knowing smile at him. Great. John's employers would not like for him to just leave it at that. The two made it out of the school grounds. It was well in the afternoon, with the sun nearing the horizon. John mentally swore. He was running out of time, and Nezu knew it. Say, All Might isn't anywhere here for an interview, is he? John asked, a tad desperate. I am sorry, but he has been busy today. Being a teacher and mentor is no easy task, after all, Nezu said with a smile. And no, I will not tell you why All Might decided to teach at this fine institution. Not that John expected a straight answer from Nezu. Not even a hint. John said, you know, a few people are worried All Might is thinking about retirement. I just need something to put people at ease. Sorry Mr. Wayne, but I respect the privacy of my fellow teachers. If All Might doesn't wish to comment on his reasoning on accepting my offers to teach here, then I sure won't, said Nezu. Then again, I might have something to say if you ever visit again. John's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Goddamn principal, of course he wanted John of all people to return. After all, the man had no idea how his employers managed to convince Nezu of all people to give him an actual tour of UA, but if he had to hazard a guess, he would assume it probably involved a good chunk of money and the promise to spread the word that UA was definitely better than Shiketsu. A second visit would no doubt require pretty much the same. I will have to discuss it with my employers, John said noncommittally. Well, I think it is time a tour of the dorms, Nezu chuckled, looking at his old-fashioned pocket watch. My, look at the time. Seems we have run out of time for today. You goddamn rodent, bear, thing, mentally swore John, glaring at the principal. He nearly rubbed his eyes in frustration, feeling too tired for the principal's crap. Thankfully, he remembered at the last second that he had his contact lens. John had to be careful, lest one of them dropped, and Nezu finally figured out why John's employers had picked him of all people to go to UA. I suppose I will have to come tomorrow, said an irate John. Sorry, but we do not allow outsiders within the school grounds on Sunday, Nezu remarked. I made that clear to your employers. You also agreed to give me a full tour, John pointed out. And you left a bit out. Oh, I did say I would try, but apparently doing a full tour might take more than one day. After all, this school is a fine institution with many specialized facilities that, and on he went, going over and over how great the school was. Nezu was no doubt trying to get under John's skin. As he was forced to listen yet more about the school, unable to stop the principal's new monologue, John thought about his mission. After All Might announced, or rather it was discovered, that he would be teaching at UA, the world was left in a strange state of confusion. It had been so sudden and unexpected, everyone rushed for answers. Was All Might retiring soon? Had something happened to the #1 hero? Had All Might decided to settle down? It wasn't that pro-heroes couldn't be teachers and heroes at the same time. In fact, it was far more common than people thought. The issue here was that, firstly, All Might had never shown any predilection to doing anything other than hero work. In fact, people thought All Might made it a mission to be a constant inspiration and stalwart defender of peace and justice. Secondly, the shift was a tad too sudden, and people's imagination immediately went wild with theories and speculations. It was no surprise that a small army of journalists had rushed to UA. Hence, John Kent, owner of the unique Quirk Power Vision, had been hired to find answers. As a person who could literally see quirks, he had the ability to dig up a good lot of secrets at first glance. For starters, he could tell when someone was weakened. Secondly, and more importantly, by just looking at his targets, John could easily determine if there was any blood ties between people. His quirk wasn't perfect, though. He could get many things wrong, and sometimes a quirk was just too strange or confusing for Kent to draw any conclusions. It was hard to explain how one saw a quirk. If John had to describe it, he would say it was as hard as describing a new color to people. It was just impossible. Additionally, he couldn't tell what a quirk did, thus aside from whatever controversies he could dig up, it was pretty useless. The first time John had gone to Japan, it had been to dig information on All Might. He could still remember the first time he saw that hero's quirk. It was like nothing he had ever witnessed. All Might's quirk was like 1,000, no 1,000,000, lightning bolts compressed inside a man, shining and spinning on each other and emitting a unique aurora borealis. The one thing John did not understand about All Might's quirk were the 8 swirling colors. He had never seen that many in a quirk. So there he was, hired to use his quirk on students and teachers alike and try to assess if, perhaps, some of the conspiracies of All Might having a kid weren't unfounded. If he also got intel on any prospective hero, then he would also get an extra. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a loud groan and a student stumbling onto them. John blinked at the newcomer, surprised. She was a petite rabbit girl, with gray fur and pretty eyes. She looked like she had been roughened up. Just what manner of training were the students doing? Izumi, Nezu called, surprised. What are you doing here? Principal, sir, just finished at the fighting room B, groaned the girl. You wouldn't happen to know where Recovery Girl is, would you? If she isn't at her office, then she probably is at the teacher's lawn. Now move along, Nezu said. Breaking out of his stupor, John decided to use his quirk on the girl. This was the 10th student he had come across by accident, most of whom had been using one of UA training facilities inside the main building. John froze at what he saw. It was impossible. Her quirk, it was just like All Might's. It wasn't exactly like his, though. The more he stared, the more he made out differences he tried to burn into his memory. Are you all right, Mr. Wayne? Asked Nezu with a raised eyebrow. Oh, it's just, she looks, mumbled the man. Man, I have never seen such a cute mutant quirk before. It was a lie, but it was the first thing to come to mind. Shall we continue? Nezu inquired. John Kent slowly nodded. He was still reeling at what he had discovered. It was the mother lode, the news of the century. John Kent would get filthy rich with that piece of information. This couldn't get any better. Now that he had uncovered the truth, John couldn't wait to leave. However, if he hurried away or acted hasty, Nezu would no doubt figure him out. No, John had to play it safe and allow for the principal to continue his tour. I don't think we have enough time to visit the students' dorms, but maybe you'd like to check out the area, proposed Nezu. John wasn't that enthusiastic about it. All Might was not going to be there, if he was still working or whatever, so what was the point? Still, he nodded and walked next to the tiny principal and onto a paved walkway. Under the fresh evening air, instead of feeling refreshed, John only grew impatient. He couldn't wait to return back to his employers and inform them of his discovery. Admittedly, the large area dedicated to the dormitories was vast, almost like a small neighborhood of its own. Large square structures housed entire classes of students each, and not only from the hero course. Truly, UA counted with quite the funding for such things. Speaking of funding, John had to start thinking what he would do with all the money he would get from his little discovery. It was as Nezu regaled John once again with one of his long-winded monologues, that John spotted a peculiar pair of people across the narrow street between 2 dormitories. At first, he didn't pay them much mind, until they got closer. John blinked, unable to believe what he was seeing. Could lighting truly strike twice? Not far, in front of one of the dorms, was Eraserhead. John was familiar enough with him. However, it was the person next to him that really caught his attention. Wait, is that? John trailed off, until it suddenly clicked. Oh, that. Yes, we are going to have a new teacher, Nezu remarked conspiratorially. Perhaps the principal had planned to use John's tour as a way to spread the word of the new unexpected teacher. Maybe John should have taken note of that. However, at the moment, John wasn't paying attention to that. He activated his quirk, eager to confirm something. John Kent's mouth fell agape. Forget Mother Lode, he had discovered the scandal of the millennia. There were few sacred things in life. For Izuku, his All Might collector's stuff fell into that category. As he learned that day, Sunday mornings were equally sacred and meant for sleep. How he had managed to trudge out of bed that early, he had no idea, but he managed altogether, even if he was barely able to keep his eyes open or stand. Izumi left the girls' dormitory. It was still night and the air was rather chilly. She hurried to her destination, wearing the same clothes she had for the entrance exam. A part of her was nervous about meeting this new mentor of hers, another just wanted to return to her bed and sleep. The rabbit girl found ground Omega easy enough. A large forest area cut off from civilization and surrounded by walls, Izumi was surprised she would be training there. Then again, it was a perfectly secluded battleground. Standing at the gate and waiting for her was All Might. He was in his muscular form, what was curious enough. Other than that, he appeared to be unaffected by just how early it was. Did all heroes start their days so early? Young Izumi, glad you could make it. Laughed All Might. You look like the bed had to spit you out. It might as well, grumbled Izumi. She stifled a yawn and rubbed her eyes. All right, I'm here. Now what? Ah, are you ready, young Izumi? Today shall be a test of your mettle, courage and determination. All Might chuckled. Ugh, a sleepy Izumi groaned. She just wanted to get it over with. Come on, young Izumi. You better wake up or your new mentor will be most displeased. Laughed the man. Just who starts their day at this god-forsaken hour, All Might? Grumbled Izumi. Oh, you're about to find out, said the number one hero. All Might led Izumi into ground Omega, straight into the forest. Made of tall lush trees, Izumi was filled by the smell of vegetation, from ferns and moist bark to wet grass. Her ears, on the other hand, picked little to no sound. Apparently, nature had more sense than certain pro heroes. The duo didn't have to walk far. Up ahead, Izumi made the silhouette of a person who was, by the looks of it, stretching. Izumi squinted at the person as they got closer. It was definitely a woman, clad in a tight sweatshirt and black shorts. Then, as he got less than 10 feet away, Izumi managed to make out her white hair and rabbit ears. Izumi's eyes widened and it all clicked in her mind. Even if her back was turned to them, Izumi could recognize that hero anywhere. That and the rabbit tail was also a dead giveaway. Usagiyama, here we are, proclaimed All Might with his usual liveliness. It was about time you finally made, the woman said, turning around, only to freeze. Izumi and the woman stared at one another, before pointing a finger at each other. Holy cheese and carrots, Rumi and Izumi exclaimed in unison. All Might glanced between the two, frowning. Maruko, you are my new teacher. What are you doing here? Wait, did you take the job because of all that controversy back in Hiroshima? Spluttered Izumi, unable to believe it. The number 6 hero, the rabbit hero Maruko, was Izumi's new teacher. Although Izumi could understand the reasoning behind having such a hero tutor a fellow rabbit person, Izumi did not believe Maruko of all people could be convinced to teach, much less drop her position at Hiroshima. Alright, hold up Lil Bunny. Let's rewind a bit, Maruko said, sounding just as shocked. What the hell? Both Izumi and All Might tilted their heads to the right, confused. You look like my aunt, Maruko said in disbelief. Before Izumi could react, Maruko dashed towards Izumi, only to stand looming over the teenager. The heroine proceeded to study the poor rabbit girl, going as far as holding her face so she could see Izumi better. Maruko's ruby eyes were filled with confusion and frustration. You even have her same eyes, Maruko exclaimed, shocked. She released Izumi, gobsmacked. All Might and Izumi traded perplexed faces, before replying at the same time. She does. I do. Seriously, Wasn't Izumi supposed to be the one flabbergasted by the situation here? Yeah, Maruko said. What the hell? All Might and Izumi weren't sure how to respond. Perhaps you should explain the full truth, young Midoriya, All Might awkwardly said with an awkward cough. Midoriya, Maruko asked, sounding more annoyed than confused. Apparently, the rabbit woman wasn't pleased about being out of the loop. Remember that little bit that Izumi is part of the secret identity program? All Might started saying. Well, the reason is, he trailed off, urging Izumi to continue with a look. However, Izumi was still reeling by meeting Maruko of all people and the fact that she seemed to resemble a relative of hers. Maruko, on the other hand, seemed to furiously connect things and, all of a sudden, she appeared to have drawn her own conclusions. Holy shit, she's your daughter. I knew it. That's why you asked for special training and that autograph for her. Holy crap, that also means, Maruko gasped, only to glare murderously at All Might. You slept my aunt. Maruko paused, only to frown and stroke her chin, once again utterly bewildered. Now, I don't know whether I should be pissed off or congratulate Auntie, wondered Rumi. She shrugged. Pissed off it is, I guess. What? No, exclaimed All Might, panicking. You were mistaken. But no matter how much he desperately tried to reason with the rabbit hero, Maruko wasn't having any of it. Number one, hero or not, I am going to neuter you, you hear me? Growled Maruko. All Might squawked in fright as the rabbit woman cracked her knuckles. Wait, said Izumi, stepping between the two pro-heroes. I am not your niece. Maruko raised an eyebrow. She still looked poised to reap All Might a new one. My full name is Izuku Midoriya, sighed Izumi. Yes, I know, that's a boy's name. Maruko frowned at Izumi. That's because I was born a boy, said Izumi. Look, I know, it's weird, but I have the ability to, switch between this form and this other human form. Maruko folded her arms. She didn't look impressed. All right, show me that other form, she demanded. Izumi sighed and did as told. Her clothing thankfully was baggy enough for Izuku to fit in perfectly. Once the pro-hero had taken a good look at Izuku, he reverted back to his rabbit form. Huh, so, we aren't related? Maruko asked. Huh, she isn't weirded out that I change S. Izumi wondered. I don't know, Izumi shrugged. Neither my dad nor mom have quirks that are rabbit-related. The same for my grandparents as far as I know. Mom was trying to see if she could find anything about my great-grandparents, but it is kind of a work in progress. Maruko wasn't convinced though. She seemed, however, too frustrated to care anymore. You know what? I don't care. You are here to train, am I right? Maruko asked. Yes. Izumi timidly answered. She hadn't expected such a quick shift in the conversation. What's that? Just a yes. Kid, your daddy there personally requested for me to train you, me. The number 6 hero, and you just give me a yes. Maruko taunted with a smirk. Izumi scowled and clenched her fists. Meanwhile, All Might spluttered incoherently next to Izumi, trying to clarify that he was not Izumi's father. Yes, I am here to train, Izumi said more vehemently. So let's do this. Better, but still pathetic, Maruko said. Seriously, this is so weird. It's like training a younger version of my aunt. I'll need to give Auntie a call. She squinted at All Might, who innocently looked away. I'd like to hear the truth from her. Maruko, you wouldn't mind me asking, but why? Izumi started. Did I accept your dad's offer? Why the hell not? Scoffed Maruko. Half that city of ingrates are still riled up over that tiny incident the other day, and I just need all of that to blow over. There's also the thing that your dad was the one to make the request, and, hey, who doesn't want the number 1 hero owing you a good lot of favors? He's not my dad, clarified Izumi. I don't know about that. There's clearly something between the two. There's no way someone like All Might would go out of their way to convince me to train you otherwise, Maruko countered. And I bet you are the reason is teaching at UA. Izumi and All Might stared at her. Geez, do I look like an idiot? It can't be a coincidence that numero uno over there joined the school's staff just when you, Lil Bunny, got in, scoffed Maruko. And do you know what? I don't give a damn. Power to you. I am just trying to have a break from all those assholes at Hiroshima. Izumi turned towards All Might and raised an eyebrow. Now that the rabbit woman mentioned it, what had All Might promised or done to get Maruko of all people to train her? You have to thank my secretary, though. She's the one who convinced me to come here, admitted Maruko. Something about improving my image around kids or something like that. Don't know, don't care. So, are we going to have some fun or what? You have a secretary. Both All Might and Izumi chorused with the same look of confusion. Are you sure you aren't related? Wondered and annoyed Maruko. She drummed her feet against the ground, impatient. Absolutely, replied the other two at the same time. Yes, I have a secretary, Maruko huffed, only to grin. And hey, now that you mention her, you'll probably like her. I bet you'll both get along just fine, especially when you intern with me. I am going to do what now? Izumi asked, confused. All Might started whistling next to her and slowly stepped away. Wait a minute, Izumi looked at the number 1 hero. Oh my, look at the time. All Might laughed, looking at his bare wrist. Good luck with your training, Izumi. Hold on, All Might, Izumi called, but it was too late. All Might vanished in thin air, gone with the wind. Shall we get started then? Izumi slowly turned back Maruko. For some reason, the rabbit woman was smirking, all while stretching her muscular legs and flexing her arms. There was something in those ruby eyes of hers, and that smile, yeah, this was going to hurt. I am definitely going to have a word or two with All Might, mentally muttered Izumi. Sundays were an odd day for most students. It was relaxing, for there were no school, but they were rather stressful for they were the day before the start of a new week. It was a day of last-minute studying and homework completion. For Ochako, it was absolutely frustrating just how quickly the entire weekend flew past her eyes. The petite brunette walked up the concrete path towards the girls' dorm, leaving the school's massive gym. She kept rubbing her sweaty forehead, her entire body had reddened with exercise and she felt hot and uncomfortable. Ochako desperately craved for a much-needed bath. Truth to be told, Ochako had yet to finish her homework as she had been unable to complete any. Instead, she had decided to go and do some exercise to try and clear her mind of her most recent problems. It had worked while she had focused on her workout, but once she stepped out of the gym, Ochako found all of her previous thoughts flood into her mind, unbidden. Perhaps it was the fact Ochako had seen little of Izumi that weekend, or maybe she still felt guilty for not talking, or even texting, to her friend. Whatever the case, Ochako felt remorseful. Then again, thoughts on the rabbit girl brought a wave of emotions Ochako was starting to get annoyed at. Come on, Ochako, focus on your career, she told herself. It was easier said than done, unfortunately. Other students could be seen hanging around the dorms. Some were exercising, while other students were fooling around in groups. All in all, it was a lively Sunday and everyone was making the best out of it. There were even those having an impromptu picnic. With such a fine day, Ochako wasn't surprised. The one student she wondered about, however, was nowhere in sight. Thankfully, as if answering her mental inquiries, she came across Izumi. When Ochako was halfway to the dorms, she spotted a familiar rabbit girl trudging down a path that led to the battlegrounds. Ochako paused, staring at her friend. Had Izumi gone training at a particular school ground? She felt a pang of something at not being asked along, something she quashed deep in her gut. Izumi has a right to do her own thing, Ochako told herself. Just because we are friends doesn't mean I should snoop around her business. Yet she really would have liked to have trained with Izumi that lovely day, or just hanged out. Ochako shook her head and hurried towards Izumi. Hey, Izumi, Ochako called, grinning. The rabbit girl slowly turned back, looking dead beat, only for her eyes to widen and a smile to form on the rabbit girl's face. It was almost as if seeing Ochako had revitalized her. Ochako, on her part, was rather surprised she hadn't become a spluttering mess near Izumi, all things considered. Hey, Ochako, called the rabbit girl. You look terrible, Ochako commented once she caught up with Izumi. What have you been doing? Oh, training, Izumi said, only to groan and stop walking. She massaged her legs. Yesterday was my arms and now my legs. Tomorrow I am going to know the meaning of pain. Ochako giggled at her friend's antics. It can't be that bad. What have you been doing exactly? Trying to push your quirk's limit. She wondered. Survive, a haunted Izumi whispered. I just tried to make it alive. Ochako blinked at Izumi, who stared off dead ahead with a look of reliving past trauma. Right, Ochako slowly said. Hey, Ochako, mumbled Izumi, looking at her feet and twiddling her thumbs. Yes, Ochako replied. I'm sorry, sighed Izumi. For what? Wondered the brunette. For, embarrassing you, awkwardly said Izumi. Yesterday after the sleepover. Ochako blushed and bit her lip. She didn't feel any regrets about what happened. She wasn't about to admit it aloud, however. There's nothing to forgive, Izumi, chuckled Ochako. It just happened, right? Still, Ashido and others won't live it down, will it? You don't deserve that, Izumi remarked. Who cares? We had fun and we just woke up in a compromising position. There's no big deal, Ochako said, even though she actually felt rather differently about what had happened. Still I'm sorry, apologized Izumi. Ochako felt her heart flutter as Izumi's ears dropped and her amethyst eyes glistened with sorrow. Why was Izumi taking something so mundane in such a manner? Hey, it's fine, Ochako insisted. That sort of thing happens. It was an innocent hug, that's all. Really? Izumi wondered, unsure. Yes, Ochako laughed. Or do you think the school also prohibits hugging, especially when asleep? Izumi wasn't so convinced that the school actually didn't ban such things. She still looked rather anxious. I don't know, maybe Midnight suddenly shows up and tells us that there is a proper distance we need to respect, Izumi joked half-heartedly. Ochako laughed at such a notion. She wouldn't have been that surprised, though. UA really had quite the strict policies when it came to inter-student relationships. Really Izumi, it wasn't a big deal, insisted the brunette. The girls just like teasing us. They don't really mean anything by it. If being so physically close between girls was such a big thing they would be implying Momo has a thing for you. Actually, I am sure most girls wouldn't mind having you for a body pillow. Izumi scowled and Ochako laughed. Deep down, the brunette had to admit she was between those that wanted an Izumi body pillow, or rather the real thing. It can't be helped, Ochako giggled. You are fluffy and adorable. Her heart constricted painfully at that and she felt her blood run hot at the admission. Why did such a thing occur when Ochako had already called Izumi adorable? She had no idea, but it happened nonetheless. So, things are all right between us? Worriedly asked Izumi. Of course, Ochako nodded. You won't get rid of me that easily, rabbit girl. Izumi grinned and her amethyst eyes brightened, sending a shiver down Ochako's spine. Thanks, Infinity Girl. I just needed to hear that, admitted Izumi with a flustered look on her face. Never had many friends, or any to being with, so I am a bit afraid I am going to mess up or something. You don't have anything to worry about. Just be yourself, Izumi, Ochako said, placing a hand on the rabbit girl's shoulder. That's more than enough. Instead of reassuring the rabbit girl, Ochako's words appeared to give Izumi pause. Izumi stopped walking, looking constipated, or was she looking ashamed of something? Izumi nervously wrung her hands and opened her mouth to say something. However, her words died on her lips and she remained silent. It was as if she had wanted to tell Ochako something, but what? Are you all right? Ochako asked. Why yes, just tired, Izumi mumbled, looking at her feet. As if to make a point, Izumi suddenly yawned. Ochako had to restrain herself from cooing. The way Izumi opened her mouth and then slowly blinked, trying to shake off the sleep, was way too adorable. Seriously, it should be a crime to be so cute. I feel like I could drop dead at any moment, mused Izumi, yawning once again. Ochako looked around them. She noticed the large fields of grass between the dorms. Many students appeared to busy themselves there, goofing around or just hanging with each other. There was an ideal spot, however, with a few trees that was perfect to lay on. The weekend was almost over and Ochako regretted ignoring Izumi. Maybe she could make up for lost time. We could hang out here if you want, Ochako proposed. Izumi looked around and appeared to consider it. She yawned a third time and Ochako decided to take matters on her own hands. Let's just relax a bit, Ochako decided. You know, before we face the music at the dorms. That convinced Izumi, who tiredly nodded. The pair walked towards the grass, stretching a bit, before plopping down. Man, this feels amazing, said Izumi, laying on her back. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? Ochako commented. Here we are, two friends just hanging out, Ochako told herself. There's nothing more to it, yes, nothing more to it. As the brunette tried to convince herself of that, she realized that the two friends were now just laying around, an awkward silence hanging around them. She stared at the cotton clouds above and an idea popped into her mind. Have you ever played cloud shapes before? Cloud shapes, wondered Izumi. Yeah, you know, when you were little, Ochako excitedly said. Apparently, by the rabbit girl's confused stare, Izumi hadn't enjoyed a relaxing day watching clouds. Oh, it goes like this. We look at the clouds and try to find the one that looks the yummiest. That sounds like something you'd enjoy, Izumi giggled. You sure you want to play that? We are close to lunch. All the more reason, Ochako chuckled. We'll return to the dorms with an appetite. Sounds fine by me, Izuku mused. Alright, how do we do this? Do we take turns? Yeah, I go first, Ochako said. She hummed and studied the many passing clouds. Her eyes landed on a rather long one and she grinned. That one, Ochako said, pointing at her chosen cloud. It looks like a chicken wing. A chicken wing. Izumi squinted at the heavens. It looks like a carrot to me. A carrot, seriously. Ochako laughed at that. Go figure, a rabbit girl would start seeing carrots in the sky. Alright, you go next, urged the brunette. Izumi looked at the sky for a while, before grinning and pointing to another cloud. That one, it looks like lettuce. Lettuce. Izumi, that one looks like mochi. Laughed Ochako. And we are looking for yummy food. Lettuce is more than tasty enough, argued Izumi. Ochako snickered and shook her head. She didn't comment further, though. Perhaps it was a rabbit thing. Alright, now I see, a bowl of rice. Said Ochako. Nah, that's definitely broccoli. Look, you can see the stalk and everything. Broccoli, yuck. Hey, what about that one? That's definitely a steak. I see hard squash, yawned Izumi. Seriously Izumi, you see all sorts of vegetables. Ochako laughed. I think you might have a vegetarian stuck in you, perhaps for obvious reasons. Hey, does that mean you don't like things with meat? Silence. Ochako blinked, confused, and turned to her friend. Izumi, Ochako called, only to pause and stare at the rabbit girl. Izumi had fallen asleep. She must have been really tired to fall deep into slumber like that. However, at the moment, Ochako could only stare at the cute lagomorph girl. Izumi hadn't just dozed off, she had curled up in a fluffy ball next to Ochako. At that moment, she resembled a rabbit more so than a person. Ochako stared at her friend, pondering what she should do. A part of her wanted to wake her up and go to the dorm, if only so that Izumi could take a much-needed nap. At the same time, she didn't want to disturb her. She looked so peaceful, and then there was that part of her that wanted to pet Izumi. For a brief moment of temptation, Ochako raised a hand and hovered it over Izumi's head. The rabbit girl must have felt something, for her ears twitched and Izumi huddled into a tighter ball of fluff and cuteness. Ochako bit her lip, wrestling with herself. I shouldn't treat her like a pet, Ochako thought. And yet, it was so easy to just caress her, to feel Izumi's soft fur. To scratch or not to scratch? That was the question. Izumi's cuteness wasn't making it easy. It was no wonder girls like Momo treated Izumi like a plushie at times. Come on, Ochako, think about Izumi. Does she want to be treated like a domesticate bunny? The brunette said. Finally, Ochako sighed and gained the strength to control herself. Instead of petting the rabbit girl, her hand went to Izumi's shoulder and gently shook her up. Mumbled a sleepy Izumi. You fell asleep, stated Ochako. Oh, sorry about that, slurred the rabbit girl. With some effort, Izumi and Ochako rose to their feet and returned to the dorms. They didn't say anything on their way there, with Izumi being way too exhausted to utter anything comprehensible and Ochako still thinking about a sleeping Izumi. Once at the dorms, they each split to their own rooms, earning little to no attention from the other girls, probably already bored of teasing the brunette and rabbit girl more than enough the day prior. When Ochako made it to her room, she didn't go to her wardrobe to pick clothing for a quick bath. Instead, she stood there, leaning against the door. "Well, it is obvious I don't just like Izumi," she said. Immediately, Ochako jumped on her bed and screamed in frustration against a pillow. "I have a crush the size of a sun," whined the girl. What in the world was she going to do with that confirmation? The countryside had always been an oddity for Inko Midoriya. For most, if not her entire life, Inko had stuck to the cities. In the last years, she had only traveled from urban area to urban area, if she had ever traveled at all. Seeing the vast fields, small forests, it was rather strange. At the same time, it felt nice. At the moment, Inko felt like she was off to some grand adventure. Walking down a dirt road, between rows of trees, there was something ominous about trekking beneath the shade. Perhaps Inko was merely worried about the upcoming meeting, or the fact she was unused to such surroundings. Regardless, Inko was starting to get a bad feeling about her journey. The dirt road led Inko to her destination, a small shop. Barely a wooden building, the shop offered all sorts of refreshments, candies and even gifts. There were fridge magnets, trinkets and a few colorful earrings. Inko's attention, though, didn't linger on the place. Rather, her green eyes wandered off across the road, to a bench, occupied by two people, her parents. Inko felt her heart skip a beat as she saw the pair. Old and gray-haired, they both wore straw hats, colorful shirts and baggy pants. They didn't have many wrinkles and might have been mistaken for a younger couple, yet their movements weren't fluid and there was a certain rigidity whenever they raised their teacups to their mouths. Behind them, leaning against a tree, was their old battered motorcycle and their suitcase. "Hey, Bunbin, over here," called her father. Inko smiled and hurried towards the couple. The elders stood up, with some visible effort, and hugged their daughter. It was a merry reunion, all laugh and smiles. "Dear, you were supposed to want us long gone, not track us down across Japan," laughed Inko's mother. "I'd never want that," said a scandalized Inko. "Nah, you're too nice," chuckled her father. "We raised you way too straight and uptight, I'll say." "Oh stop it, dear," chided her mother. It was as they stepped away from each other that Inko took note of their height. She had always been rather short in comparison to her peers, however she had never questioned the fact both her mother and father were a head taller each, even in their old age. Why was she noticing that just now? Oh, she knew all right, but feared to even admit it. "So you finally made it. We actually thought you'd get lost, didn't we, love?" her father joked. "Of course not," harumphed her mother. She did look like she was lying, though. "Come on, let us sit down, Bunbin," her father cheerfully said. "Dear God, I love this. The nature, the wild." The three sat by the bench, enjoying the moment under the shade of the trees and the gentle touch of the wind. Inko almost felt like she was back like her family used to be. Almost. "What brought you here, Bunbin?" her father asked after a while. "I just wanted to see you, that's all," mumbled Inko. "Come on, Bunbin, you've never been the adventurous type," her mother pointed out. "Speaking of adventurous, how did you find us?" "Yeah, we kind of lost our phone 2 villages back," wondered Inko's father. "Your old friend Yamato had a good guess where you would be. All I had to do afterwards was call search for the cheapest bed and breakfasts along the way and ask for you too," said Inko. "Should have never told old Yama about this journey," grumbled Inko's father. "Why didn't you tell me where you were headed?" asked Inko, wringing her hands. She didn't wish to have ill thoughts about her parents, but to her it felt like they were abandoning her. "We've told you already, dear. We don't wish to bother you," softly said her mother. "We are in the twilight of our lives, Bunbin," sighed her father. "Any moment now one of us will drop dead. And the other will follow no soon after," finished her mother. The two squeezed their hands with comfort. Although it was nice to see them still so close and loving towards each other, the resignation and defeat in their faces made Inko's heart ache. "Don't say that. People live up to a lot longer nowadays and you're not that old," Inko protested. "No, but past life choices are coming back to haunt us," muttered her father. Inko bit her lips, unsure. Should she bother or pester them further? She already felt bad enough for interrupting their little getaway, but knowing that she might actually be part of those past choices going after them. "No, think about Izuku," she thought. "He deserves to know." It was with thoughts of her son that she steeled herself and mustered her courage. Besides, she had come that far. Better not to return empty-handed. "Don't pity us, Bunbin," said her father, interrupting her thoughts. "Yes, we lived a great fun life," added her mother. "We've made mistakes, a shit ton of them, but overall, it was freaking worth it," grumbled her father. "Dad," gasped Inko, scandalized. "You're no longer a little girl, Bunbin," chuckled her father. Inko did not get the impression either of her parents were truly trying to enjoy their last decade or less of life. To her, it looked more as if they were escaping something. Perhaps the looming realization that death wasn't that far was affecting them a lot more than Inko had first thought. "Why, you should have stayed in Mustafu. Izuku barely knows you as it is. He would have loved to have his family there," Inko said. And so would have Inko. There were times, especially after Izuku had been diagnosed as quirkless, that she felt as if her parents had run off, unwilling to help her. They had showed up a couple of times, but it all felt awful, as if they were doing the bare minimum. Then again, Inko, probably much like Izuku, had held her problems too close to her chest and rarely opened up to her parents. Perhaps they really believed that Inko and Izuku weren't having such a rough time and they weren't needed. "I think it would be best if he knows as little of us as possible," said her father with a grimace. "The less he knows about us, the less he'll mourn us," sighed her mother. Inko felt terrible. Just why were her parents so fatalistic? Why were they treating the journey as if it may be their last? A horrible possibility struck her that perhaps that one of her parents had actually been diagnosed with a terminal disease and they didn't want to say anything. "Let us no beat around the bush, Bunbin," her mother said. "Why did you come to us?" "Well, it was time to get some answers. I am trying to figure something out," admitted Inko. She noticed the way her parents exchanged worried and knowing looks. Inko wrung her hands. She didn't want to assume, but it felt like her parents were hiding something. She looked around, before biting her lip. "It's about, well, Izuku," mumbled Inko. "What about our grandson?" worriedly asked her mother. "Well, how to explain this?" Inko bit her lip. "Izuku has, manifested a quirk." Her parents gasped, shocked. A smile formed on their faces, delighted by the news. "Thing is, it doesn't make sense," Inko carried on. Something passed before the eyes of her parents. They glanced at each other, a knowing look flashing ever so quickly. Inko played it as if she hadn't noticed. Something about the whole thing was starting to worry her. "In what way?" slowly asked her father. "Well, it is completely unrelated to anyone in the family," stated Inko. "It wouldn't be so strange if he wasn't a fourth-generation quirk user. There generally has to be someone quirkless in the bloodline for a random quirk to show up, at least in most cases." "Oh dear," grumbled her mother. Her father grabbed her mother's hand reassuringly. "Could you give us some more details, Bunbin?" Inko's father stated. "All right, Izuku can, well, he can transform into a rabbit girl." The reaction was immediate. The two elders gasped, horrified. They immediately scowled. Inko's mother looked absolutely devastated by the news while her father gritted his teeth. "God damn it," muttered her father. "Of course that had to happen." "Oh no, this isn't good," mentally worried Inko. Just as she had suspected, Izuku's surprise quirk actually had an explanation behind it. "All right, Bunbin, you'll want a drink or two for this," grumbled her father. That bad, huh?" said Inko, trying to force a smile. However, both her parents didn't look at all happy. In fact, they had an air of resignation hanging around them. They actually looked like two escapees who had been caught by the law. Inko was not looking forward to this. It was Monday, and thus the beginning of a new week in UA. Students laughed and enjoyed their high school time before the first bell, all while they went towards their classrooms. Everyone looked content. To her own surprise, Izumi felt strangely full of energy and lively. She felt no pains or sore muscles, a miracle no doubt, but Izumi was not about to complain. However, something strange had happened that morning. The little rabbit girl entered the classroom next to a chirpy Ochako. Most of their classmates were already in attendance, clustered in groups. The pair ignored most of their peers and went straight towards a seated Iida. "Greetings, Izumi." Ochako greeted Iida politely, only to frown at Izumi. "I do not wish to sound rude, but there is something different." "Yeah, I don't know," nodded Izumi. Ochako said the same thing. "I swear you look taller," Ochako said, trying to make rough height comparisons with her hands. "I am sure I was like one head taller than you." Iida studied Izumi, who in turn shrugged. The rabbit girl, in part, was not about to tell them that she had also felt shorter when she woke up as Izuku. She had no idea what it meant, or if it meant anything at all. Perhaps it was just their imagination, or maybe there was something wrong. In any case, as long as it wasn't anything serious, Izuku wasn't worried. From the corner of her eyes, Izumi noticed Mineta. She tried not to look too worried, but Izumi wondered if Mineta had been the source of the strange noise she had heard before the sleepover. Could he have seen her change forms? Mineta was chatting with Kaminari and Shiro. For a moment, Izumi feared that he was trying to convince them that he had seen her change forms. However, one glance from Mineta, and the petite boy sent her what he probably thought was a winning smile. Ochako and Izumi cringed and looked away. Apparently, if Mineta had been a peeping Tom that Friday night, he had seen little of Izumi. That was good. Izumi sighed in relief and, with a weight lifted from her shoulders, braced for the long day ahead. Soon enough Aizawa marched in, scaring them into submission. Under a strict silence imposed by Aizawa's iron rule, he went over the roll call with his usual tired grumpiness. After a grueling time with Aizawa, their homeroom teacher left, their spirits returned and a new day at UA officially started. One class afterwards, the first bell rung and the students all sprung from their seats, glad that they had one less class ahead of them. As some stretched their legs and others started chatting about this or that, a certain group of girls surrounded the resident peeping Tom of 1A. Said boy grinned, ignoring the looming danger. "Oh Mineta," Ashido said with a sing-song voice. "Girls, how may I help you?" Mineta smoothly said. "I don't know," Ashido said with a grin. "How about you answer a few questions?" Mineta seemed to finally understand what was happening. He noticed Yaoyorozu's stoic face, Jiro's glare and Hagakuri's moody demeanor. He also realized he was surrounded. "This isn't going to go down like in my fantasies, is it?" Mineta gulped. "No," the girls chorused. Mineta looked to his right, then to his left. Abruptly, he shot down his desk and made a run for the door. "You'll never catch me alive," exclaimed the boy. "Quick, grab that pervert," Ashido ordered. Unfortunately, the boy used his small size to run under desks and people alike. Confident on his escape, Mineta laughed at the girls who tried to capture him. Desks were pushed aside, chairs toppled and more than one student exclaimed as they were almost jumped over. Jiro reached the door first and slammed it shut, but Mineta had seen the girl beforehand and changed course to the windows. With one leap, he nearly achieved his escape. "Goodbye, beepers," laughed Mineta midair, almost reaching freedom. Suddenly, a tongue slapped him away from the open window. Mineta bounced against a wall, and tried to recover. Before he could move, however, he was wrapped by a lasso and secured. Yaoyorozu pulled from her end and brought the captured pervert under her heel, tying him hands and feet together like a wild pig. "You go, cowgirl," joked Ashido. "Oh man, this is so hot," drooled Mineta, red-faced and steam rolling out of his nose. The girls, as expected, recoiled with disgust. "Is there something you aren't into?" mused Kaminari from afar. "I have an answer for that," said Ashido. "A good old-fashioned interrogation session." "Ha, joke's on you. I'm into that too," Mineta replied with a smirk. "Oh yeah, We'll see how you enjoy it, cackled Ashido. Hey, you can't just torture me, Mineta proclaimed, sweating. But the girls didn't respond. Instead, they marched towards the door, their prisoner in tow. Hey, come on, Mineta shouted, struggling against his bindings. He addressed his classmates, trying to pull the most desperate face. Arg, no, somebody help me, Mineta screamed. Hanta, Denki, Shiro and Kaminari raised their arms in surrender, clearly unwilling to step in. Sorry man, but you kind of went looking for it, said a sympathetic Shiro. Yeah, we did kind of warn you, Kaminari added with an apologetic smile. I will remember this, said Mineta, before he was finally dragged out of the classroom, his fate sealed. The rest of the spectating 1A shrugged and went back to whatever they were doing. Izumi and Ochako shared a look before chuckling. Such reprehensible behavior, harumphed Iida. Perhaps they should allow the teachers to handle this matter. Look at it this way. Maybe Mineta will learn a valuable lesson about respecting people's privacy, Izumi replied. I think it might take more than this, chuckled Ochako. Do you think they will leave a corpse behind? That will depend on Mineta, I guess, sighed Izumi. As long as he doesn't go out of his way to share his fantasies with Ashido and the others. The two girls looked at each other before laughing. Well, there goes a classmate, snickered Izumi. When the girls and Mineta returned, the boy was but a mere shell of himself. It was unclear what they had done or how they had threatened the resident pervert, but by the way Mineta kept his hands close to his nether regions, it was safe to assume it probably involved acid dissolving certain body parts, or worse. Izumi wasn't sure how to feel about that. At first, Izumi was afraid that Mineta had seen a bit too much about Izumi, or even Izuku, but with the way the girls didn't say anything and kept on acting as usual, Izumi found herself rather relieved. She even managed to have a good day. The rest of the morning was uneventful, pleasant even. The classes were their usual tiresome themselves, mentally exhausting the students before each break time. Lunchtime was a bit more exciting if only because there was a loud hubbub at the cafeteria as word spread that Maruko of all people was in UA. Scuttlebutt was running wild with theories and conspiracies. Of course, Izumi was the target of stares from other students and questions from her classmates, as if she was supposed to have known about Maruko beforehand for some reason. In the end, by the end of lunchtime, the general consensus was that Maruko had fled her problems back home, which was still brewing and developing even without the rabbit woman's input. Many a pro-hero wanted her spot in the rankings, and many would do anything to get it. Things calmed down for the evening and the rest of the day went by nice and easy, just like Izumi preferred it. Without having to worry about Mineta having discovered her identity, she was allowed to relax and enjoy her time with Ochako, who had started to act a bit weird. She seemed to laugh a tad more, stare at times whenever she thought Izumi wasn't looking and, at few odd times, Ochako seemed flustered and unsure. Izumi dismissed it as mere happenstance. After classes, Ochako and Izumi hit the gyms with Iida. It was rather enjoyable, especially with people to chat during downtime. Iida regaled them his two female friends about the hijinks that had taken place during Friday night, all of which were high inappropriate for such a prestigious institution as UA. On their part, while the two girls did share some bits of their weekend, certain things were kept secret. Once they returned to the girls' dorm, however, the two girls discovered that perhaps the day had been a tad too quiet. It was not every day Izumi and Ochako found the residents of the dorms discussing something in the entrance hall. Even girls from Class 1B were involved. He's obviously lying, said Kendo. But what if he isn't? Rebutted one of the girls of 1B. I think he might have been telling the truth, then again, we did obtain the information under duress. He could have said anything to appease us, Ribbit, Asui admitted. Izumi gulped, just when everyone was going just fine. Hey, what's going on? Ochako wondered. Oh nothing, just something Mineta spilled during our session, Ashido giggled. So what did Mineta say? Asked Ochako. Izumi held her breath. This was it. Oh, the little pervert confessed all right, scoffed Jiro. He admitted to having tried to spy on us. Unfortunately for him, he slipped out of his dorm when we were watching the movie. That's good, sighed Ochako with relief. Yeah, but he also said that he did manage to get a peek into one of the bedrooms, added Hagakure. And that's when he got weird. Mineta swears he saw a boy in one of the rooms, a boy who was actually changing as if he was part of the dorm, Yaoyorozu haughtily dismissed with a sniff. Clearly a fabrication to dodge punishment. Izumi felt her blood freeze. Boy? Asked Izumi. Come on, Izumi, it is clearly a lie, said Ashido. There is no way that there is a boy here. We would have known, unless we have another stalker on the prowl. Maybe from another course. There could be someone that has the ability to slip in unnoticed, Ribbit, Asui proposed. That would be horrible, muttered Jiro with a shudder. Just what we needed, another pervert. Oh, but what if he was helped inside? Suggested Hagakure. The girls looked at her, confused. Think about it. Maybe one of us wanted to slip a boy for reasons, Hagakure proposed. For a fun night. Ashido might not have thought it possible before, but the scandalous possibilities were clearly exciting her. Ooh, I love that possibility. Unlikely, Yaoyorozu stepped in. The acceptance rates, even for the general studies course, are extremely low, and there are multiple prospective students from all over the country. Odds are against such a possibility of a couple making it in. But Momo, you don't need to know someone to want to sneak a boy in, chuckled Ashido. Some people like having fun with strangers, or acquaintances. Yaoyorozu looked outright shocked at such a notion. I don't know guys, sounds like a lot of trouble for just, Jiro bluntly said. But totally something any teenager would do, especially with how strict and restrictive the school is, replied an excited Ashido. And who says it is just? Maybe someone wanted to invite a friend. Apparently, someone had liked the notion of naughty teenagers running about. The rest of the girls, however, weren't convinced. Izumi was rather concerned that Ashido had taken to the idea, even if the rest hadn't. If Izumi had learned something about the pink-skinned demonette, it certainly was her drive to dive deep into the heart of a controversy, which in this case was Izuku. Izuku felt a knot form on her gut. She knew right then and there, that with Ashido on the prowl for answers, it was only a matter of time until the truth got out. One thing was certain. She had to tell Ochako beforehand. If only it was so simple. When Ochako had told her parents she intended to become a pro hero and attend UA, she had left unsaid that she had no plans of dating. Her plans were to graduate a pro hero and make as much money as possible. In her mind, dating and relationships were a roadblock to her plans. That was before Izumi, unfortunately. As Ochako put on her costume, she tried to push back against her traitorous thoughts. While she was still coming to terms with her apparent attraction to a certain animal girl, Ochako had no intention of messing her career. She knew she had to focus on her goals, and she couldn't do that if she was distracted by that adorable, fluffy rabbit girl with those beautiful amethyst eyes that. Ochako groaned, gently bumping her head against her locker in self-chastisement. She really needed to get her emotions in check. You all right, Ochako? Asui asked, finishing to put on her own costume. Yes, just thinking about stuff, sighed Ochako. Are you worried about something, Ribbit? Asui asked. Kind of. Never mind me, Asui, I am just lost in the clouds, sheepishly chuckled Ochako. Call me Sue, insisted the frog girl. It looks to me that you have a lot on your mind actually, Ribbit. If only she knew, thought Ochako. With her own costume done, she turned around and finished adjusting her bracers. The rest of the girls were also almost finished, with the sole exception of Izumi, who was nowhere in sight. Thank goodness for that, or else Ochako knew she would have been really distracted. At last, they were all done and the girls marched out of the changing rooms. By that point the boys were already done and, thus, all went together to their destination, Battle Center B. They all shared the same concerns and excitement. Would they go through another battle trial? Or something else entirely? All Might, their teacher, was already there, much like during their first class of heroics. All right, gather around everyone, All Might said. It was rather unnecessary, actually, with everyone already moving to stand in front of their teacher. All right everyone, first as first. Announcements. Proclaimed All Might with his usual boisterousness. I am honored to announce that from this day forth, I will not be your only teacher." The students blinked at their teacher, dumbfounded. They had brought another pro-hero to teach them. Who? They all waited with bated breaths, expectant. "Please, give a warm welcome to none other than the one and only, the rabbit hero, Maruko," All Might said, pointing to a side. "Maruko," Ochako repeated in her mind in utter disbelief. All around her, the others weren't handling the news much better. All heads slowly turned to where All Might was pointing, but no pro-hero Maruko suddenly materialized next to All Might. The teenagers scratched their heads, confused, while others were rather amazed by the turn of events. "I said, Rabbit Hero Maruko," All Might repeated with more enthusiasm to no one in particular. Apparently, that didn't help either. "Ugh, young ones, always lacking a good flair for dramatics," huffed All Might. "Very well, I'm sorry to disappoint you everyone, but it would appear that..." Crash. "Aha, here I am." The class stared, befuddled, as a white dash crashed into the concrete ground next to the number one hero. A cloud of dust rose from the broken concrete, only to disperse and reveal the missing person in question. Clad in a sleeveless white leotard with dark purple trim and a golden crescent moon over her chest, Maruko looked way scarier in person. Her muscles made Ochako's eyes bulge. That pro-hero was definitely a special kind of beauty. "Sorry about the delay," grunted Maruko, who acted as if she hadn't landed like a meteor. She dusted herself off, grinning. "My secretary held me for a while." Ochako got the distinct impression Maruko hadn't minded being held back by the secretary. Perhaps there were good news about Maruko's latest controversy. "Holy crap, it is true," gasped Kaminari. "Maruko." Hiroshima gaped in disbelief. The rest weren't faring much better. On and on they went, whispering in amazement and confusion. Of course, more than one person was thrilled with the developments, particularly a no longer subdued Mineta. They might have heard that Maruko had been around the school grounds, but none had imagined she would be teaching. In fact, most people assumed she was incapable of being around underage people. Now, everyone, enough of that," All Might said. "We are here to train you, so let us being. Wait, can we ask Maruko a few questions, please?" Ashido begged. "Sorry, but we are rather short of time," All Might replied. "Let us get straight to the task at hand." Ashido was not the only one disappointed at the lack of information. Ochako too had a handful of questions herself. Her fellow classmates whispered their discontent but otherwise didn't respond to their teacher. Ochako turned her head and was surprised to find that Izumi had been standing there all along. She didn't look that surprised to see Maruko. In fact, Ochako noticed a flash of recognition and even dread in her eyes. Had she known beforehand, was there perhaps credence to the claims that Maruko and Izumi were related? Maybe Maruko had decided to visit the school to be with her sister, niece, cousin. Today's exercise shall involve the most gruesome of tasks when it comes to villains, chasing after them," proclaimed All Might. "You all have seen pros running after evildoers, from the purse snatcher to the escaping criminal. What you need to learn and practice today are the fundamentals for a successful capture. Do you know the key to that?" Silence. Seconds passed and no one dared to speak. As expected, seeing as no one else was going to respond, Yaoyorozu and Iida raised their hands. "Anyone else? What about you, young Bakugo?" "Firepower," scoffed the explosive blonde. I should have expected as much," said All Might. "Like the spirit, but nope," Maruko snickered. Bakugo just scoffed and rolled his eyes. "All right, Iida," All Might said. "Speed," proclaimed the mechanical boy. "That's a negative," All Might laughed. "Young Yaoyorozu." "Communication," stated the rich girl. "Ding ding ding, we have a winner," All Might said. "That's correct. The key to a successful capture is the ability to communicate and coordinate with fellow pro-heroes. No matter how fast you are, villains can always be faster than you, and even then some can be truly sneaky. A single pro-hero could technically capture a villain on their own, but it is always best to get other pros involved." Ochako noticed Maruko rolled her eyes and shake her head at that. Sometimes the difficulty is not solely on catching up to a villain but rather successfully capturing the individual. A villain on the run, after all, will put a fight if cornered. It is important to reduce the risk to public, so the faster a villain is apprehended the better. If possible, the best tactics to capture running villains involve herding the target towards the heroes with capture quirks, or strong fighting capabilities, while also moving them away from vital or more populated areas, explained All Might. The strategy used, however, will always depend on the target and situation. Who comes up with a strategy, though? Wondered Yaoyorozu. Excellent question. The truth is that the plan generally is discussed quickly between heroes, All Might answered. That is not always the case, however. At times, one hero can organize the best course of action. It will always depend on the others, no doubt, and how well you can work as a team. Sometimes you may need to swallow your pride and follow a plan not your own but which you know is better, and other times you need to build your courage to offer your own plan. And so, All Might started explaining how most pro heroes communicated during chases. Some of it sounded obvious and basic, like how most pros chose to employ either cardinal directions or street names. Other stuff might have been obvious but required saying, such as the most important descriptive features that needed to shared, recognizable clothing, quirks and threat level, etc. By the end of it all, though, Ochako felt a bit overwhelmed. Maruko, on the other hand, looked absolutely bored about it all. As it so happened, it was not going to be all lecture that day. All right, let us practice what we've learned so far, shall we? All Might said. For today's fun exercise, you'll be randomly divided into teams of 5 and scattered across this small city. You'll only have a basic overview of the battleground and the street names and you won't know where your teammates or target is. Then, your mission will be to find and capture your target in half an hour. Who's going to be the? Started asking Gojiro the tailed boy, only to trail off as his eyes landed on Maruko. The rabbit woman smirked. That's right, kiddos, I'll be your target, mused Maruko. What? But we'll never catch her, said Sato. She's way too fast. And do you think that's an excuse for any hero? All Might rebutted. Worry not, Maruko here has promised to go easy on you. The task, however, will require good communication and coordination. The teams were made and Ochako was disappointed to be on a team without Izumi or Iida. Thankfully, she wasn't in a team with Bakugo. Ochako pitied the rest of Team 1, who already looked miserable about being teamed up with the explosive blonde. Oddly enough, the team was made of some of the strongest classmates: Bakugo, Todoroki, Hiroshima, Tokiyami and Sato. Team 2, on the other hand, seemed made entirely of fast and mobile classmates: Asui, Shiro, Mineta, Ojiro and Iida. Team 3 were the class trackers or with the best senses or tracking abilities: Shoji, Izumi, Jiro, Kota and Yaoyorozu. The rest landed on Team 4 and it felt like they all were far better suited for capture or incapacitate a target than actually pursue it. Ochako got the distinct impression that the teams had been chosen beforehand rather than at random. In fact, she could almost feel there was a purpose to the order and team distribution to it all. That's how Ochako found herself in the familiar observation room with her classmates, watching as Team 1 failed roundly to even find Maruko. They all desperately run around and failed to talk it out. Between Tokiyami's gloomy disposition, Todoroki's coldness and silence and Bakugo's yelling, it seemed they had failed before they had even started. Maruko did not need to run too fast. In fact, at first she didn't even run. She just trotted around, looking amused, all while dodging the wandering heroes before she could even be spotted. By the way her ears perked up, it was obvious that she could tell who and in what direction was coming towards her. In that way, she moved from alleyway to alleyway, chuckling. If Maruko didn't taunt them, Ochako knew Team 1 would have missed her completely. She's fast and she has good hearing. This is going to be impossible. I mean, even Bakugo and Todoroki are failing to even find her, sighed Ojiro. That's part of the exercise, hummed a thoughtful Izumi. Ochako and the others paid careful attention as the rabbit girl started to explain. Most heroes when they join a chase need to be informed about the target's abilities and description. Team 1 already know about Maruko's quirk and general abilities, but they failed to take them into account for the chase, said Izumi. So we are not merely testing how to chase after a target, we are learning to first find it as well, Iida summarized. Makes sense, I guess, nodded Yaoyorozu. When a pro hero joins a chase, they are just told the general direction and location of a target, as well as abilities and threat level. But what could they have done? They don't exactly have anyone that could track Maruko down, remarked Shiro. They don't need to. Maruko is clearly going to avoid any source of sound, so having Bakugo is an advantage. He could be used to herd Maruko towards the others. Todoroki could also use his ice to cut off exits. In fact, if they guys had coordinated better, they should have tried to herd Maruko towards Tokiyami. Ochako stared, and much to her chagrin, her heart skipped a beat at just staring at her. Izumi was adorable and all, but that look of determination, man, Ochako needed to do something about her goddamn crush. And the hormones. Why had a mere sleepover ruined her sanity like that? At the same time, though, Ochako felt ashamed. She should focus more on her career, on being a hero. She should be able to understand situation like Izumi. Ochako couldn't rely on her friend forever, not if she wanted to succeed and achieve a well-paying spot. Izumi though, made it look so easy. In the end, Team 1 managed to find Maruko and gave chase to her. She didn't run that fast even then. As expected, Bakugo's single-mindedness made it hard to coordinate and, by the end of the exercise, Todoroki and Bakugo started berating each other, one cold and stoic, the other burning with fury and loud, alongside their peers, all while an amused Maruko watched from a building above them. Differently from the battle trial, All Might did not outright say what they did wrong or right. Instead, he kept a knowing smile and took notes. Team 2, having learned from Team 1's failure, were not only able to coordinate and plan a strategy, but they managed to capture Maruko. Capturing her involved managing to lay a finger on her so as to make it easier for the students. Even so, Maruko proved to be a slippery target. Team 3 did by far the best. Then again, differently from Team 2, they had someone who took control of the situation and the rest were far more receptive to the plan. Ochako could only stare as Izumi, the same fluffy rabbit that had fallen asleep in a cute bundle a mere couple of days before, commanded her peers to victory. Izumi was the one who managed to capture Maruko, which ended with a laughing Maruko wrapping an arm on the little rabbit girl and rubbing her knuckles on Izumi's head as some kind of congratulations. They almost looked like sisters, the elder teasing the young sister. If Ochako didn't know any better, she would have assumed that Izumi and Maruko knew each other, but that couldn't be. Ochako believed Izumi when she said that the two rabbit people weren't related. And yet, again, as Ochako watched, she felt a pang of something in her. Jealousy. No, it was something different. She felt, well, inadequate. In comparison to some of her classmates, she found herself lacking. Seeing Izumi go into action, determined and powerful, it made Ochako realize the gap between them. Izumi had a far stronger drive, and she also clearly had some formal instruction in hero work, differently from Ochako. A voice in Ochako's head wondered if her friend hadn't been tutored by a relative, perhaps other rabbit people, or rather a certain rabbit woman in particular. Team 4 struggled the most, but that was because their quirks were poorly geared towards chases. Communication with the likes of Aoyama was an uphill struggle, but they had somehow managed. Their main problem was that between the 5 of them, Ochako, Hagakure, Ashido, Aoyama and Kaminari, none could take the initiative and link up their efforts. Team 4 didn't have its own Izumi who could drive the team together. Ashido might have had the spirit, but she was more of a, let's have fun, sort of leader. Kaminari was much more laid back and Hagakure was mostly excitable. Aoyama was, well, Aoyama. Ochako wished she could step up as a leader, and at times during the exercise she wondered what Izumi would do in a situation like that. It didn't help that thoughts of the rabbit girl were a distraction of their own. As it so happened, Ochako's hunch had been correct. At the end of the class, All Might admitted to the rouse and explained his reasoning. First, he wanted to prove that power and individuality wasn't everything in a hero career. Maruko looked like she wanted to contest that too. As a matter of fact, she seemed to want to contest most of All Might's lessons but kept quiet about them. Then, All Might explained much of what Izumi had mentioned, how being able to assess a target at first glance could be instrumental for victory. All in all, it was a fun class without near death or bodily harm. They managed to make use of their quirks, got a blast chasing a top-ranking pro hero, and learned a few valuable lessons. In summary, it had been a great day. Yet Ochako felt bothered as she left the changing rooms. She felt rather incompetent, and her current thoughts on one rabbit girl made it difficult to feel any better. She knew she should be trying to do better, to be more like Izumi. But how could she change that? I need to get my act together, summarized Ochako. How could she get better? Training with Izumi was nice and all, but it was clear that with her recent discoveries and hormones going overdrive, Ochako needed someone else, someone that could help her grow. But who? Who could teach her? Ochako walked out of the changing rooms and bid her farewells to Izumi, who was dragged away to spar with the other girls. Ochako felt a rush of possessiveness about that, but she chided herself. She was a young woman who wanted to be a pro hero, not some goddamn drama queen. It was with those thoughts that Ochako went to the teacher's office. She wrung her hands, and pondered on what she planned to do. If Ochako needed something, it was definitely a tutor of sorts. She hadn't gone to a dojo or the kind to learn to fight, so someone with experience on that field would be useful. That and Ochako sought someone that could help her have some more initiative. She didn't want to rely always on others to lead. I need a teacher, Ochako summarized in her mind and, thus, knocked on the door. She knew this was stupid and unlikely to succeed, but if it meant growing stronger and a more capable hero, then she would do it. Ochako thought about her parents, about the sacrifices they had made, and Ochako found the courage to steel her nerves and continue. She was not going to fall behind Izumi, nor would she let her feelings get on the way. The door opened, only to reveal the one person Ochako had wanted to see. Dressed in a black hoodie and shorts, Maruko looked ready to go back to her home, wherever that was. She also looked somewhat annoyed at Ochako. Clearly, she had had her quota of mingling with kids. There's no one else here, stated Maruko, who started to close the door. Wait, Ochako exclaimed. I wanted to talk to you. Maruko scowled, but opened the door nonetheless. All right, what do you want to talk about? Grunted the rabbit woman. It's just that, could you help me grow stronger? Asked Ochako, feeling ready to die of shame on the spot. Ground, please, swallow me whole, begged and embarrassed Ochako in her mind. The hero glanced at her but didn't appear to care. Sorry, but I have, Maruko was dismissively saying, only to pause mid-sentence. Ochako watched, confused, as Maruko scowled and, reluctantly, searched for something on her hoodie's pocket. By the looks of it, it was a yellow piece of paper, like those one uses as a memo. Ochako frowned, bewildered, as Maruko's expression soured further. All right, what is your problem exactly? Maruko grumpily asked. She glanced at the note before trying to look friendly. Keyword. Trying. Why do I get the feeling she has a memo to remind her to try and be nice with the students? Thought Ochako. You aren't about to ask me about all that crap back in my jurisdiction, are you? Maruko asked, squinting at Ochako. And no, I wanted to know if you could teach me, Ochako said. I am kind of pathetic when it comes to fighting, and I don't think I am hero material, yet. I want to get stronger and I'd like you to teach me if it isn't too much asking. That's it, that's how you get ridiculed by a pro hero, Ochako whined internally. No, think about your parents. You can do this. How hard can it be to convince Maruko to teach her? Maruko blinked at her. You serious? The pro hero asked. Yes. Tentatively replied Ochako. And why should I do that? Maruko said. My time is really valuable, after all. But aren't you stuck in UA instead of your working place? Ochako wanted to ask. Oh, why to improve your image. Ochako tentatively tried. Sorry, but I don't, Maruko once again was dismissively saying, only to pause and scowl. She once again looked at her memo, glaring at the piece of paper. I hate it when she does that. Ochako frowned. Just what was written in that memo? Better question yet, just who had the kind of pull on Maruko to follow a memo? All right, Come with me, Maruko harumphed. She looked like she'd rather do anything else other than be around a teenager. My secretary will know if you are worth it. First though I need to finish this stupid paperwork, Maruko whispered a string of insults and swears. I escape one paperwork to have this one, figures. She walked back into the teacher's lawn and went to her desk, only to angrily type on her computer. Ochako awkwardly stood there, and waited. Minutes passed, and Ochako was starting to reconsider her options, when finally the rabbit woman finished her paperwork. Satisfied, Maruko turned off her computer, grabbed a bag from under her desk and happily hopped out of the teacher's lawn. I'll give you points for patience, kid, said Maruko. Now, to meet my secretary. Ochako was curious about this mysterious secretary. Clearly, whoever she or he was, that person had a strong pull on Maruko. Perhaps her latest controversy had forced Maruko to pay heed to her secretary's opinion. However, since she was bewildered and did not want to ruin the opportunity, Ochako kept quiet. Maruko started walking away and Ochako followed, curious. They left the main building and out a path. The sun was already setting in the distance and few students were roaming around. So, what's up, Bubble Girl? Teased Maruko all of a sudden, perhaps out of boredom. Bubble Girl, yep, because you are bubbly and that crap, chuckled Maruko. Nah, seriously, I just don't remember your name. Ochako might have felt offended about that, but given that Maruko was actually bothering to consider whether to be Ochako's tutor, the girl thought it best to let it slide. Besides, it was her first day. Maruko counted be expected to remember every single name, right? Then again, Ochako's performance had been less than stellar, differently from other students. Oh, I'm Ochako Uraraka, or Infinity Girl if you ask Izumi, replied Ochako. She blushed at the last part. Infinity Girl. It was Maruko's turn to look confused. We had this test on the first day with a bunch of exercises from middle school, and one of them was ball throw. You know, with my gravity removing quirk I kind of reached infinity score, recounted Ochako. Infinity. Maruko wondered, amused. She no longer looked so bored. Why yeah, the ball went into space, Ochako sheepishly said. Seriously? Huh, not bad, said Maruko. You know, maybe you'll be worth training as well. Could use someone to remove assholes into the exosphere. They approached a large building, similar to the dorms. Ochako recognized it as the apartment structure for all guests and some heroes of UA. Inside, Ochako saw a couple of teachers from the hero department chatting. Aside from curious glances, they spared her no mind. Past a large entrance hall and up the elevator they went, only to walk out and towards one door. Here we are, said Maruko. Maruko started opening the door. Home sweet ho cheese and crackers. Maruko was saying, only to stare at what awaited her inside. Ochako leaned to a side and saw what was within Maruko's apartment. Ochako's jaw dropped and her face burst into an intense shade of crimson. Laying on a sofa and facing the door, was a woman. She was, much as Ochako would later admit, absolutely gorgeous. With long scarlet flowing hair and vibrant green eyes, she was a beauty. It was hard to miss the long fluffy tail swaying calmly behind her or the large fox ear protruding from her scalp. Then again, the fact she was only in her underwear and with a Hawaiian green shirt didn't go unnoticed either. There was something else Ochako noticed on the woman. It was briefly, and she thought she imagined it at first, but around the woman's wrist and neck there appeared to be scars. Then again, what followed happened so quickly that Ochako didn't get a chance to confirm anything. Well, hello Fluff how, sweet Jesus, Rumi, exclaimed the fox woman, eyes landing on Ochako. Many things happened at once, all before a shocked Ochako's face. Firstly, the woman appeared to shrink. The green Hawaiian shirt suddenly became oversized in comparison. Then, she jumped behind the sofa, releasing a child-sounded squeak. Finally, a pair of ears peeked from behind the couch followed by the reddened face of what looked like a child version of the previous woman. What the hell Rumi? Give me a warning when you are bringing someone over, shouted the child. Me, don't go around half naked if you advise me to bring potential internees to you. Maruko retorted, waving her yellow memo. I just wanted to help you remove some stress, pouted the child. Alright, go change into something decent, grumbled Maruko. Ochako, who hadn't moved an inch, found herself being pulled out of the apartment. A million thoughts flashed across her mind, each one worse than the next. Maruko closed the door and went to the wall opposite, only to lean against it, annoyed. Sorry you had to see that, muttered Maruko. It's fine, stammered Ochako. In fact, she hadn't found the view that bad. No, it isn't. Should have seen it coming, though. Great, now some jackass will think I am trying to groom little girls. Groaned Maruko. Now that really got Ochako's face burning like a dying sun. You can enter. Ochako blinked. Had that sounded like a man's voice? Maruko sighed and, once again, opened the door. Out of paranoia, she placed a hand over Ochako's eyes and peeked inside first, before dragging Ochako in. To the brunette's surprise, there was indeed a man waiting for them. Rather than an attractive woman seated there, a red-haired man, with the same vibrant green eyes, fox ears and red-furred fox tails, sat on the couch. He had the same Hawaiian shirt as the woman before, only with a loose tie and thankfully beige pants. His face held a smirk that, alongside his sharp gaze, gave off an air of slyness. All in all, he looked like a used car seller that could swindle you with ease. Ochako's eyes went to the man's neck and wrists, as if to confirm where she had seen correctly scars on the woman. Sadly, the man had covered said parts with a black wide choker and wristbands. All right, Infinity Girl, let me introduce you to my secretary, Maruko started. Infinity Girl, Infinity Girl, now that that's over, I leave you to talk business. Give a call to Eraserhead. Last thing I want is for him to bust in here. Will do, Fluff, mused the man. A smirk stretched on Z's face, looking almost predatory. Ochako stood there, still dumbfounded. He can change into a woman. Or is he a woman that can change into a man? Or maybe it's neither, Ochako wondered. Either case, it was way too weird for her. Just who had such a kind of quirk? When Izuku got up that Friday morning, the first thing he did was move over to the wardrobe and compared his height to a series of pen marks. Even if he was sore and groaned in protest ever so often after the training of the previous evening, he persisted in his task. Once finished, he stepped back and frowned. Back to normal, muttered a confused Izuku. He stroked his chin, baffled. For reasons that eluded Izuku, he had discovered that in the last days his height had changed. On Tuesday he realized he had shrunk a bit in human form only to regain his height on Wednesday. The previous day he had been shorter by 1 inch. That hadn't been the only oddity Izuku had discovered. Izuku studied the rest of his body, from the shape of his fingers to the length of his toes. He memorized the measurements and observations, but from what he could tell, he was back to being the same boy he had been prior to manifesting his rabbit form. From all the quirks I've studied, I don't believe there is anything similar to this, he muttered, pacing in front of the mirror. Then again, I don't believe there is any hero with a quirk like mine. Maybe I am facing some kind of singularity, with my two forms slowly becoming one. No, although maybe my forms can be affected by the other. On and on he went, muttering to himself. Still droning on, Izuku went over to his desk and picked a notebook he kept hidden. He sat down and added a new entry, going into detail regarding that day's findings. With that done, he put the notebook down, and leaned back. Why did I have to manifest a quirk like this? Groaned Izuku. He could only sigh, as nobody would be able to answer that question. Instead, he started his morning exercises. As he exercised, Izuku couldn't help but think about his current problems. Ever since it was discovered that Mineta had peeped into his room, Izuku had been a mess of nerves, especially given Ashido's persistence. She, differently from the rest of the girls, was convinced Mineta was telling the truth and was going out of her way to find out the truth. While a rational part of him told Izuku that odds were that he wouldn't be discovered no matter how much Ashido persisted, he still worried. The consequences of having to confess the truth were too painful to even think about them. Izuku dispelled those thoughts and, once finished exercising, prepared for the day ahead. It was a merry Izumi, seemingly untroubled by Izuku's problems, who hopped out of her room towards the bathrooms for a quick shower. When Izumi finally made it to the dining hall, there were already quite a few girls having their breakfast. She went straight to a particular brunette on one of the many tables. Izumi was about to happily greet her friend, when she noticed the look on Ochako's face. "Wow, you look like a zombie," blurted out Izumi. And indeed, with those bags beneath her eyes and the way she appeared ready to doze off, Ochako looked like part of the living dead. It didn't last long, surprisingly. Ochako blinked and turned towards Izumi. Her entire being appeared to be revitalized in the presence of the rabbit girl. With newfound life, Ochako sheepishly grinned at Izumi. "Hey there, sorry, I am just tired after yesterday's training," she chuckled. Izumi was sorely tempted on asking Red, insist on knowing about Ochako's mysterious new tutor. She held her tongue, however. If Ochako respected Izumi's rather privileged and in her own opinion rather unfair tutoring, she would have the decency to do the same. "That tough?" Izumi casually asked as she sat next to Ochako. There were already a plate with pancakes and fruits waiting for the rabbit girl, courtesy of a certain brunette. "Well," Ochako slowly trailed off, only to shudder. Izumi could only stare as Ochako looked dead ahead, gaze wandering off, and her expression became haunted. "Yes, it was tough," replied the brunette. With a strained smile, she added, "My tutor is a driver." "I know that feeling," muttered Izumi. "What about your own training yesterday?" Ochako wondered, unsure whether Izumi was in liberty to share. "Oh yes, it was, Izumi was saying, as she recalled her training with All Might. She glared straight ahead, an eyebrow twitching. All Might wanted her dead. That was the only reasonable explanation for her training regime. Between the number one hero and Maruko, Izumi was bound to drop dead any day now. "Fine, definitely fine," Izumi said through gritted teeth. Ochako looked sorely tempted on inquiring just who was training Izumi, but in the end she closed her mouth. Izumi, on her part, was once again tempted on asking just who had Ochako started training with. Having a teacher or an older student tutor you wasn't against any rules. In fact, rumor had it that Vlad King tutored people in martial arts, Snipe had a shooting club of sorts, and Power Loader had his workshop open for anyone who wanted to keep working or even learn some engineering. It was, however, a complicated matter if you didn't include personal training, gym, physical training, etc., and homework, without mentioning ongoing recreational clubs. The two girls chuckled and got down to eating. Munching, the two fell on a comfortable silence as they enjoyed their own food. On another table, not far from them, Izumi could see Ishido and Hagakure discussing something. Yaoyorozu and Jiro were also hanging out with them, but were quiet. Izumi perked up her ears and angled them towards the small group, curious. "None of the seniors," hissed an exasperated Ishido. "Mina, I keep telling you," the little perv lied, said Jiro. "I don't know," hummed Yaoyorozu. "I do think he might not have been entirely truthful, but the way he described this individual." "I know, he sounded convinced," Hagakure said. "Still, how can it be so difficult to find someone with green hair, freckles and eyes and who was rather plain looking?" Izumi couldn't help it. She choked on her breakfast and started coughing. A panicking Ochako started slapping Izumi's back. Sorry, food went the wrong way," wheezed Izumi. Ochako still looked concerned, and gave Izumi a mug to drink. I'm fine, I swear," Izumi said, smiling at Ochako. "Right," slowly nodded Ochako. "So, what are your plans for this evening?" Izumi hastily asked, trying to divert the conversation. The last thing she wanted was for Ochako to wonder why Izumi really broke into such a coughing fit, that an Izumi didn't want to look like she had been eavesdropping. Luckily, Ochako didn't appear to mind. "Oh, I am actually free," Ochako said with a smile. "What about you?" "I'm also free," Izumi said, lightening up. "That's great. Do you want to do something?" Ochako wondered, excited. "Something that doesn't involve training. I think I had more than enough for 1 week." "We could," Izumi said, nodding. She hummed with a frown. "But what? UA has only training facilities. We could hang out here," Ochako proposed. "Or maybe in one of our rooms," Izumi suggested, only to realize what she had just proposed. Their eyes met after the proposal, only for the two girls to avert their gazes and blush. The thought of spending alone time in their rooms was appealing, to say the least, but perhaps a bit too forward. They were both too entrapped in their own embarrassment to realize how flustered the other was. "I guess we can come up with something afterwards," said Ochako. Izumi could only agree with the brunette. With that decided, the two got down to finishing their meals, lest they were late. Thankfully, the rest of the breakfast remained uneventful. However, throughout it all Izumi remained worried. She hadn't known Mineta had given such an accurate description of Izuku to Ashido. What if Mineta told the boys? Worse, what if Bakugo heard about it? That wasn't good, not at all. Izumi was able to dispel most of her worries after breakfast thanks to Ochako. Once they had finished eating, the two went to the school proper and chatted about this and that. By the time they made it to their desks, Izumi felt far more relieved. Most of her classmates were already there, including most of the girls. The few stragglers were walking in, while the rest kept to their own little groups. Tokiyami chatted with Shoji and Sato, while Kota quietly listened in. Mineta, Kaminari and Shiro seemed immersed on some talk that may or may not involve women, while Kirishima talked to Ojiro about fighting. Aoyama, on his part, was mostly himself, sparkles and everything. Sadly, that was as far as she could have it easy. No sooner had she sat down, none other than Bakugo Katsuki, one of her sources of stress, stomped towards her. Izumi did not like the determined burning red eyes trained on her. They held a purpose, and Izumi could only fear what that entailed. For a moment, the blonde just stood there next to her desk, scowling, before taking a deep breath and finally addressing the rabbit girl. "Oi, Bu Izumi," Bakugo said through gritted teeth. "Are you busy this evening?" Izumi stared at Bakugo, dumbfounded. Of all the things she had expected from the explosive blonde, a relatively polite greeting, saying her actual name, and then asking about her time were definitely not in her list, much less altogether. In summary, Izumi was at a complete loss. Come again? Izumi wondered, tilting her head in bewilderment. Behind Bakugo, Izumi could see the girls gathering, curious about whatever Bakugo was saying. The blonde appeared to notice and spun around. However, the girls all quickly acted as if they actually weren't trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. Ochako, on her part, sat on her desk, glancing between the two with an undecipherable face. "I said hello," Bakugo said through gritted teeth. It was almost as if being polite was taking an immense effort on his part. "Are you free or not?" Izumi frowned. Polite Bakugo was an extremely odd Bakugo. "Why are you asking?" "Because I wish to speak with you," Bakugo murmured, holding back a hiss of annoyance. This about being polite was really taking a toll on him, alone. Izumi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Could Bakugo have figured out the truth? Oh God, he wanted to confront her, didn't he? Oh no, just when it was all looking fine, somewhat. The girls behind the blonde immediately started waving their arms and shaking their heads, urging Izumi to say that, no. When Bakugo glanced towards them, it looked like they were busy gossiping with each other. No sooner had Bakugo looked back at Izumi, the girls went back with their signaling, and rather vehemently at that. Poor Izumi could only watch, a bit overwhelmed by the situation. "What do you want to talk about?" Izumi asked, trying to prod for information. "Please, tell me he hasn't figured it out," she pleaded deep within. By that point, the girls were looking desperate in their attempts to get Izumi to deny Bakugo the chance to talk alone. Izumi had no idea why. "Just to talk," muttered Bakugo, averting his eyes. "All right, something is odd about this," Izumi thought, utterly confused. If he knew or suspected something, wouldn't he be a bit more abrasive and hot-headed about it? Katsuki would not doubt want to confirm right away if I so happened to be the same Deku he knew, right? In any case, Izumi was far too curious herself. "Yes," Izumi tentatively replied. The girls of 1A all reacted with visible disappointment. Ashido and Hagakure face-palmed, while Yaoyorozu covered her face. Jiro raised an eyebrow all while Asui seemed to tilt her head, confused. Bakugo snapped his head back, only to find his female classmates busying chatting. Then meet me at the gym during lunchtime, Bakugo said. Alright. Izumi was still unsure what was going on. Bakugo harumphed, turned around, only to stop dead on his feet and spin around in an instant. And don't bring anyone, alright? Bakugo demanded. Izumi's sweat dropped. Leave it to Bakugo to be unable to finally act condescending and annoying. Then again, his politeness had lasted far more than Izumi had expected. With that said, Bakugo finally stomped his way to his desk. The girls ignored him, following his movement from the corner of their eyes. As soon as Bakugo had sat up, Izumi found herself surrounded by her female classmates. Izumi could only shrink with the way they focused on her. Izumi, what the hell? Ashido asked. What? Izumi replied, confused. Why did you agree to go out with Bakugo, girl? Hagakure wondered. Go out, Izumi said. He just wanted to talk about something, and it was during lunch break. Probably to squeeze answers out of me, she mentally elaborated. She knew that Bakugo had already been suspicious of Izumi as it was. If Mineta had opened his mouth near the explosive blonde, then Izumi was sure Bakugo had started connecting the dots. Hopefully, it wasn't the case. Regardless, Izumi had to know. That's not the point. Why do you want to hang out with him? Ashido asked. I thought you said you disliked him, Yaoyorozu said. Or do you actually have a crush on him, Ribbit? Wondered Asui. It isn't like that, spluttered Izumi. Is he your type? Hagakure asked. That's the problem, isn't it? You like the bad boys, don't you? Ooh. Go figure, an adorable bunny girl is into mean sobs, teased Ashido. We need to fix that. I thought you'd be more into quiet brooding type, like Todoroki, Ribbit, added Asui. Izumi felt like she would faint and her face couldn't get any hotter. It's nothing like that. This is Bakugo we are talking about, Izumi squeaked. That's the point. He actually said your name, girl. Do you know what that means? Hagakure asked, horrified. He wants something from me, replied Izumi. That he wants to confess to you, Hagakure said. Izumi's brain shut down at that thought. Could Bakugo? No way, absolutely not. The thought made Izumi recoil. What? Squawked Izumi. Girls, come on, it isn't like that, said an oddly defensive Ochako. We all know Bakugo doesn't like anyone else other than himself. But maybe he is starting to develop something for our adorable bunny here. Ashido seemed way too gleeful about this. He probably respects strength, and our little girl here showed she has it in spades. I don't know about you, but it sounds to me like love is in the air here. With a cackle and a devious grin, Ashido turned to Izumi, ready to extend her suffering as long as possible. Come on, do you really like Bakugo or not? He's definitely your type, isn't he? She has better taste than that, harumphed an indignant Yaoyorozu. What, you think she likes Todoroki or Iida? Chuckled Jiro, only to pale. You don't like Iida like that, do you? Please, tell me you don't. That would be way too weird. What's wrong with Iida, Ribbit? Asked Asui. He seems decent enough. Intense, but decent, Ribbit. Or do you like hunks like Kirishima? Teased Hagakure, getting to enjoy Izumi's flustered face. The thought that the girls assumed she was into boys made Izumi have a hard time thinking. She was still coming into terms with the extremely unlikely scenario that Bakugo might want to confess to her. It was impossible, never going to happen, but what if? And that terrified Izumi. It did not help the girls kept making her imagine scenarios with different boys. This was not something Izuku had ever experienced. The idea of getting approached by the opposite in such a manner was not just a foreign concept. For Izuku, it was an impossibility. No girl would ever confess feelings to the resident creepy useless nerd. So what is it? Are you going to accept Bakugo's confession? Ashido said, enjoying the way Izumi looked more horrified by the second. As it so happened, Izumi was so flustered, she responded with the first thing to come to mind, something she would come to regret. I'm not into boys, Izumi huffed. Silence. Seconds passed. What followed happened extremely fast. Izumi squeaked and slapped her hands over her mouth, wide-eyed and shocked. The girls stared, gobsmacked, before Ishido and Hagakure went for her hands, trying to pry them off Izumi's mouth. Yaoyorozu and the other girls seemed rather flustered by the admission, but by the smiles on their faces, they probably found it adorable or something. "Come on. Repeat that last bit," cackled Ishido. "Yes. Come on, Izumi, we won't judge," laughed Hagakure. Izumi, even with her tiny arms, managed to wrestle against the two maniacal girls and keep her hands on her mouth. Mouth, was all Izumi could think. She couldn't believe that her own lips betrayed her in such a way. How had it slipped like that? And what, pray tell, is going on here? The girls froze. There, glaring at them at the door, was none other than Aizawa. Within the span of a second, all girls were seated and staring straight ahead. Most of them, however, had grins and smirks on their faces, glancing at the embarrassed rabbit girl. Izumi, on her part, smacked her face on her desk. "That's it. Goodbye social life. It was nice while it lasted," she dramatically thought. Little did she know about the timid smile Ochako struggled to conceal next her. The teacher's lounge of UA had multiple functions. The most important of which, of course, was for the teachers to regain their strength and morale after trying to cram information into the heads of a myriad of dunderheads. It also helped to be a rather nice environment to chat for teachers. For All Might and Maruko, on the other hand, the lounge served another person, go over their classes. As inexperienced teachers, both of them were at a loss on how to best plan a class. All Might was the sort to try to read basic manuals, from Teaching for Dummies to I Need a Hero to Teach Me, and even write down plans in advance, whereas Maruko was more of the type to just wing it and do her best. Needless to say, neither was sure what they were doing. Were it not for Nezu's basic guidelines and general directions, they might as well have been at a loss on how to teach. At the moment, though, both pro heroes were doing something different regarding their classes. They were reviewing them. That too was different for each hero. "A nudist, that's what he is," scoffed Maruko. "Perhaps, but he seems to have a good grasp on hero work," rebutted All Might. Seated on comfy sofas opposite each other, the two heroes faced their colleague as they went over notes regarding their latest class. Shouting "Power" at the top of his lungs while waving his pecker for the world to see doesn't constitute hero work to me, snorted Maruko. "He has the spirit, doesn't he? Even when naked he fights on," mused All Might. "Like I said, a nudist," said Maruko. She glanced down at the notebook on her lap and scowled. "At least he seems to have some initiative. The other boy, the elf-looking one, that kid has serious confidence issues. How in the world did he manage to make it to third year?" "He's merely reserved," remarked All Might. "He didn't do that badly. He stood half the exercise muttering against a wall," deadpanned Maruko. All Might had little to say about that. He merely shrugged, smiling sheepishly to his colleague. "You know, all this is nonsense," huffed Maruko. All Might blinked, confused. "What is this? Communication, teamwork, coordination," Maruko groaned. "This is stupid." She leaned back, huffing in annoyance. Opposite her, the number one hero offered a small smile. "I don't make the curriculum," said All Might. "Not that I believe it is badly designed. These are all basic hero skills. Seriously, we shouldn't be teaching this crap to the kids. We should be giving them a rundown on how to grow stronger," Maruko said. "They can work out the rest on their own. Strength isn't everything. In fact, for most cases, there is always a more powerful quirk out there. It is wise to train the students against stronger foes. Yeah, but first they need to know how to do stuff on their own." Maruko exclaimed. "Even I worked with others, Usugiyama," sighed All Might. "I doubt I'd been as successful as I've been without the aid of my good friends David Shield and Sir Night-Eye, without mentioning countless others." Maruko, though, grumbled under her breath, annoyed by what she was being forced to teach. The two pro heroes fell into silence, going over their papers and notes. From what All Might could see from the corner of his eyes, Maruko's notes were nearly as lacking as his own. He mentally chuckled at that. Both pros definitely had a thing or two to learn about teaching. "So, how is the whole controversy going on?" All Might asked, clearing his throat. "Things finally blowing over?" I wish, spat the rabbit hero. The other heroes of the city are piling up on me and trying to enforce some crappy boycott. Assholes, the lot of them. All Might frowned at that. There had been something he had been curious to know but never had the opportunity to ask it or perhaps the courage. Being as they were in such a cordial conversation, All Might decided to ask. Why do other heroes want to kick you down in the polls? I am well aware how competitive our industry is, but this appears to be a bit more than just competitiveness, All Might remarked. One could almost call it excessive. Maruko scowled, an eyebrow twitching with annoyance. They are just whiny idiots. They can't stand that I can do their job 10 times over, scoffed Maruko. They were waiting for this opportunity. I just hope it doesn't affect you on the long run. It would be a pity if you were stuck low in the rankings, All Might commented. I don't give a damn about the polls and that crap, scoffed Rumi. Truly, even if they will dictate your funding, wondered All Might. Alright, I might give a crap because of that, but other than the damn funding, I'm a hero to rip evil a new one, not to appeal to idiots. People can eat shit and die for all I care, Maruko said. Don't say that, All Might said with a frown. Our mission is to protect people. Anything less and we would be absolutely pointless. Yeah, I know. Not that they care, do they? Scoffed the rabbit hero. All Might hummed, stroking his chin. You're only saying that because of your little controversy, All Might pointed out. Clearly, he was onto something, if Maruko's scowl was anything to go by. It would do you good to be a bit less abrasive to the public. I am not abrasive. Heck, people loved me. Then all of a sudden I try to drill some sense into this idiot and I'm the villain. Maruko bitterly retorted. You weren't exactly nice, pointed out All Might. I was fighting a freaking villain. The brat was either suicidal or too stupid, said the rabbit hero. You've had your fair share of nutty fans, haven't you? You know, the sort that try to steal your underwear. Oh yes, I had to contend with people like that, All Might nodded. Yeah, but I bet you don't deal with perverts. There's always that one creepy dude obsessed with me lurking about. I know I am pretty damn hot stuff alright, but come on. Exclaimed an exasperated Maruko. What is Z's strategy for, well, helping you go back to normal? All Might asked. Publicity stunts and whatnot, huffed Maruko. Getting a few interns to show I'm approachable and I can be around kids, include a sidekick or two to show that I can do teamwork if I so desperately need so, you know, that crap. And not apologizing. All Might hummed. Ha, Z said it best. You don't apologize to the mob. Besides, what am I supposed to do? Go and lie because I don't like how morons are reacting? Hell no, I meant what I said and I will say it again if I have to, an unrepentant Maruko proclaimed. All Might shook his head. Leave it to Maruko to remain headstrong in her decision. He could understand her position and, truth to be told, he sympathized with her situation. It wasn't nice when the public decided to cancel a hero for some reason or another. However, the whole debacle hit All Might too close to home. Do you know how the kid is taking it? The one you know, gave a piece of your mind to, All Might wondered. Oh, yeah, he's suffering all right, sarcastically growled Maruko. He's been to talk shows, been visited by heroes to offer their support, and people are even rising money for him. Heck, Z told me he's still sobbing in social networks for attention. Ha, setting that brat straight was the best thing to happen to him. Little brat. All Might blinked. Suddenly he felt rather sympathetic towards Maruko, more so than before. To think it all happened because of said you said in the spur of the moment, hummed All Might. In front of a goddamn cell phone, you mean, grunted Maruko. I can relate to your situation, actually, All Might confessed. I once had an encounter where I run my mouth. It wasn't like your case, of course. There was, thankfully, no camera, but I did kind of said the wrong thing. You, symbol of peace and #1 hero? Maruko asked with a raised eyebrow. I might be the alleged strongest hero in Japan and, perhaps, the world, but I am still human, and I have made my fair share of mistakes, including this one encounter, admitted the #1 hero. There was once this kid, a quirkless boy, you see, and he was desperate for my opinion on whether or not he could be a hero. Maruko listened attentively, curious. It was the first time she had a personal experience from All Might after all. He asked me if he could be a hero, even without power, retold All Might. And what did you say? Oh, cheese and carrots, don't tell me you actually encouraged the boy, said Maruko. No, grimly said All Might. I told him to forget it. Wait, just like that? Maruko asked, surprised. No, I was far more cutting and blunt. Admittedly, I was a bit annoyed at the boy's insistence. He reminded me to some of my worst fans. Unfortunately, I did not answer his heart-filled question with any kindness. I failed to notice the suffering and darkness he was enduring. Maruko stared in disbelief. You told a kid to sod off? She asked, wide-eyed. She grinned, amused. Seriously. In a manner, I did, sighed All Might, filled with shame. Damn, Maruko whistled in amazement. Well, that beeps. But it wasn't your fault. You can't tell powerless kids to throw themselves in danger. All Might snorted at that, grinning. You are not wrong. For the most part, someone that is quirkless has a monumental disadvantage in comparison to others, All Might conceded. However, do you know what that same kid did after I had crashed his dreams? After I, his idol, blatantly told him to forget all about becoming a hero. Don't tell me he went to the media or something, muttered Maruko. He dived head first towards a villain to rescue a friend, All Might said. Huh, Maruko blinked at All Might, unable to process what she had just been told. Oh yes, even after I had shattered his aspirations, broken him apart from the seams, he couldn't help it. His legs moved on their own and the kid went straight into the mouth of danger, even if it meant certain death. And for one piece of work of a person, actually, All Might said. The villain had this hostage, a teenager, choking him to death. None of the heroes could do anything, because the villain was made of sludge, so everyone could only watch. Damn, that quirkless kid must have had spunk, hummed Maruko. A reckless idiot, but a brave one at that. She leaned forward, intrigued. All Might had to bite his lip to avoid laughing at the way her ears were straight and set towards him, revealing her undivided attention. So, what happened? She asked, failing to act as if she didn't really care. He failed to rescue his friend, of course, and he could have died had I not intervened. Believe it or not, that quirkless kid inspired me to push forward. When no other hero in the area was doing anything, seeing that powerless kid, so weak and feeble, desperately rush against all the odds stacked against him in order to save a life, how was I not supposed to push forward? The other heroes were embarrassed by the whole thing. They berated the kid, even the media wasn't kind to him. However, once I found the kid alone, I apologized and told him the truth, All Might retold. And what's that? That he could be a hero, All Might stated. Bullshit, you said it yourself, he failed, and how is a quirkless kid supposed to do anything? Maruko retorted. He might have failed, but he had both the heart in the right place and a good head over his shoulders. He lacked perhaps the power to back up his dreams, but that was a matter of preparation. True, he wouldn't be a top-ranking hero, and perhaps it would have been impossible for him to even get into the industry, but when a quirkless kid can be heroic and buy a hostage precious seconds of breath when even the strong and powerful couldn't, how was I supposed to say otherwise? All Might explained. Really? You tried to give false hope to the kid? Maruko asked. Oh, but that's the funny part. He actually wasn't quirkless. He later discovered he had a quirk all along, All Might chuckled. In fact, he actually made it to a hero course. Seriously? Huh, what are the odds? Maruko wondered. Good for him. What school did he manage to get into? Oh, he got accepted into a rather prestigious school at that. You actually met that kid, All Might said with a smile. I met, she trailed off, frowning, only to gasp. No freaking way. Yep, All Might nodded. Lil bunny, seriously, Maruko laughed. Well, good on the little bunny. All Might chuckled. So you see, perhaps you meant well when you told that boy off. However, sometimes you need to be a bit more understanding and not dismiss people so quickly, All Might said. It's not the same, Maruko huffed. That asshole is obsessed with me. Wasn't even the first time I saw him creeping around. Do you even know him? All Might wondered. I have discovered as of late that not all fanboys are creepy useless nerds. Some of them actually possess rare qualities and hearts of gold. Appearances can be deceiving, after all. So what? I'm supposed to apologize to some idiot who got himself in danger and didn't like to be admonished. Maruko grunted. No, All Might said with a smile and a shrug. But next time to tell off someone, be it quirkless or not, try to understand where they are coming from. Some of them cling to the impossible as a lifeline, sometimes to the point of desperation. As heroes, it is our duty to save them from themselves as much as from villain. In your case, you just need to trust in Z. That fox strikes me as someone who knows what she is doing. That she does, chuckled Maruko. She shook her head and quickly changed the subject. So that's the first time you met your son-daughter? Maruko said with a smile. You started by crashing his dreams. He is not my son, said All Might, perhaps for the umpteenth time with a roll of his eyes. The whole joke about young Midoriya being his son was getting old really quick. I don't know, I kinda see the resemblance, joked Maruko, studying All Might. Ha, do you wish to talk about resemblance? Retorted All Might. I can assure you, young Midoriya's adorable ears did not come from me. Watch it, All Might. You are treading on dangerous ground here. Us rabbit people don't take kindly to this sort of talk, warned a smirking Maruko. All Might ignored her comment, a smile stretching on his face. And that fluffy cotton tail, I am sure I, differently from a certain someone I know, do not have it, All Might carried on. Oi, careful, Maruko insisted. And all that cuteness, I must say, are you sure young Midoriya isn't your son? All Might teased. You are both extremely cute and cuddly. That's it, you crossed the C-word line, old man. Maruko huffed with a grin. All Might grinned back just as the rabbit girl charged, ready to make the #1 hero pay for his transgressions against rabbit kind. When Izawa went into the lounge, hopeful to get some rest and peace, he was not surprised to find a pair of rambunctious heroes inside. He was, however, somewhat baffled by the state in which he found them. It was not every day, after all, that he saw a muscular and almighty All Might kneeling on the ground, tickling the battle-lusting Maruko. Your secretary was right, you are ticklish, mused All Might. Stop it, see curse you Z, release me or I swear I will, stop, laughed Maruko, rolling on the ground much like a rabbit would do when tickled in such a manner. She even kept her hands close to her chest, more like an animal than a person. That's what happens when you try to fight me, the #1 hero All Might. Laughed All Might. Izawa stared, dumbfounded. It took 2 seconds for the two heroes to realize they were not alone. All Might and Maruko stared at the tired-looking pro hero, and Izawa was not sure just what exactly he was witnessing. This is not what it looks like, the two said in unison. Izawa closed his eyes, took a deep breath and turned around without uttering a single word. It's too freaking early for this, he muttered, trying to wipe out his most recent memory off his mind. If only it was so easy. Izumi wasn't sure what to expect when she went to the gym during lunch break. Ochako pleaded, almost begged, for her not to go. What good would it do to hang out with the likes of Bakugo, after all? However, Ochako didn't understand Izumi's situation. The rabbit girl needed to know the truth. She did ponder if, perhaps, Ashido and company weren't off the mark with their wild speculations. Could Bakugo actually have developed feelings for Izumi? For starters, Izumi had always gotten the impression that either Bakugo was not interested in anything other than violence and training, or he played the other team. Secondly, even if by some impossibility Bakugo actually did develop feelings towards someone, Izumi believed he was too emotionally stunted and prideful to bring himself to admit it, much less confess it. No, Bakugo had something else to talk about, and Izumi had a bad feeling it involved his suspicions between Izuku and the mysterious unknown Izumi. She mustered her strength and steeled herself for the confrontation. Izumi was not Izuku, and she would not take Bakugo's taunts and insults. Bakugo was already waiting for her. He stood outside the gym, impatient and scowling, until he saw the rabbit girl. He scoffed when Izumi approached her and gritted his teeth, frustrated. Follow me, he grunted. He turned around and walked off, hands in his pockets and as angry as usual. Izumi followed after Bakugo, trying to decipher anything from his demeanor. Sadly, she couldn't figure out anything. Finally, Bakugo led Izumi to an open field and looked at her in the eyes. "All right, bunny, spill it," Bakugo spat. "I know your little freaking secret." Izumi was, much to her own surprise, neither shocked nor scared. In fact, she felt unsure. Izumi was thankful she was dealing with the same pig-headed Bakugo rather than the polite one. Clearly, Bakugo knew Izumi would have never agreed to their private conversation without a modicum of respect. If only Bakugo could actually learn some manners and social cues. "What secret?" Izumi said. "Your real identity," Bakugo muttered, gritting his teeth. He stomped close to Izumi and loomed over her, staring down at the rabbit girl. "Do you want me to spell it out for you?" "You'll have to be more specific than that," stated Izumi. She was rather amazed by just how calm she was. Perhaps she had long assumed that Bakugo would be the first to figure her secret identity first, or perhaps Izumi was far more annoyed by Bakugo's abrasiveness. "Do you, though?" Bakugo said with a sardonic smile. "Then fine, you asked for it." He harshly poked at her, furious. "You are goddamn beeping Deku," he hissed. Bakugo leaned so close to her, she was struck by the stench of his breath. Instead of afraid, Izumi found herself feeling an entirely different emotion. She pushed Bakugo off of her and glared at the boy. "Aha," Izumi said, folding her arms. "Is that all you wanted to tell me?" That infuriated Bakugo and, strangely enough, Izumi enjoyed it. "Don't play the dumb bunny," Bakugo hissed. "You are so pathetic, prancing around like a cute little bunny to hog all the attention." "Don't call me cute," coldly replied Izumi. "I'll call you whatever I like, Deku," retorted Bakugo. "And don't deny it, your secret identity is shit. You have the same scars on your arm as Deku and you know Deku way too well for someone that was never anywhere near him." Izumi raised her eyebrows. That seemed way too circumstantial to accuse her of being someone else entirely. She blinked, as she realized what Bakugo's game was. He wasn't there for an accusation. Bakugo was trying to rile her up enough to get a confession, for her to slip up. Well, Izumi was not going to give him the satisfaction of that. "And that alone made you think I am secretly a boy," Izumi scoffed. "Oh, that was only the tip of the iceberg, but there is more," Bakugo growled, frustrated that Izumi wasn't taking the bait. "First, the shitty nerd somehow got into Island, as if. The nerd had no idea on support. He was far more obsessed about being a beeping hero. However, if he somehow got into the UA's secret identity program, then the likes of Nezu and All Might, who have good relations with David Shield, could easily get all the papers to fake it." Izumi was rather surprised he knew that, but she quickly realized that it was probably Mitsuki's fault. His mother no doubt had gotten that tidbit of information from Izumi's own mother. "Second, there's that move during the battle trial," Bakugo continued, grinning in triumph. "You managed to make a standard throw because you knew my technique and stance, just like Deku, that freaking creep, would." Alright, that was a good observation on Bakugo's part. Izumi had known Bakugo always started a fight with one particular hook, which helped her to intercept and smack the boy to the ground during the battle trial. Third and last, the little perv saw Deku in the dorm's room. Bakugo finished. "He saw you, didn't he?" Izumi didn't reply. Her heart clenched as her worst fears came true. "Admit it, dumb bunny," Bakugo growled, standing over her once again. "You or Deku, the shitty useless pathetic nerd." Izumi shrunk. For a moment, memories of Bakugo looming over him, grinning and hands producing explosions, flashed across her mind. How many times had Bakugo hurt Izuku in that manner, or merely stood like that to intimidate him? How many times had Bakugo looked down on poor Izuku, because of his dreams and ambitions? However, this was not the same Izuku Bakugo had dealt with back in middle school. "I need to answer. But how? And what?" Izumi desperately thought, trying not to be cowed by Bakugo's presence. She suddenly remembered All Might's suggestions and advice. Izumi balled her hands into fists, took a deep breath and faced Bakugo, a wide grin on her face. "You really think I am Izuku Midoriya?" Or are you grasping at straws here? Izumi said. She sounded confident, even though her heart was racing and she felt her breath starting to fail her. You or Deku, just admit it, shouted Bakugo. He leaned over her once again, this came producing explosions like he used to. Izumi remained rooted in place and did not flinch. She puffed her chest and tried to keep her hands from shaking. She was not about to let that asshole get away with it. He will no longer trample all over me, Izumi told herself. I am goddamn Izumi Midoriya. I will not be bullied or mistreated like I was back in Aldera. Those days are long gone. It sounds to me like you are actually asking for confirmation, Izumi said. She couldn't believe just how even her voice came out. Where had all that confidence come from? Let me tell you this and get it through your thick skull. I am Izumi. Believe whatever you want, Bakugo. Tell anyone who wants to hear. I don't give a damn. And with that, Izumi turned around and allowed her face to scrunch into horror. Oh God, why did I have to antagonize him like that? She wondered. Oi, where the beep are you going? Shouted Bakugo, grabbing her arm. She slapped his hand off and glared at him. Away from you, asshole, she retorted. And after Bakugo stared at her, perplexed, Izumi hopped off. She might have looked like she was pissed off, but deep down it was another story altogether. Holy carrots, where in the world did that come from? Why did I say that? Oh God, what is happening? She thought, close to having a panic attack. It was all so unlike her. She was starting to worry she might have been possessed or something. I am not done with you, Bakugo shouted, furious. But Izumi didn't stop and continued forward, away from the boy. Thankfully, Bakugo didn't follow. She didn't glance back, though. She was too much of a nerve wreck at the moment, and she feared she would reveal how she actually felt if she turned around. Instead, Izumi moved onwards, back to the cafeteria. Once she was far enough, Izumi paused on her march and allowed a long breath she hadn't known she had been holding. That went way better than I could have hoped for, sighed Izumi. A smile managed to stretch on her face. Way better. Still, for a moment there Izumi had been terrified she had antagonized the blonde too much and made him blow a gasket. Luckily, it seemed Bakugo had truly been trying to get Izumi to unknowingly spill the truth than actually confront her. Otherwise, Izumi wouldn't have been able to get away that easy. Izumi, though, was not about to stay around for Bakugo to catch up. She hurried back to the school and the cafeteria, hopping quickly down the pavement paths and up flights of stairs. By the time she made it to the cafeteria and the rest of her class, she was emotionally exhausted. That confrontation with Bakugo had taken its toll on her, especially having to keep her cool. With her day soured and ruined by the asshole in chief, Izumi could only look forward to hanging out with Ochako later that day. Thinking about the brunette brought a genuine grin on her face, but she still felt like Bakugo had spoiled her good mood. Could this day get any worse? Thought Izumi. As it so happened, it could. When she approached one of the tables, she knew right away something was off. The girls were frantically talking to each other. It was also the case across other tables. Something was going on. There was an energy filling the cafeteria, something that made Izumi apprehensive. When she saw the look of the girls, Izumi knew right away things were about to take a turn for the worse, and it would involve her. Izumi, is it true? Hagakure exclaimed, rushing towards her. The other girls all encircled the poor rabbit girl, curious, intrigued and shocked. Izumi, in turn, just looked at them, at a loss. She wasn't in the mood for this, but at the same time, Izumi didn't feel like delaying the inevitable. What is true? Izumi asked. This, Yaoyorozu said, handing over her cell phone. Izumi blinked at the screen, only for her jaw to drop. There, glaring straight at her as the title of some gossip online magazine, was an article with a very peculiar title. Unbelievable. Meet Izumi the Wonder Rabbit, the daughter of All Might and Maruko's niece. She must have cleaned the apartment 10 times before Inko Midoriya had finally decided to sit down and ponder on what she had learned. She fought down the urge to dust Izuku's room and forced herself to process the truth. She had to, for she would have to tell Izuku the following day. If only it was so easy. Inko sighed and went to the kitchen. She had kind of lost of the habit of eating when stressed, but given the last revelations she had endured, Inko had bought a few kilos of ice cream and she was making steady progress to the bottom. How could she not? What she had learned had been simple and, by all means, rather short in terms of a tale. However, it had changed Inko's entire life for better and for worse. No, what truly bothered Inko was how it would all impact Izuku. Thinking about her son brought a pang of guilt. She had been rather unfair to him as of late, prioritizing Azumi's form. Why did it have to take a life-altering truth to realize that much? How am I going to tell him? Inko wondered. Technically, it wasn't that hard. She had already practiced what she would say many times in front of the mirror and to herself as she cleaned. However, just imagining the shock on her son. Maybe he won't take it so bad, Inko nervously reasoned. He might even see it as a plus. Inko wasn't sure though, not knowing gnawed at her just as much as her wild imagination. She remained there, pondering, all while enjoying her favorite chocolate ice cream. Suddenly, there was a loud ping next to her. Inko blinked and picked her cell phone up. Mitsuki had written to her. There was another ping, then another. Before Inko could finish unblocking the main screen, Mitsuki had shot a barrage of messages. Perplexed, Inko tried to hurry down the sentences before Mitsuki wrote even more. The green-haired woman gasped. Oh dear, Inko gasped, staring at the screen. Mitsuki had sent Inko an article that was being spread around the internet. The title alone made the housewife nervously gulp. Inko scrolled down, her heart clenching painfully the more she read. This is bad, she mumbled. She really needed to talk to Izuku. There were many scandals and controversies that were commonplace, especially involving heroes. There were always that one media rag that kept insisting said hero was having an affair with that other hero, or that some random person was actually the son or daughter of some other hero. However, never before had the likes of All Might fallen amidst them, much less by a renowned media news network. It didn't help that it appeared that many of the biggest media networks agreed on the matter, convinced for some odd reason. To most of Japan, it would appear that All Might had sired a daughter, and said daughter was related to the rabbit hero Maruko. Needless to say, it was said rabbit hero who took the news the worst. That Friday evening, after a day of obnoxious classes, Maruko couldn't help but angrily pace in his apartment. She wasn't alone. Seated on one of the couches was All Might himself. Although he was rather disgruntled by the news, he wasn't taking it as badly as Maruko. Perhaps it was because he knew he wasn't the father of Izumi, whereas Maruko had had a niggling suspicion for a while. What the hell? This wasn't supposed to happen, damn it. Maruko growled, ready to wring someone's neck. Repeating that won't change anything, Fluff, said a young fox girl, perhaps no older than 10, carrying a tray of tea and biscuits. For some odd reason, the little fox girl was wearing an oversized skirt and Hawaiian green shirt, a tie loose around her neck. She almost looked like a child cosplaying as an adult. Her bushy fox tail swayed placidly from side to side as she walked towards one of the other couches, betraying her good mood. There on the couch, sat none other than Principal Nezu. He happily accepted the offered tea and a biscuit, before Z placed the tray on a tea table, taking a cup of her own and joining the white-furred being on the couch. All Might hated doing so, but he couldn't help but glance at the wristbands and choker on the fox girl. There was something about them, something unnerving that suggested a lot about Z's history. They also didn't look as something a child would wear, so they truly stood out. Truly, this isn't a bad thing, Principal Nezu hummed, before taking a sip from the tea. The little rat dog bear thing smiled and turned to Z. Ah, what a delightful tea. Thanks. This one is my favorite, Imperial Grey, chirpily said the little girl. All Might had to stifle a chuckle at the way Maruko glared at the casually talking fox girl and Principal, ignoring her entirely. My, what an expensive taste, mused the Principal. That was how I was raised, mused Z. She turned to Maruko, rolling her eyes at the angry rabbit hero. Will you stop that, Fluff? It is not that bad. That's because you aren't being the media's favorite chewing toy, Maruko exclaimed, only to point at her secretary. And stop looking so happy about this. What's there not to be happy about? Z said, tilting her head with childish cuteness. People back at home will forget all about how you admonished a quirkless kid. Everyone now believes you came here to spend time with your niece. Isn't this better? I don't even know if we are even related. Maruko shouted, infuriated. For God's sake, Z, I didn't become a hero for all this media crap, and neither did the lil bunny. That's right. Young Izumi has gone through enough without adding all of this nonsense, harumphed All Might. The number one hero wasn't sure how to feel about the whole thing. He already felt bad enough by indirectly piling on young Midoriya's emotional plate without adding more burdens. He was, however, intrigued about the potential link between Maruko and young Midoriya. All Might glanced at his phone, looking at the many pictures that accompanied the scandalous new article. It was unavoidable. You all know fans. They love imagining connections between their favorite people. Anyone who saw a rabbit girl like Izumi was bound to start conjuring imagined blood ties. And do you know what? This is great, remarked a smirking Z. Just think about the polls, Fluff. You were missing the point, Maruko growled. Both Z and Nezu took a sip from their cups, exuding an air of calmness and confidence that was grating on the nerves of the already annoyed rabbit hero. You are making this look worse than it actually is, said Z with another roll of her eyes. It's bad enough that I need to leave a place because a bunch of assholes were throwing a childish temper tantrum, but this is getting worse. The idea is to have things blow over, not explode to kingdom come. Hissed Maruko. Z sighed and lowered her cup, shaking her head. What do you want me to do, Rumi? Z asked. The people have already made up their mind and, well, I can't blame them. They came a good damn case about Izumi being related to you. Maybe. She trailed off, offering a shy smile. They aren't entirely wrong, at least in your case, Fluff. Didn't you say that Izumi looked a lot like your aunt? Pointed out All Might. He gestured at his cell phone. Could there actually be credence to some of these claims? Those pictures, when Maruko had said Izumi looked like her aunt, he had thought she had meant it in some general sense, perhaps as two full rabbit mutant quirk users would. It was not so uncommon, albeit still rare, for two completely unrelated people to develop parallel yet similar quirks. He could have never imagined Izumi looking almost identical to said aunt. Yes, but that doesn't mean anything. Rumi exclaimed. How do we lose track of a family member? My family is really into, the whole big happy family shtick. For Christ's sake, my dad still sends postcards to this asshole of a second cousin of his. The accountant, Z guessed. The same one, Maruko nodded. Man, now that's one piece of work, Z hummed in agreement. All Might raised an eyebrow at the little girl. Just how well did Maruko's secretary know the rabbit hero's family? And why? As he pondered on that question, the little fox girl kept talking. Stuff happens, Fluff, shrugged Z. Just take the win, Rumi. Let the media hounds grasp on air as if it is the case. It will all blow over eventually. At best, someone put the groundwork to discover some long-missed relative of yours. At worst, this is the media spreading fake news as per usual. Indeed, you should truly be seeing the bright side to all of this, Nezu nodded. I don't think there is anything good coming out of this for Izumi, All Might pointed out. I'll admit this entire situation won't do poor Izumi any favors. Sadly, we were going to reach a similar crossroads ever since both your quirk and Izumi's are so similar, Nezu said, sending a meaningful look towards All Might. The number one hero slowly nodded in understanding. People were bound to notice the connection between Izumi's immeasurable strength and fighting style to his own, especially with the media craving such conspiratorial ties between hero generations. It didn't help Izumi was a complete unknown that came out of nowhere. People loved running all sorts of theories and conspiracies with such individuals. But more importantly, the sports festival, happily said Nezu. The sports festival, Maruko and All Might repeated, confused. Yes, with this news, a whole lot of people will want to attend. Everyone will pay a fortune to witness the alleged daughter of All Might and niece of Maruko in action. Nezu proclaimed, I will be able to double the entrance fee or even triple it. Or maybe even more, Z said with a wide grin and greedy eyes. Her green eyes were almost shining with glee and All Might could have sworn she was salivating. Ooh, Think about the merchandise. And the media exclusives. The secretary and principal said in unison with the same happy faces and terrifying glint in their eyes. All Might could only watch at the two, pondering if perhaps there weren't more blood ties yet to be discovered within UA's premises. Better yet, I might finally manage to bury the public's misconception that Shiketsu High is anywhere as good as UA, cackled Nezu. I will teach everyone who's the best hero school in all of Japan once and for all. All Might and Maruko could only shiver as the principal started laughing like a sadistic villain at the thought of one-upping the rival school. Z, for her part, merely drunk her tea, her bushy tail waggling in joy. Stop enjoying this, hissed Maruko. Sorry, Fluff, said Z with a taunting smirk. Can't help it. Maruko scowled, and Z chuckled, amused. All Might was about to reach for a cup of tea, only to notice Z's form smoothly stretch and grow from the corner of her eyes. The transformation was so seamless and fast, All Might barely had time to glance at her mid-change. When he turned to look at Maruko's secretary, he was baffled to find a young woman, on her early 20s, with the same crimson hair and bright green eyes as the child that had been sitting there. Differently from any other form of Z, All Might had never seen one that was androgynous. The lack of an Adam's apple and the slightly wider hips as well as slight bumps on her chest suggested that she was a boyish-looking girl rather than a feminine boy. Could that be Z's true form? All Might wondered. He scratched his head. Does she even have a true form? At the moment, Z no longer looked amused. Her tail wrapped over her lap and the secretary leaned forward, frowning. She looked rather serious and somber. I am actually a bit curious. The media really went out of its way with this investigation, hummed the woman. They got pictures of Maruko's family, and even found a few images of Izumi shopping clothes. All Might bit back a laugh. There were only two pictures of Izumi. One of them was a thoroughly embarrassed Izumi clad in a yellow summer dress, and another of Izumi resting her head against a table, both taken at a mall. If All Might had to guess, it probably happened around the time Inko Midoriya took her son for female clothing a little time before the start of school. In both pictures, Izumi looked flustered and ready to die of shame at the spot. That in Izumi was beyond adorable. No wonder someone had taken a picture of her. And just like that, the cackling Nezu stopped his scary laughter and got serious. Yes, they were rather thorough, said Nezu. If this investigation had happened after the sports festival, when Izumi would have first made her appearance to the public, I would have understood journalists investigating this. Izumi's power is reminiscent to All Might's, and many people can reduce bare similarities, like Izumi and Rumi sharing lagomorph-related quirks, to familial bonds. What I do not understand is how Izumi, someone who by all means and purposes has yet to make any public displays, was the target of such a thorough investigation. The entrance exam perhaps. The fact Izumi took down the zero-pointer in such a manner could have risen suspicions, All Might suggested. Perhaps, but so far none of the entrance exam images or information has been leaked to the public. I trust the chosen judges, and they are all tied to confidentiality agreements. We even go after social media leaks, and rather efficiently at that, otherwise many people would know how to gain points during the entrance exam, Nezu explained. That was a good point All Might had forgotten. UA had long excelled keeping the whole deal of the hero points a secret, and for good reason. If people knew that they didn't need to be physically strong and only act heroically, most wouldn't bother training and displaying their prowess, or their true nature when in face of danger. But they found witnesses of the exam, Z remarked. And would you have believed Izumi is related to All Might from witnesses alone, teenagers at that? Nezu countered. Actually, no, there are a lot of attention seekers who claim to be related to All Might, Z hummed. There are. All Might and Maruko squawked. Nezu and Z ignored the two. This article claims that a reliable source found out that my quirk very closely resembles Izumi's, All Might said, eyeing the article once again. This means someone must have seen her quirk in action, and that person is trusted by the media. HNN wouldn't be so adamant on sharing these lies otherwise. Those fake news, scoffed Maruko. They spew whatever nonsense they are told. HNN is a respectable source of news, All Might harumphed. Yeah, right, huffed Maruko and Z. It really doesn't help Izumi is in the secret identity program. That's almost like throwing honey over the girl and not expecting her to be hounded by bears, pointed out Z. But that's the thing, very few people outside the school should even know that Izumi exists, Nezu insisted. Those who did see her outside UA wouldn't have been able to know she made it into UA either, much less anything regarding her quirk. There was a moment of silence. Could there be a leak? Maybe a student who gave the media enough intel. Perhaps someone in the general studies course who resents Izumi making it to the hero course. All Might proposed. Again, whoever informed the media must have provided more than a simple statement or hint. These journalists must have had a very strong lead to even consider coming anywhere near my students, Nezu said. He didn't sound angry, but his tone had an edge to it. Maybe someone secretly recorded the entrance exam. Z wondered. Nezu appeared to consider it, only to shake his head. I believe that there is another explanation, but I will review the entrance exam recordings. You think these journalists were already convinced about Maruko's ties to Izumi? All Might wondered. And yours, added a disgruntled Maruko. All Might scratched his head. What could he have done to convince anyone that he somehow fathered a rabbit girl? I think so. This article and investigation happened rather quickly, a suggestion that they already had a strong idea where to look at, and as you said, whoever their source is, the media must trust it implicitly. This suggests prior knowledge of Izumi to a degree, from her powers to her looks being similar to those of Maruko's family, gathered by one of their own, a journalist of some caliber more than competent enough to get that information without raising any of my suspicions, Nezu hummed, thoughtful. That's another thing. Few people know my family. I mean, they all live in the boonies, in the middle of nowhere, and they've gotten really cranky on outsiders since I reached the top 10, Maruko said with a frown. What happened? Some idiot thought just because the Lil Bunny and I both have rabbit quirks we were related. That is what I find interesting. Then again, perhaps I am wrong, Nezu said. Doubtful, thought All Might. Of all the people All Might had known, Nezu was the few people who were rarely, if ever, wrong. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud beeping and a recorded voice, one that was yelling angrily for everyone to hear. All eyes turned to Maruko, who warily pulled out a phone, glaring at the screen while the ringtone kept on pestering the other occupants of the room. I will destroy you. I will destroy you. The cell phone repeated. All Might's sweat dropped. What manner of ringtone was that? Then again, his wasn't that much better, was it? Speak of the devil and he shall come, Maruko groaned. Just what I freaking needed. This is why this is terrible. What is it, Fluff? Wondered Z, only to raise an eyebrow. And who exactly can contact you directly without going through me? She asked with a pout and folding her arms. Who else, Slick? My goddamn family, beeped Maruko, pulling her hair in exasperation. Grandpa is coming here, and he's no doubt bringing hell with him. What Maruko did not know was that there was someone else angrily pacing, much like she had been. In fact, said person was just as frustrated as the rabbit hero, if perhaps not more so. Ochako Uraraka could only quietly sit on her bed as her rabbit friend went from one side of the bedroom to the next, distraught and fuming. Isn't this good news? I mean, maybe you do have a relative in Maruko, that would be awesome, right? Ochako tentatively said, and if people believe you are All Might's daughter, then that means you'll get all sorts of offers and opportunities. I do not want to be falsely given more privileges. I've already been fortunate to be given a whole lot more than I deserve, and All Might and Maruko deserve better than a scandal. Maruko already has enough on her plate and this will probably upset her family, said Izumi, not matter if it is true or false. Ochako couldn't help but smile at that. Leave it to Izumi to worry about adults instead of herself. I don't even know how they managed to link All Might to me like this, Izumi wondered, plopping on the bed besides the brunette. Wait, so there is a connection between the two? Ochako asked, surprised. Well, Izumi spluttered. Ochako's jaw dropped. No way. Really? Ochako said, eyes promising to pop out their sockets. You and All Might know each other. How? Izumi groaned. Her shoulders slumped, defeated. Why yes, we know each other but don't tell anyone, alright. People will get worse if they knew. Ochako nodded, wide-eyed. He actually trained me. He spent a lot of time on me, actually. It is all thanks to him that I managed to make it to UA, admitted Izumi. Without him, I wouldn't have made the cut. Really? Ochako gasped. The #1 hero was your personal trainer. Izumi just twiddled her thumbs. No wonder you are so awesome. Laughed Ochako. Izumi ducked her head, thoroughly embarrassed. I guess someone must have seen you and come to the wrong conclusions. I mean, don't get me wrong, your quirks are way too similar, but if someone saw you two hanging out together, training, it is no wonder someone might have believed you were related. Ochako trailed off with a grin. All Might has never been seen training teenagers like that. But that's the thing, no one saw us. I am absolutely certain, Izumi exclaimed, and no one was supposed to have seen me use my power in public. Then how does the media know you have similar quirks? Ochako wondered. I don't know, maybe a journalist sneaked into UA, proposed Izumi. Last time that happened the entire school went into high alert, rebutted Ochako. Izumi nodded, conceding the point. She had forgotten about that experience. Izumi, this article is still a lot of guesswork. I mean, the part between you and Maruko being related is way more believable, Ochako said, staring at the picture of Maruko's aunt. Was it wrong for her to believe that said Izumi was way prettier than her older doppelganger? But all that stuff with All Might. There's no way to prove it. I have no idea why they are convinced, though. It must be the whole secret identity thing. There hasn't been a pro hero with a secret identity in UA since All Might himself, said Izumi. And for good reason. It is thanks to All Might that few to no powerful hero need to hide their identity. I guess that between you being a complete unknown, having All Might's power, and the fact All Might himself of all people joined the school just when you entered. Ochako gasped at the realization. That's it. Izumi's eyes widened, only to groan and lean back onto Ochako's bed. People think All Might became a teacher for me, whined Izumi. You must admit, people really found the whole All Might becoming a high school teacher a bit weird and a bit out of nowhere, pointed out the brunette. This whole family thing probably makes a lot of sense to people now. Ochako sheepishly chuckled as she realized something else. The same applies to Maruko, right? Knowing her and her personality, everyone must have been curious as to why Maruko chose to start teaching in UA. I mean, yeah, maybe it was as a publicity stunt after the whole controversy with that fan she yelled at, but I think people will prefer this reason, especially her fans, Ochako said. Izumi could only groan given how it all made sense in a weird sort of way. Hey, it's fine, Izumi, Ochako said with a smile. She laid on the bed, staring at Izumi. Look, has anything changed? Does this discovery make you a different person? Izumi hesitantly shook her head, staring at the ceiling. No, but, Izumi mumbled only to be interrupted. You are the same Izumi that rescued me from the 0-pointer, the same Izumi that made it as class rep, even the same Izumi that is constantly groped, hugged, yes, that's what I meant. By Momo, Ochako said. You're the same cute ball of fluff and power I befriended, she mentally added, her cheeks gaining a tinge of pink with that thought. I guess, Izumi nodded, a small smile gracing her face as she turned towards her friend. Still, why can I have something go my way for once? Ochako tilted her head, confused. From her point of view, Izumi had quite a lot of things going for her. Everyone will probably believe this article and treat me differently, Izumi said. I just want it to be, me. Izumi's face fell, looking sorrowful and despondent. Ochako frowned, perplexed. Could this be due to Izumi being stuck in the secret identity program? Maybe she was struggling with keeping so much of herself secret. Ochako felt her heart wrench painfully at the thought of her friend enduring so much for the sake of her career. That hasn't changed. I am sure the guys at our class might be a bit annoying at first, but they are pretty nice, Ochako said, only to scowl. Except Bakugo. Oh god, Bakugo is going to blow a gasket over this, whined Izumi. To be fair, that guy sure has a short fuse for most things, joked Ochako. Why would he mind, though? It really is none of his business whether you are related or not to Maruko, she frowned as she thought about it. or do you think he will throw a fit because some people claim you are related to All Might? Knowing him, he might just be pissed that a little bunny girl like me has anything to do with All Might, Izumi said. Ochako could see that there was more to it than that. In fact, she got the distinct impression Izumi knew Bakugo a lot more than she would have liked. What was someone as kind as Izumi doing anywhere near that asshole? She could only guess. Well, who cares about that guy, Ochako said, turning to look upwards. And so the two stared at the ceiling, lying side by side. You know, Ochako, thanks, Izumi said all of a sudden. Ochako blinked and turned to her friend, confused. They faced one another. For being a good friend and all, Izumi elaborated with a shy smile. Ochako grinned, her heart fluttering. It is no problem, really, Ochako said. That's what friends are for, right? I am not into boys. Ochako blinked, recalling those words once again. The girl stared at Izumi and, rather slowly, it suddenly sunk to her how the entire situation would look like for an outsider. There they were, two girls, sharing a bed, in the privacy of their room and in what looked like a rather intimate moment for the two. Needless to say, Ochako's face started burning by just imagining the possibilities. You all right? Izumi asked, confused. Yes, I'm fine. Of course I am, laughed Ochako, springing out of the bed and with her face burning an intense shade of red. Stupid imagination, stop conjuring images of me and Izumi doing stuff. Ochako swore, only to groan as yet more embarrassing scenarios flashed across her mind, making her only more flustered. Izumi just stared at her, bewildered, only to shrug. Will you two kiss already? Yeah, we are waiting for some action here. Ochako and Izumi snapped their heads to the wall behind them, only to glance at each other. Their gazes met, and for a moment their eyes locked. Chocolate brown eyes pierced into Izumi's amethyst eyes. Kiss, they both thought. They snapped their heads away, now both of them blushing. Mina, Toru, what are you doing eavesdropping on us? Ochako exclaimed, her face ready to burst from blood overflow. Waiting for the good part, replied Ashido through the wall. It isn't like that, Izumi shouted, unable to look at Ochako. There was suddenly the sound of a door being slammed open. Hey, what do you think you are doing? By the sounds of it, Yaoyorozu had just burst into the room. Nothing, Ashido and Hagakure said in unison. I warned you against eavesdropping on them, Yaoyorozu said in her full rich girl persona. Oh dear, someone had gotten into real trouble now. Quick, they are making a run for it. Jiro's voice echoed through the wall, joining the fray. Ribbit, exclaimed Asui, apparently also there. You will never stop me, cackled Ashido. Run, Toru, run. Ochako and Izumi could only stand there, dumbfounded, as they heard quite the commotion on the next room. It sounded as if there was quite a scuffle over there. Pam, blam, oi, you aren't going anywhere. Slam, crash, arg, pam, bang, hey, watch it, swish, gotcha, slip, ha, in your dreams. After a good minute of absolute noisy chaos, there was silence. That will teach you not to mess with Izumi's privacy, harumta haughty Yaoyorozu. There was the odd sound of something being dragged across the ground and what sounded like the groans of two tied up and gagged girls. Ochako could only wonder what a protective, if not outright possessive, Yaoyorozu could have done to Ashido and Hagakure, not that Ochako minded that much. You can go on doing, whatever you were doing now. Yaoyorozu happily said, back to her chirpy persona. Geez, it isn't like they are making out or anything, Izumi managed to hear from Jiro on the next room, differently from Ochako. With that concluded, Ochako and Izumi awkwardly stood there, separate and unable to face each other. So, Izumi said, shyly twiddling her thumbs. That happened, huh? Yeah, awkwardly chuckled Ochako. They glanced at each other, only to avert their gazes. So, Izumi tried again. So, Ochako said, biting her lips. Do you want to do something? Izumi asked. Yes, let's, Ochako said, thankful for the opportunity to break the awkwardness between the two. I'm not into boys, Ochako almost squawked as once again remembered those words. Why couldn't her mind keep quiet about that? Why did her head keep echoing what Izumi had accidentally confessed earlier that day? And why the hell was she too darn giddy about it? But what could we do? Izumi wondered, oblivious to her friend's current state. Izumi and Ochako looked at each other. Apparently, they clearly thought of the same thing, for their faces burned hot once again and they looked away, embarrassed. And nothing outside, I guess, given, everything, mumbled Izumi. Maybe, check if there is any TVs available downstairs and maybe watch something. Ochako bit her lower lip. The two girls, watching a movie by themselves. True, they would be on the open, free for other girls to join in. However, the invitation still sounded special in Ochako's mind, something akin to, well, a date. No, she was reading too much into it, wasn't she? Yeah, let us just, Ochako nodded, smiling at Izumi, enjoy this day, alright. It really beeped, didn't it? No kidding, Izumi said, a smile of her own facing Ochako. I just hope tomorrow is better. Don't jinx it, Ochako joked. The two girls shared a chuckle, before leaving the bedroom. The world might have gotten a tad crazier for Izumi, but at least she could count on Ochako. The brunette, on the other hand, was really starting to discover just how badly she was crushing on the rabbit girl. All around Japan, people were reacting in different ways. Most people dismissed the claim as hearsay, whereas others went insane with the revelation. The internet, especially the All Might forums, went crazy, lost in a frenzy of disbelief. For the most part, the people of Japan were strangely glad to hear that there could be another All Might in the future. Pro-heroes weren't sure how to react. Some on the higher ranks swore, cursing the fact that the number one position would no doubt be lost to them. Others were relieved that there would be someone capable of taking the mantle of symbol of peace. Villains on the other hand hoped it was all entirely speculation. One All Might was bad enough without having to add a second one, and one related to Maruko at that. It was in one particular bar, however, where a certain young man took the news differently from most people. The bar itself was small yet not necessarily lacking. There were a wide variety of beverages behind the barman and the place had everything a proper bar would hope to have. There was even a jukebox. This man, white-haired and red eyes, reacted to the news with a grin of all things, a wide creepy grin filled with hatred. At a simple glance, anyone could tell he was not entirely sane. His name was Tamura Shigaraki, and he was not just any person. So All Might has a little girl, huh? Said the man with his rough voice, sounding as if with a dry throat. The barman, a man made of black mist and clad in a fine attire for his role at the place, paused his cleaning. Whereas Shigaraki appeared to be rather lacking in regards to sanity, Kurogiri seemed to exude an air of patience. At the moment, the barman studied his charge. He had long known the young man, and he knew that tone very well. Oh, this is precious, hissed Shigaraki. His grin was too wide and distorted. The chapped lips didn't help, nor his hateful red eyes. The way he revealed all of his teeth didn't do him any favors either. No, Shigaraki induced shivers whenever he was happy or excited. At the moment, though, Kurogiri knew that the young man felt more than just joy. She'll die, just like her pathetic father, spat Shigaraki. Kurogiri lowered the glass he was cleaning and addressed the young man. He had to step in before Shigaraki started one of his fits of rage. Tamura, the master, Kurogiri started saying. I don't care, interrupted Shigaraki. I want her gone. One All Might is bad enough without a miserable second one to pop up and replace the first one. His hands flexed, an old habit back when he would started destroying everything around him. Lesser men would have hesitated in telling Shigaraki off. Kurogiri, though, wasn't a man per se. Our master demanded patience, Tamura, Kurogiri said. Your plan shall take place when the time is right. Now is the time, Shigaraki insisted. Kurogiri was ready to rebut the impatient young man, when all of a sudden there was a soft beep. Both of them knew what that meant. Their heads snapped towards the source, a small screen meant for video calls. There was no image, but the caller's voice could be heard. Master, Kurogiri respectfully said. Master, so good you've decided to call. I have a proposition, Master. Shigaraki, ever the impertinent man, giddily said. Kurogiri, Tamura, I had expected this would happen. The voice of the caller was dark and reserved, yet gentle. It was rather creepy, actually, with hints of malice. I take it you have heard the latest bout of rumor mill. Yes, All Might has breed, apparently. Shigaraki spat with disgust. He smiled once again, delighted by thoughts of pain and suffering on a certain rabbit girl. This is our chance, master. We can break the #1 hero, bring him down from his high and mighty facade. The master didn't say anything. I can't wait to see the despair on that bastard's face, the suffering, that will teach him. Shigaraki appeared to lose grip of reality, lost on his desire to make the #1 hero agonize. And when we break All Might, we'll give him mercy by finishing him off. The world will see their hero torn apart before being disintegrated. Please, master, allow me to go ahead with the attack. The master took a moment to ponder, before he finally replied. You are still gathering men and resources, Tamura, calmly replied the master. Do you truly think you have enough for an attack? All Might is already weak enough. What will 1 week or 2 months change? Moreover, our weapon was already designed for All Might. Scoffed Shigaraki. There is a possibility the school still expects something after your little show from the other day, softly said the master. Kurogiri, who understood the whims of his master, could easily tell that his master was not entirely pleased with Shigaraki's little escapade. Unfortunately, when Shigaraki heard that All Might had started teaching in UA, he went on a rampage and demanded to be taken to UA. His actions were rash and foolish, promising to undo all of the master's hard work. Sadly, Kurogiri lived to serve, and serve he did. I will not fail, master, said Shigaraki, too sure of himself. All Might will fall, and so will his stupid daughter. When I am through with them, they will be mere dust in the wind. He snickered, apparently pleased with that last sentence. We'll see about that, hummed the master, but perhaps this will be an enlightening experience for you. Shigaraki's already wide smile could only widen, all while Kurogiri worried. Very well, Tamura, you have my blessing, the master said. I hope you learn from this, no matter the outcome. This is, after all, entirely for you to grow and mature. Much to Kurogiri's chagrin, the elated young man broke into one of his foolish cackling sessions. Oh, but master, I won't be the one learning, I'll be the one teaching the world a lesson. Saturday morning started easy enough for Izuku. After a fun and tranquil night watching a movie with Ochako, not much had happened. The girls had thankfully reined in their questions and left the pair alone to watch their movie in peace. Although eager to interrogate the resident rabbit girl, they clearly sympathized with Izumi. Well, there was Yaoyorozu who had to give Izumi a good hug of reassurance, or at least that's what she called it. Izumi walked out of the elevator and headed to the main lobby. There were a handful of the girls already up and around, who merely glanced at her. Izumi was thankful of that. She did worry how other students outside the dorms would react, though. As Izumi crossed the area with the television and couches, she remembered the night prior with Ochako. The brunette had picked the movie, and boy had it been quite a pick. Differently from the last movie Izumi had seen with others, Ochako chose one with zombies and robots. It was dumb yet entertaining. In any case, the two enjoyed it and they were joined halfway through by Asui. Izumi sighed, embarrassed, as she recalled the awkward departure after the movie. Ochako and Izumi had stood outside the elevators, unsure how to bid goodnight. They had spent 5 minutes awkwardly saying they were leaving, only to stay and stare at each other. If Izumi had to guess, Ochako had wanted to spend more time together. After all, they did kind of go to bed early for a Friday night but didn't want to be pushy. If that had been the case, then Izumi had been in the same boat. In any case, Izumi had another matter to attend. Well, if she could make it out of the dorms, that is. She was walking towards the door, when her instincts kicked in. She could feel it. Danger. Izumi stood up straight, her pink nose twitched, and her ears perked up, before angling around. A sound, behind her. Izumi glanced around, only to find a shadow descending on her. There you are. The predator squealed, her arms spread wide to attack. Izumi reacted immediately and the attacker lunged. The arms almost touched her as they coiled around Izumi. The rabbit girl, however, ducked and avoided the embrace in the nick of time. It was a very disappointed Yaoyorozu who stood there, hugging the air. "Sorry, Yaoyorozu, not today," said Izumi with a smile. "Oh, just one hug," pouted the rich girl. Izumi shook her head but gave an apologetic smile. Yaoyorozu whined while Izumi hopped away. Although the rabbit girl couldn't help but grin for escaping the rich girl's affections, Izumi worried her attempts might escalate. At least, she couldn't deny that the fact Yaoyorozu was treating her the same as always lifted her spirits a bit. It was once she left the dorms that Izumi tried to maintain her demeanor, and for more than one reason. For starters, there were other students. This time around, they glanced at her, wide-eyed, and whispers would follow. It was fortunate no one bothered her, but Izumi didn't like the new treatment either. Hopefully, none would pester her for questions. However, there was something else to worry about, her pending talk with her mother. Izumi's heart ached at the thought of what her mother would reveal. After 1 week, she probably had located Izumi's grandparents and gotten answers. Could there be some veracity to the article that had come out the day before? She would soon find out. Izumi hopped into the school proper, and was greeted with midnight. She grinned at the rabbit girl and proceeded to escort her towards the chat room. Izumi was reminded of the first time she had been led around by the pro hero. It had been so weird and embarrassing back then. "Looking good, Izumi," Midnight commented. "How are you taking the news?" "You mean the whole thing about being All Might's daughter?" Izumi asked. "Not bad, actually. The girls at the dorm haven't been too insistent." "Good," nodded Midnight, only to grin. "You've really taken to your rabbit form. I remember the first time I laid my eyes on all of your fluffiness. Geez, you were such a bundle of nerves. Now look at you, you hop around with confidence. You actually are one of the girls now, huh?" "Well, I am a girl, after all, even if, you know," chuckled Izumi. "I guess being all fluffy and adorable helped with the integration." "No kidding. I sincerely didn't think it was a good idea to have you with the girls," Midnight said. "But it looks like the principal might have known what he was doing. I am just glad you are holding strong." She playfully scratched Izumi between the ears, something that was rather pleasant. "All right, this is our stop," Midnight said. She unlocked the room and opened the door. Before Izumi could enter, however, the pro hero blocked her path. Izumi did not like that teasing smile on her face. "By the way, I've heard a few whispers that you and Uraraka have been hanging a lot together," teased Midnight. "Do I need to remind you the school's policy again?" "I better talk to Mom," Izumi mumbled, hiding her face. Izumi ignored the giggling from the teacher and went straight into the room. No sooner had the door been closed, Izumi released an annoyed sigh and transformed. Her form stretched and grew, her fur receded into smooth skin and her eyes transitioned from a deep amethyst to emerald. Izuku went to sit down and wait for his mother. He nervously twiddled his thumbs, awkwardly looking around as he waited for the large screen in front of him to change. Izuku couldn't help but worry about the ensuing conversation. Then, the screen came to life and a woman's face popped in. The time of truth had arrived. Hey, Mom," Izuku started. Hey, Izuku," said Inko. Silence. Mother and son looked anywhere but at each other. "So, how did it go?" Izuku decided to ask. "With your trip, I mean." "Oh, fine," Inko said. "How are you doing? Did you read the article about me being the son of All Might and Maruko's niece?" "Yeah," Izuku interrupted, offering a short smile. "Is there any truth to it, Mom?" "The Maruko's part, at least." Inko sighed, her shoulders slumped. It was clear they had to get it over with. "Yes, but you are not her niece, or nephew," Inko mumbled, eyes downcast. Slowly, she looked straight at Izuku and the boy braced himself. "You are her cousin. She's my niece, actually." Izuku blinked at his mother. Something about all of that was plain ridiculous, and yet he didn't feel that bothered. Or maybe the truth had yet to sink in. "I know, a huge revelation," Inko said with a heavy heart. No kidding, Izuku thought. A part of him couldn't help but wonder what it would have been like had they known beforehand. How would his life be any different if he had been aware that he had a rabbit hero for a cousin? Would his life have been any different? His thoughts were broken by his mother, who was mustering her courage to continue. I don't know where to start, Inko said. She offered a shy smile. I had been all week mulling on what I was going to say that I don't know how. Izuku took a deep calming breath. Are Grandpa and Grandma all right? Izuku asked. Inko winced. Why yes, they are, in their own way, Inko tentatively replied. You know them, thinking they are a burden and all that. The two fell quiet. Mother and son knew that the topic at hand would be difficult, yet neither was eager to give the first step. In the end, Izuku surprised even himself by stealing his nerves and pushing forward. How did it happen? Izuku finally asked. Mom and Dad. Inko had to pause in order to take a deep calming breath. You know enough about them, don't you? They have always been the adventurous sort. Back when they were younger, they traveled the countryside in that bike of theirs. Izuku slowly nodded. He didn't comment on how practiced his mother's words were. She hadn't lied when she said she had been put a lot of thought to the tale she would recount. Back when they were traveling they were exploring themselves as much as the country, Inko mumbled. They were sleeping around, Izuku summarized. Inko gave a pained smile at that. If only it was so simple, said the chubby woman. As they traveled around the country they discovered different people, you see, with their own, quirks. In their quest for fun and self-discovery, they, purposely sought different quirks to satisfy their curiosity. Wait, you mean, Izuku frowned, only for his eyes to widen. They were searching people with different quirks to have with. More or less, sighed a defeated Inko. They were curious about different mutant types, emitters and transformation types and how such quirks could affect the whole self-discovery part. For example, mutant quirks have different physiologies even, all of their bodies and even their behavior in regards to the couples and all of that. Like I said, adventurous. Izuku couldn't help himself, his face lit up like a Christmas tree. His mother wasn't much better. They never worried about pregnancy, Inko said. I learned that mom is infertile. Apparently, her quirk, plasticity, makes it impossible for the implantation onto the uterus so. Izuku knew what that meant, yet it was hard to actually think about it. He had guessed that had been the case given how his mother had inherited from his father's bloodline. Grandpa is your mother? Izuku didn't mean to ask, but he just couldn't help it. Yes, Inko nodded. Thing was, Dad also didn't have to worry about pregnancy. When he switches form, he produces spontaneous abortion. Right, Izuku said. So what happened? At one point, during their exploring, they came across this individual, Inko recounted. He was a very peculiar person whose quirk, as you might have guessed, was a mutation type. A rabbit mutation type to be exact. And they had, concluded a flustered Izuku. It wasn't so straightforward, Inko said, cringing. Izuku's heart dropped. He was married. Oh, was all Izuku could said. In fact, he had children at the time, Inko pressed on. Oh, why yeah, nodded Inko, forcing a pained smile on her face. So, Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to know. Mom and Dad wanted to, explore, Inko said. She sighed again, frustrated, before she despondently added with resignation. They wanted to have with him. Why was it so difficult to say or hear the word without acting like children? But he refused, Inko said, surprising Izuku. Because he didn't want to cheat on his wife. He actually had a happy marriage. Izuku gulped. He did not like where this was going. Sadly, Inko was going to tell the full truth, whether Izuku liked it or not. Mom and Dad, in all of their youthful stupidity and recklessness, really wanted to have with him. Inko covered her face, as if embarrassed by what she was confessing. They claimed that they fell in love with his eyes and in his cuteness to the point that. She sighed, resigned and pained. They got the flimsy wish of having their own rabbit child, said Inko. Izuku frowned, his heart starting to race. Wasn't that what his own parents were happy about regarding Izumi? To have a cute little daughter in the hero track. I know, It sounds stupid. They did admit there were other reasons, and they weren't really thinking straight, being a bit too arrogant in all of their exploration. But yes, that was what they envisioned. A rabbit child, a girl to be exact, Inko mumbled. The woman took a deep breath and carried on. So they got him drunk and spirited him away for a night. Apparently, he, my biological grandfather, had the costume of going to a bar with his friends, Inko retold. Dad, my biological mother, approached him in his male form, so my biological dad had no way of knowing who he was getting drunk around. One too many cups later and, well, things happened. Izuku shuddered. How could his grandparents have done such a thing? It was despicable. And for what? As if reading his mind, Inko gave him a sad smile, her eyes filled with shame and guilt. They must have really wanted to have a rabbit child, Inko stated somberly. She stared at Izuku and the boy could only squirm under her sights. What was with her pained and agonizing expression? I guess it is how your father and I treated you when you manifested Izumi, Inko admitted. That hurt a lot to hear. A very vindictive part of Izuku, though, was pleased. The rest of him was distraught by the way his mother appeared to suffer from remorse. You are so, well, cute and adorable as Izumi, Inko mumbled. Tears started falling down her cheeks. Izuku's own cheeks grew wet with tears. I'm so sorry, Izuku. We've been so unfair to you. We were so happy you had a quirk and that you could start over, that we didn't care what you were going through. I thought I knew better, with my father and all, but... Izuku wasn't embarrassed to admit he was close to full-out wailing himself. It actually felt liberating to hear that from his mother, even if it made his chest ache with the admission. It's fine, Mom, Izuku sniffed. No, it isn't, sobbed Inko. We shouldn't have forced you to be just Izumi. We should have chosen a compromise with the principal or maybe have tried another school. You as Izuku had as much a right to be a hero as Izumi. Alright, now Izuku was ready to release the waterworks. Forget the Niagara, those waterfalls were bound to be the next tourist attraction. He miraculously managed to hold strong, even if a few tears escaped his bloodshot eyes and snot rolled down his nose. I have always worried you'd get hurt without a quirk, that a part of me didn't want you to be a hero. It is such a dangerous career. Inko was barely comprehensible with the way she cried, face wet with tears. But now I know you are capable of achieving that impossible dream. I need to tell you that. Forget about releasing the waterworks. Izuku couldn't stop it when he broke down and cried. I believe you can be a hero, as Izumi and Izuku, Inko sniffed. And in both your father and I will root for you no matter what form you take. Neither of the two dared bring back the previous topic. So engrossed were they with their heart-to-heart talk, they forgot about it, at least at the moment. After so long, Izuku's aching heart released off a pain that had long clung onto his chest. There were many ways one could spend a Saturday morning. For Ochako, training wasn't exactly an oddity or undesirable. She had spent many weekends training for UA. However, she had never actually prepared to train with the rabbit hero Maruko. Her body was burning, every single fiber of her muscles stretched to their limit. Still, she persisted under the shade of the trees of Ground Omega. A part of Ochako was still unsure the reason behind being taken on as some sort of apprentice by the rabbit hero. The brunette must have said all the right things in her interview with Z, or else Ochako had no means to explain her current predicament. Another part of Ochako was starting to regret ever asking Maruko to be trained. Let's take a break, Maruko grunted. Ochako fell on her knees, panting. The rabbit hero, who had been at it for far longer than her, seemed barely close to break a sweat. She went over to a tree and, from a small backpack, pulled out 2 bottles of water, one which she unceremoniously shoved at Ochako, before moving over to a fallen tree to sit on. Maruko was, much to Ochako's surprise, quite a decent teacher. She made Ochako run laps around the grounds, do all sorts of exercises like push-ups and sit-ups, before going over basic hand-to-hand combat, be it practicing through repetition or trying her luck against Maruko herself. Whenever Ochako was going over some exercise, she would go on to do her own thing, which generally involved dashing around the trees before delivering all manner of kicks at a designated weird ragdoll she brought with her. Ochako managed to raise to her feet and trudge over to sit next to her teacher. Never before had opening a bottle of water been such a chore. You know, Infinity Girl, you need to improve either your reach or your speed, Maruko huffed. You'll have better luck with your reach. What do you mean? Wheezed Ochako. Your quirk, Maruko bluntly stated. It works only with touch, which could be a problem, especially against fast villains, or those with ranged attacks. What do you suggest? Wondered Ochako. I am not exactly the fastest girl around, but I have no idea how to improve my reach was it. Yeah, speed is more Lil Bunny's forte, mused Maruko, smirking. Do you know if your quirk can travel through stuff? Ochako was too tired to actually think about it. Because if that was the case, you could go for something like Eraserhead, or maybe chains or a lasso, although now that I think about it they will put you at a disadvantage, Maruko hummed. How come? If I can remove their gravity, there isn't much they can do, Ochako pointed out. Not really. A chain or a lasso can easily be caught, and in tight spaces it could be hard to use, Maruko grumbled. That's why most heroes go for short to medium range fighting. Most engagements occur indoors, don't they? Ochako said, happy to remember what she had been taught. Maruko nodded, before giving her a questioning raised eyebrow. All Might taught us that on our first heroics class. He had us do an exercise, battle trial he called it. Huh, I would have lot to see that, mused Maruko. What exactly did you do? Ochako recounted the battle trial, going into the specifics of the teams and tasks. She then moved on with the experience itself, narrating what had happened. Ochako was rather happy to retell how she and Izumi actually managed to beat Iida and Bakugo. Maruko listened on, grinning with a smug face Ochako had never seen before. It was easy to tell that Maruko liked Izumi. Then again, who didn't? She was way too lovable. Cosmic what now? Laughed Maruko. Geez, and you came with that on the spot. Yep, Ochako said, chest puffed up in pride. It ain't bad, said an amused Maruko. Damn, I must ask the old man for video then. Oh, it wasn't that great, said Ochako, embarrassed at the thought of another pro hero scrutinizing her first class. Although she was proud of her success, Ochako realized that, being their first class in heroics, there had been a few awkward slip-ups and errors, such as Izumi and Bakugo's argument in the middle of an exercise. That and Ochako wasn't sure she wanted Z to somehow get her hands on such video. You really stick close to the Lil Bunny, huh? Maruko said. This time, Ochako got the distinct impression the rabbit hero's smirk was almost predatory. It reminded her of Ashido whenever she heard a spicy rumor. Well, we are good friends, Ochako said. Good friends, huh? Insisted Maruko, leaning close to the brunette. Ochako wasn't sure what she was heading at, until the pro hero started wiggling her eyebrows. The brunette's face immediately lit up like a dying sun. Why yeah, friends, spluttered Ochako. Aha, friends, Maruko repeated, still wiggling her eyebrows. Ochako felt rather faint, either because the workout and the embarrassment, if not both. Luckily, Maruko decided that she had enough teasing and broke into laughter. Please, Infinity Girl, I know that look on your face when you stare at Izumi. Trust me, I see it every day on Z, Maruko snickered, rolling her eyes. It is not like that. And I don't stare, stammered Ochako. Aha, you just find Lil Bunny's tail really interesting, deadpanned Maruko, making Ochako's face glow an even deeper shade of red. Did she really stare at Izumi's cotton tail? Well, it was quite the thing to look at, and at times Ochako had wondered what it would be like to touch it, maybe even wrap a ribbon, but she had never stared. Ochako wouldn't do that to her best friend. Right. Just admit it, Infinity Girl, Maruko said, nudging the brunette. You are head over heels over the Lil Bunny. I don't know. Maybe. This is all so new to me, sighed Ochako. Huh, was the ever-intelligent response of the pro hero. Ochako paused, cursing her slip-up. She sighed. Since she was already opening up to Maruko, she might as well go all the way. Besides, maybe Maruko could be of some help, all things considered. I had no idea that I might like women, Ochako confessed. Especially not an animal girl. I thought I liked boys, you know. Now I am not so sure. Maybe I am just overthinking things and it isn't really a crush. Yeah, no, it is definitely a crush. Infinity Girl, I have crashed villains into dust far less than how you crush on Lil Bunny, mused Maruko. She was enjoying the conversation, differently from Ochako. But how could I just discover it? I can't just develop feeling for another gender overnight. Ochako said. That's life. You think you like one thing only for the reality of it to smack you on the face, Maruko replied with a shrug. I guess that's just puberty knocking on the door, Infinity Girl. When you're a teenager you discover all sorts of weird stuff. Just ask Z. Maruko paused, only to cringe and shiver. On second thought, don't ask her anything relating to puberty. No, actually, don't ask her anything. Don't even mention this conversation. Maruko looked way too serious and apprehensive for Ochako not to smile with amusement. Just how bad could Z get with such a topic? She blinked, and shuddered. Nope, Maruko was right. So, you're still in the closet? Maruko asked. Ochako opened her mouth to respond, only to close it, unsure. I don't know, said Ochako. I didn't come to UA to date. She chuckled, offering a sheepish smile. Of course, I thought I would have a hard time with boys, not a girl. She sighed, grimacing. I told myself I would focus on my career but. You really like Lil Bunny, summarized Maruko. Yes, I like her, Ochako admitted, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. I like Izumi a lot. It suddenly felt as if a pressure in her chest left her. It was quite liberating. I just don't want to be distracted, or worse, distract Izumi, said Ochako. Being a hero is tough and we don't have the luxury to fool around. Atta girl, Maruko said approvingly, patting Ochako's head. You should keep your eyes on the prize. Ochako's shoulders slumped. She was aware she shouldn't try to see if she could actually date Izumi, not if she wanted to be a hero. Sadly, she wished Maruko had suggested something different. However, Ochako snapped her head at Maruko, hope swelling in her chest. You could try both, Maruko said noncommittally. It won't be easy, but nothing is stopping both of you from being a hero duo. There are a lot of hero couples that work as duos, especially those who are complementary or share the same quirk. You and Lil Bunny are kind of complementary, you know. You can do the heavy lifting, she does the speed. Ochako felt her heart skip a beat. Become a hero duo, but wasn't that too early to decide? And was it truly the best course of action? For all they knew they had different desires in their careers, given how not all heroes were the same. Some heroes were more fighters while others were rescuers. There were those that preferred stealth while others opted for more flashy action. However, if they could make it work, did that mean that? Careful there. Don't go daydreaming on me, teased Maruko. Ochako spluttered incoherently at that, much to Maruko's amusement. And you wouldn't mind that? Izumi and me becoming a duo? Ochako wondered. Why would I give a crap about that? Maruko inquired, baffled. Well, you know, she could be, your niece, chuckled Ochako. Don't joke about that, scoffed a disgruntled Maruko. Huh, about Lil Bunny being related to me, muttered Maruko, glaring at her lap. Ochako frowned, confused. Is it that bad? To be related to Izumi, I mean. She is, well, pretty awesome. I thought you liked her. Yeah, scoffed Rumi. A smile graced her face. I kind of like the Lil Bunny. She scowled only to look with sadness at the ground. I kind of suspected already that we were related. She looks way too much like my aunt, and a bit like Grandpa's, Rumi confessed. She looked as if she was lost on some memory. Those eyes, they were a dead giveaway. But, Ochako asked, intrigued. Rumi just sighed, frustrated. I don't know, alright. How am I supposed to react to all of this? All I ever wanted was to kick and make it to the top, not this. Rumi angrily huffed. It's been drama after drama and it's really starting to grate on my nerves. Ochako could only sympathize with the rabbit hero. Maruko had been going a few rough weeks so it was bound to start testing her patience. M. Maruko, could I ask you something? Ochako politely and rather timidly asked. Maruko raised a warning eyebrow at her, clearly stating that the brunette had to pick her next words carefully. Ochako wasn't sure if it was right to broach the subject, but since they talked about her own, well, newly discovered leanings, maybe she could try to get more information on the matter. You don't mind if I ask about you and Z? Ochako wondered. For a moment, Ochako regretted being so nosy. She winced, readying for the rabbit hero's angry retort. Luckily for her, it never came. Maruko frowned instead. Ochako held her sigh of relief, however. Z and me, Maruko wondered, blinking. Yes, your relationship. Ochako was already blushing, imagining the sorts of things the two got to do in their spare time. If Ochako's first encounter with Z was anything to go by, Maruko and Z probably spent their evenings rather busy in their apartment. She's my secretary, Maruko stated with a shrug. Ochako blinked. I just thought that, you kind of, you know, I heard you liked women and you and Z, Ochako squawked, increasingly horrified by her inability to shut her mouth. Luckily, Maruko took in stride and interrupted the brunette before she could embarrass herself any further. Look, Infinity Girl, let me set the record straight. I am not a lesbian, said the rabbit hero. Ochako wished the ground could swallow her whole in that instant. Never before had she been so embarrassed. Oh Rumi, someone called with a sing-song voice. Maruko and Ochako snapped their heads to a side when, as if summoned by her name, trotted none other than Z herself. She was a little boy, though, a preteen with his usual red hair and green eyes. Z pranced towards them, looking joyful, only to jump towards Maruko. Mid-jump, Z's form changed into that of a rather androgynous woman. Ochako's confusion was replaced to shock, and a good lot of embarrassment, as Z proceeded to intimately hug Maruko from behind and kiss her on the cheeks. Ochako did not miss the way Z's hand latched onto Maruko's waist. The rabbit hero, on her part, remained seated and firm, as if unmoved. However, by the pink on the hero's cheeks, Ochako could tell the rabbit hero was a bit flustered herself by the new arrival. Didn't you say that, but, spluttered a confused and embarrassed Ochako. In my defense, I am not straight either, Maruko said with a smirk. She turned to Z, who was grinning and tails waggling like a happy dog. She had yet to release Maruko. All right, what got you in a mood? Why, can't I treat my favorite hero with all my happiness? Z pouted. Maruko just stared at her secretary. Z shrunk to a little girl, no older than 8 years old, who proceeded to childishly pout at the rabbit hero. You're so mean, whined the child. Just spill it, slick, Maruko said with a smirk, pinching the child's cheek. She grabbed the fox child by the scruff of her neck and pulled her onto her lap. What happened? Insisted Maruko. Z reverted to her previous woman form. Ochako felt like maybe she should leave, seeing Z still seated on Maruko's lap and wrapping her arms around the rabbit woman. Everything in the world is going excellent, Fluff, proclaimed Z. Your poll numbers are up. The media are begging to interview you and every damn bastard who dared pile on against you is wishing they hadn't been so quick to join the fray. Z cupped Maruko's cheeks. Ochako could only stare and blush with how intimate Z was with the rabbit hero. Guess what, Fluff? The last poll, if it is accurate, and I think it is, you might be competing for the number 4 position, and the number 3 is just an inch away. Z laughed. Ochako saw Maruko's face split into a grin and, in an instant, she was on her feet, spinning Z around. Oh hell yeah, finally, Maruko cackled. So that was how Ochako could only stand there, averting her eyes, as the two women laughed, enjoying the moment. After a while, Maruko stopped spinning and put Z down, only to kiss the androgynous woman. Ochako couldn't help but feel like she was at the wrong place. You get Uraraka here and Izumi as interns and I am sure you'll hit number 3 without doubt, said Z. Man, pity I can't get number 2, grumbled Maruko. Well, you'll need to solve 100 police cases a month, snickered Z. Say what you want about Endeavor. That guy is relentless. Maruko huffed but didn't comment. Sorry you had to see that, Infinity Girl, Maruko told Ochako, awkwardly scratching her head. It's no problem, chuckled the brunette. So what exactly did you want to know about us? Maruko bluntly asked. Us? Z quirked an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, it's nothing. Just me being silly. Sheepishly and panicky, said Ochako. She was asking me about our relationship, Maruko told her secretary. Seriously, you don't have to tell me, urged a desperate Ochako. Ah, she must think we are more than employer and employee, said a smirking Z. Ochako's embarrassment was replaced by confusion. Wait, you aren't an item? Ochako asked. But I thought you too. Oh, but we are, smugly replied Z, only to add. In a way. We are together but we aren't boyfriend and girlfriend, Maruko added. Ochako looked at the pair, unsure what she was supposed to think. The fact they remained serious only made it worse. So what did you want to know? Maruko asked. Nothing, Ochako squeaked. Is it because of my quirk? Z asked with a knowing smile. Yes. I mean, no. I don't want to intrude. I'm sorry for bothering you with that, hurriedly apologized Ochako. Hey, it's fine, snickered Z. Just ask what you wish to know. I won't be offended. Ochako was seriously tempted on insisting against such subject matter. However, the thought struck her. This could be a good opportunity to get some insight on how a relationship with Izumi could work. True, Ochako didn't want to be distracted in her career, but she was still too confused about her own crush towards Izumi to think straight. Ochako needed some input from someone with experience. How does it, work? I mean, between you two, as women, Ochako said. I mean, you are a woman, right Z? Yep, nodded Z, only to stroke her chin, amused. That was how I was born and how I was until I was 4. As for our relationship, Z and Maruko looked at each other, silent words flying between the two through their mere gaze, before they addressed the brunette. We just don't think about it, chorused the couple. You don't think about your relationship? Ochako asked, baffled. What's there to think about? Shrugged Maruko. We like each other and work together. And rather nicely at that, added Z. We are in the same business, deal with the same people, heck, we even live together, continued Maruko. And for good reason, harumphed an indignant Z. Without me, Fluff here would live in absolute squalor. Hey, that's not true. Maruko scoffed. Don't believe her, Infinity Girl. I just have a more carefree lifestyle. Do you date? Ochako asked. You kidding? Z said, wide-eyed. We don't have any time for that. Between training, paperwork and all-around hero work, not to mention interviews and contracts, we barely have spare time for ourselves, much less go out and do anything. Yeah, you don't get high in the rankings if you goof around, Maruko grunted. Well, we could use some extra help at the agency, offhandedly said Z. I mean, I know you rather it was just the two of us, but it will become unsustainable, especially if we really want to kick Endeavor's butt in the polls. Maruko scowled. Don't give me that look. We've been over this, Fluff. You need to work with more people, tutted Z. Maruko suddenly squinted at Z, only to glance at Ochako before glaring at Z. Oh, I see why you want me to take on interns. This isn't a publicity stunt. You want me to get sidekicks? Maruko accused. Hell no. Oh, for God's sake, Rumi. You know that if you want us to reach the top we'll need far more influence. There's just so much you can do on your own, Z said. No, absolutely no. I don't do sidekicks or teams, Maruko grumbled, sounding like a petulant child. Not even Izumi. Come on, she would be a perfect sidekick. The rabbit hero and her sidekick, the rabbit girl, Z said with a happy squeal. And with Uraraka here it would be just what we need. Think about it, we could ask for more streets to patrol, more police cases. No, bluntly said Maruko. Just consider it, please. Pleaded Z. Maruko, though, looked absolutely against whatever Z had been planning. Just give them a try as interns, begged Z. You might find them as ideal sidekicks. Maruko looked at Ochako, who proceeded to avert her eyes and twiddle her thumbs. Only as interns, insisted Maruko. And just so that people will stop thinking I abuse children or whatever crap they say nowadays. Ochako, on her part, thought about Z's words. Images flashed across her mind, fed by her imagination. What would it be like with her being a sidekick alongside Izumi? She imagined the two of them, patrolling side by side, hanging out most days, facing a villain or two from time to time, filling paperwork during the evenings, training together, going to their share apartment and... Unbeknownst to Ochako, the two adults had stopped talking and were staring straight at her, thoroughly amused. I think we've lost her, giggled Z. She does that, mused Maruko. The two women glanced at each other, before snickering. Yep, Ochako sure had it bad. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.